actually did not like him whatsoever because he was my competitor. We were always battling for every grand finals, basically. Now I think he's like one of the best Halo players for sure.
His position, his awareness, and his ability to not panic.
The man doesn't take a shot unless he knows he needs to take it.
The second you poke out, SnipeDown will take you down.
When I'm playing well, I literally call it SnipeDown mode. He just is able to get in this zone where he kind of just blocks everything out. He knows exactly what movements to make to hit that shot in front of him, and he'll do it like clockwork every single time.
Very rarely did you see him hitting body shots. He just always find the dome.
Oh, that was disgusting.
First memory of SnipeDown. SnipeDown is on fire.
Everyone was wondering how is he going to fit on straight ripping. That clip alone showed you that the man has the talent. Oh! The no scope to keep the sniper in his control and then continuing to hit the shots.
For triggers down. Oh! SnipeDown is on fire.
He's really good at sniping in that game.
The things he was pulling off and the consistency at what he was doing them at.
Now looking for the triple kill, trying to find this player underneath the base. It is going to be Lunchbox. That's a triple. Now going on for the overkill.
The triple kill that Eric got when he falls out of the jump up window, it was just the smoothest thing ever. If there's a play that'll make you a SnipeDown fan, it probably would have been that.
What he was doing was not just holding down the sniper, but being the sniper. What a double kill in the head. Triple kill by SnipeDown.
One of the most decorated players in Halo, SnipeDown has won 24 major events with 8 different teams. Throughout his 13 years as a competitor, his intensity never diminished.
SnipeDown and the EG squad smell blood as they have 49 kills.
SnipeDown hits the new combo, and look at what it means to Evil Geniuses, your X Games gold medalist.
He's fueled by passion. When he's mad, he tries harder.
Don't piss Eric off, because Eric will have the last laugh a lot of the time.
I told him before it started, the last person that said that to me lost the series, and they lost the series too. So if you're going to talk trash, you better back it up, and we took that series home.
That's the montage maker, baby. You're taking that name, you have to live up to it.
What a play, SnipeDown. Unbelievable. That was nasty. What? I got to take a shower because that was filthy. Oh, sweet. He just keeps going. Please make it stop. It hurts.
You talk about flashy players all the time. You talk about magic plays that players have made. But with Frosty, it's every series, every game. There seems to be a moment where Frosty does something that others would aspire to do once a series, once a tournament.
He's aggressive, his movement, his shot, something we had never seen before in Halo. He's just a human highlight reel.
That's his name. Next time I get to cast Frosty in Halo, I'm gonna call him the human highlight reel.
Serious angle as we see Rockets, and he'll connect the shot as well. Oh my God! And he gets the double. What an angle!
Rocket launcher that has used both of the weapons.
Frosty ends the game with a disgusting no-scope.
Goodness, Frosty, the young man coming out huge with a double. Can he find the over? There it is! Overkill, the first one of the weekend. Right now, especially if Frosty's able to pick his kill on the cannon guy. He hits the nose.
Frosty picking up a double kill. Now he's going to try this play.
Oh, scored dead.
In 2015, the young Halo prodigy known as Frosty burst onto the scene, winning his first ever event within a year and quickly making waves with his aggressive playstyle and game-breaking mechanics.
The way he moved, at the pace that he played at, the shots that he hits, it was insane to me.
38-28. They brought this back a little bit. Triple kill comes through. Frosty looking for his second over of this event of this series.
He went from like not even existing to in every single game nonstop. I knew that he was like actually good.
I got one. Dude, he's cut. TP. 3 dead.
I don't know.
Never does he waver in individual confidence. He's always assured of himself. He always knows that he can get the job done.
I mean, he just makes, on the surface, some like weird boneheaded plays, but like they're actually perfect and calculated, or I hope they are. Otherwise, he's a madman.
To be alongside players like Royal 2, Lethal, and Snakebite, and to be going for a sniper rifle off of spawn says everything. I think you need to know about the talent that Frosty has. They know what you can do, and they wanted to let him off the leash There is one play that always stands out to me, and I think Halo fans across the globe. Off the bat, he sprints full speed up to the sniper rifle.
Kicking things off with Frosty's POV.
PJ, I'm going for snipe off spawn, and we're like, we don't even know what the hell that means. Like,
Frosty headed straight for the sniper, making a charge, picks it up immediately and rips up Hook's face.
Just no scopes the person in front of him. That was his opening strat. If he loses that, he loses snipe, but he was so confident in no scoping that player. That was his strategy.
a full-blown psychopath is what you got to be thinking like, or you just got to be disrespectful.
Somehow he's got it down to a science. It just shows you how much better he is.
We're going to start off from the point of view from Frosty, and he's going to hit a nice headshot here on spawn, and gets the double.
No
the triple
way.
from Frosty. Mighty overkill. Frosty, that's how you want to start a championship Sunday.
Just 2 years after entering the league, Frosty won back-to-back Halo World Championships and went on to be named Halo 5's best sniper and overall most valuable player.
For a lot of people in life, that would be a lot of boxes that have been ticked, but that just made Frosty hungrier.
He was voted Halo 5's most valuable player because he was Halo 5's most valuable player. He was the best player in the game, hands down. I don't think I've seen him play a bad game of Halo.
When the light shined brightest, you took over and you earned that trophy. I'm sure all three of your teammates voted for you, and for good reason.
Frosty was the playmaker. Frosty was the guy who changed movement in Halo 5. How did he manage to almost, it felt like, break the game?
Look at this spot. Wow, I haven't even seen this spot.
Dude, Frosty is always showing us just the sneakiest spots.
For Frosty to be surrounded by three of the greatest players of all time, and for him to be the least experienced, arguably, out of all of those players as far as Halo history is concerned, and still be considered by a lot of people to be the standout player on that team, says everything about his desire to win and his ability as a player.
I think Frosty's early success is exciting because it feels like his career is just getting started. He's already achieved everything there is to achieve as an individual in the scene. He's got his MVPs, he's got his world championships. What's next for this kid?
What are these questions?
Do we look at them? Okay.
This is Halo lore with pros, and these questions were provided by Hidden Xperia.
All right, what is the name of the elite you play as in Halo 2?
The Arbiter.
Obviously. Yes.
The Arbiter?
Yep. The Arbiter?
That's right.
What species created the Halo ring?
Wait, it's either the Forerunners or the Prometheans.
Flood.
I'll go with the Prometheans.
Nah, Forerunner.
Dude! Okay, whatever.
The Forerunners?
Yes.
It is the Forerunners. Okay,
Yeah,
because there's something before the Forerunners too.
I couldn't tell you.
The precursors.
And what did Chief give back to the Covenant in Halo 2? I need to look over here.
Did he give back to the Covenant?
Yeah, what did he give back to the Covenant?
You know the whole scene, he's like, Chief, where are you going? And he goes, to give the Covenant back.
I have no idea, honestly.
Like a plasma grenade?
No.
I don't know.
Dude, this guy hasn't played campaign, I swear.
I'm so bad at campaign.
He goes, he says like where are you going? He goes, to give the Covenant back their bomb.
Their bomb.
Yeah,
Okay.
and he sends it back and blows up the ship. Dang, I am a nerd.
It says, what weapon is used to kill Miranda Keyes in Halo 3?
She's the chick who got, I think, the energy sword, right? She has to have the energy sword?
Is it a fuel rod cannon? She got blasted?
No.
No, it's a pistol then.
Spiker.
Who dies to a spiker?
The spiker? Did I know a spiker?
That's
That was, like,
embarrassing.
so
That's
anticlimactic.
That's the hardest gun to get a kill with.
All right, I'm out.
GG.
GG. You lost.
Spartan there tries to use a thrust to get to the overshield quickly, then turn the corner, however, unable to do so. Now look at this Stellar push. Oh my! Your double kill, killing spree for Stellar. Now up by 5. There's another one, triple kill. He's found a sniper rifle. Oh my goodness me! Oh!
does have a shock rifle though. Renegade will pick up that kill. Shock rifle out of their hands. Can they get the trade though? Rhino versus Renegade.
Getting connected. It's going to push a player back though and actually do a sizable amount of damage. That's 2 cleared out of that one from Falcated. Maybe a third too. Yep, will kill for him. He's maybe looking for another one as well. The throw is good, and that's a nice triple.
It looks like Sextals are getting the better of it. Here comes Trippy though. He's going to drop down ball middle. That's a lovely kill from him. It's a nice double. He's looking to make it 3! Trippy with a triple.
Flank over for this power-up. But I just want to hear how they're organizing and coordinating.
Was that a premature play ball, or was that Optic sneaking behind them? Optic have the ball in their hands. They have the lead. It's a 4-point difference. Pistola, he's going to stay alive somehow. Oh my God, alive!
The hardest kill in Halo so far in these first 2 games. Nick shows the United roster picked him to be their 4th.
Yeah.
And I think the shock rifle can do so much damage again and again as Nick's starting to really put on a demonstration of what the shock rifle can do.
Defense of this. Oh my God!
They are always in the hands of the likes of Lucid.
Oh my God, Lucid, you are an absolute beast. They know they only have 2 seconds to spare right now as Optic is on the verge of a sweep. Nice double kill out of Falcated. Not able to get that. It's the triple kill. Falcated points will not be going to fade 249 to 248. Who is going to get this win? This is neck and neck. And FaZe gets the win. FaZe gives Optic their first map loss of the tournament. What a comeback.
That's 3 down for Cloud9. One last remaining player to try and get a touch. Stella does somehow get a touch, even as the last man on the map, and then hits the perfect.
It's a fresh can in the end of the shock rifle. Oh my word.
Yeah, that's what we do. Oh my gosh, here comes the grapple for Renegade. Oh my God.
Shot and hide. Where's the shock rifle? Has the opportunity to hit a perfect kill, just like he hits there on previous World Champion.
Do it again. 7-2, Renegade, but Rhino has managed to get that sword. He tries to fly in. Will he get the kill? Yes, he will. In quick succession, coming in from Rhino. Renegade!
There's so much to talk about there. Frosty with the combo. Well, first of all, what the angle? Also gets the remote detonation.
They only really have 1 or 2 pushes left.
Ooh, as well. Grapples in for the killing spree.
48 kills on the board. Just 2 more to go here. Make that 1. Mangler in the hands. And the grapple. C9 have been phenomenal so far in this grand final. But they can't find that last kill. Until now. Stella picks up the final kill. Cloud9 will be your champions here in Raleigh.
Oh no.
There's no shot I get any of this right. Which character says the famous line, "Were it so easy"?
What's the line?
Were it so easy.
What?
Were it so easy.
Were it so easy, ...
Bro, who has like a deep voice in Halo?
Master Chief.
Who said it?
Master Chief?
Oh my goodness.
I don't know.
The prophet of truth. No. Dang it.
Arbiter.
Yeah.
Oh my
Arbiter.
God.
Finish this quote. Wake me.
When you need me.
Like.
That one's easy. Everybody knows that. Like,
Yeah, that's
that's
correct.
iconic.
That is very correct.
Yeah, yeah. Wake me when it's over.
Who was the captain of the ship, the UNSC Pillar of Autumn in Halo CE Combat Evolved?
I was like 1 year old when that game
That
came
doesn't
out.
matter, what?
Yeah, I should get this too. That's I'm the
uh,
first ship. I'm gonna get made fun of for this one. I don't know.
There's only like one captain, bro.
Master Chief.
Bro, are you serious?
Oh, Sergeant Johnson.
Dude, that's a sergeant. Like, what?
Dude, I didn't play Halo 1.
You ever play the campaign? Yeah, like a long time ago. Captain Keys.
Captain Jacob Keys. Captain Keys, bro.
Dude, I was 1 year old when that game came out.
Bro,
right?
I know you played it before.
That's it.
Okay.
That's all we got.
Did pretty good.
Wow.
I did okay. I feel bad for you.
That's
You
all
could get
good.
roasted
I
by
mean,
the chat.
It's all good.
It's okay.
But
Yeah.
They're wolves. Back from the hunt. Out there, beyond the safety of these walls, sometimes you have to fight on your own. When the only one who has your back is you.
Welcome to the Lone Wolves. King of the Hill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Last Spartan standing. Spartan eliminated. Danger zone incoming. Showdown. Flag capture.
We always have room for another wolf.
Play it now with Game Pass.
Sentinels need to find a way to shut down this momentum and this speed from FaZe Clan right now. They haven't been able to get a footing into this game whatsoever.
Dead for the side of Sentinels, and the ball time will continue ticking. Oh boy! That is a beautiful play with a repulsor stick against the sword player. To a round elevator, they know they need to stack right here, right now.
Who picks up one or two tasks to be trying to...
Oh boy!
That's a crispy and connecting from Stella.
my God.
My goodness, Lucid! Forget about the Mangler, that's much more fun to watch.
This will not end in 30 seconds if there is not a kill. Ryan Noob wants to make the play of the game. Spot structure! Oh! What are you doing? What are you doing?
Nice bank shot there from Trippy to get that kill, get the double, and he just tosses one out towards Bombs there. Control and need.
Triple!
That's 3 down though.
Who's gonna run away with the ball? Oh my, Royals 2, welcome back!
But now we've got to see Royals 2 do something. He gets both of them.
And he does it again!
With someone like Renegade, he is confident, but two, securing a whole part of the map for his team to be safe in.
Somebody stop.
Threads the needle right there.
Seems like Renegade's gonna keep this going. Oh, I wish. Would have lost my mind. He gets the shot anyway, though. Not today.
When Renegade is on fire, he is literally unstoppable. This man is a beast.
Overshield going to be popping around 2 seconds time, and at the moment, unfortunately, here's a complexity. They're on the back foot as Gilkey, he's starting to not only get warm, but maybe start to catch fire a little bit.
Oh my! Taking this, guys!
Quite a display from Gilkey there.
Snipes, maybe he'll shut down.
Oh my!
Instead, that will
Lethal knows this is the situation. Actually kills SnipeDown, he turns his focus to Turbine, and now Sentinels are here! Lethal has just done an absolute bamboozle job.
Advantage still there, and Spartan still getting kills.
What? What? He lived? Oh my gosh, he repulsed himself onto the sword platform.
Back to back for C9, your HCS NA Regional Champions.
Oh, my questions are like these.
You should get this, bro.
Oh my god.
This is the easiest question. Which is taller, a brute or an elite?
I feel like it's low-key elite.
Elite.
It's a brute. Oh
Wait,
my
what?
God. It's a brute.
Has to be a brute. You seen the infinite brute?
I would not have
They
known
like
that.
charge you like supersonic speed.
All right, what weapon is used to kill Guilty Spark in Halo 3?
Spartan laser.
Okay, that's right.
That one's easy, yeah.
The Spartan laser.
To see, like, you're in these questions?
Yes, sir.
Guilty Spark. What's that?
Guilty Spark, like that orb.
Oh, Spartan laser.
Yeah. Wow.
I know these. Why do
You don't know them.
Yes,
You
I have
have
literally know them.
You know why
I
you know
know.
them? Because it's in front of you. You have the answers right in front of you. That's why you know them.
What gas do the grunts breathe?
Bro, you're not gonna get this.
Shoot, no clue. That's
No
like,
idea?
No idea. That's,
Really?
Well, because they have to have the tanks to go to like Earth and stuff because they don't breathe like. I don't remember.
Nitrogen.
No, it's methane. Yeah, you're not gonna. That's hard as hell.
Alright.
They breathe methane gas.
That's kind of crazy.
All right, who activated the Halo array in Halo 3?
Dude, I don't remember. I'm just gonna guess 343 Guilty Spark.
Master Chief?
Master Chief. I don't know.
Sergeant Johnson.
Who won?
Me.
Whatever, man.
These are the hardest questions.
That was very hard.
This game type on this map. It's just 3 kills as Bohm gets caught off guard. Once again, that P-Street push. Drug is there to pick up a double kill. Looking for the triple. Drug putting on a show. He comes up against another killing spree here for Formal Snipe Droid. It's going to be challenging, so is Shady. Shady's going to... Oh my god. Do not challenge. Formal. Do not challenge Formal.
Fastly approaching. Luckily, EU United were able to get away with the sword and grab the bad part. It's look at the Cloud9, but finds one.
Right now, Soulstein does have the overshield, but can you get to the flag quick enough? Spartan struggling a little bit in terms of... Oh! I tell you what, this could be another read. 2 go down. 4 dead. Flag back home at Kansas City. And on the move. When you run it through Bulldog, you leave yourself so vulnerable to the other team pushing through the middle of the map.
Double kill.
Boxing gaming of 1. Now can he put this to use?
Here, it's a killing spree from Lucid.
Over the tires. Has his sights out on Rocket. That's some beautiful business out of him. Picks up 2. Screaming, where are they? 3.
Seeing any window spawners does find a busy Ragton. Wait. Might have hit the body shot through the other player, then get the cleanup. In the meantime, all of Sentinels in C9s.
You can't stop him. You literally cannot stop him, my God. That's going to be a double kill. Who said he's just an IGL? The man's a slayer. A second player will fly in.
Royal 2 just taking full advantage of it.
There's a triple. And some main stage energy for you. You love to see it. Royal 2, he came to play.
They recognize the players on their own, they will just jump on you, and that team shot is so difficult to play against, and Chick may be starting to heat up.
Wobbling them wings, it's an overkill.
One of the best players in Europe right now, and that's exactly what Quadrant needed. Triple kill on the other side.
Happening! Mysterio's going to be... Excuse me, Monster going to be challenging! You don't challenge Super CC!
Eagle shot, but that's a headshot. Got a headshot as well, Frosty.
To fight up, he is the game changer. Oh! Goodness me, Spawn!
We all know Icy Penguin can be as kids.
Cloud9 jumping to B. Cloud9. Too little, too late. Sentinels. They're back.
The multi-time Halo World Champions are your champions at the HCS Major, Kansas City.
Final zone incoming.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Hello, Halo fans. Welcome back to the greatest region in the universe. Hope you're all rugged up and ready to go here for another week of HCS in ANZ. We had Pro Series number 5 last week, and now we're diving straight into Pro Series number 6. Only a few short weeks away before we start to set our sights on the regional finals in Melbourne. I'm so excited for us to get there, but we've got to get through some of these Pro Series, and we've got to figure out who is the brand new kings here in ANZ. And I've got two wonderful faces that are going to be joining me for tonight's action. I've got Hooters as well as SSJ for Hooters, mate. How you been?
Good, mate. It's been a long time. I think it's been about 3 months since we were last casting all together. So, look, thrilled to be here as always. And yeah, like you said, we've had a few changes to a few teams. So it's going to be a different kind of tournament, I think, tonight.
Exactly. We've got a whole lot of storylines to get through and later on. You know, we've got a little bit of time before we get there. So, Justin, how you feeling today, mate?
Mate, I'm feeling really good. And the community, they probably thought they got rid of me. Thank God that guy with the beard has stopped talking. But guess what? I'm back. And I'm excited.
I mean, Justin, to be real, I thought we did get rid of you, but it seems like those floral shirts are what keep you around, mate. So hopefully we have a good evening.
Someone's got to be the eye candy, mate. You know, we skirt around it, but someone's got to look good.
I mean, you know, that's the reason why I go to the gym, right? I got to be the eye candy here because most of the time I'm not really the knowledge. But ladies and gentlemen,
huge.
I mean, I am. I really am. Thank
you. You got to gas your boys up. You're swole.
All right. Well, as these guns come up, let's start checking out the roadmap and see where these guns are going to be appearing later on in the year, ladies and gentlemen. So, roadmap, we're about halfway done here. We've done with split number 1. We're setting ourselves into split number 2, getting ourselves nice and settled here as well. But Hooters, mate, there's still some big tournaments that have got ahead of us. We've got all the regionals for all the regions. There's the online super coming in for North America, and I spy with my little eye the ANZ HCS regional in September.
I mean, I think from the beginning when this roadmap came out, that was the one we're looking at. And like you said, we are halfway, but we can see there 2nd to the 4th of September that regional in Melbourne at DreamHack. And you know, people often say that the ANZ region are the biggest trash talkers, and you know, it's just going to be really great to be able to get everyone there in a room together to be able to throw in those barbs across the way and see who in the end comes away with the big prize pool.
Yeah, I think all the great minds out the back designing the stage right now for DreamHack Melbourne might want to try and move those desks a little bit closer so they can have the audio coming in from everybody coming outside of it. So I'm excited for us to get into that, and I'm excited for you guys to hear a little bit more of this information at DreamHack Melbourne. So let's go check it out.
Nice little double kill. Killing spree as well. Overkill potential with the rock. And he gets it! No! Back!
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Tickets are going to be available very, very soon for you guys to secure your spot there at DreamHack Melbourne for the regional finals of the greatest region in the universe. And Justin, it is going to be such a sick event. Not only is it going to be all of us sitting in front of a wonderful live arena, we've also got all the teams that are going to be competing, a whole open bracket, pool play, 10-team championship bracket, the whole shebang. 50,000 American dollars and 3 spots to HCS Orlando.
There is so much to play for. You have DreamHack Melbourne, which is going to be the biggest Halo event that our region has ever had. And then you get the top 3 teams. They go over to NA to compete at Orlando. And then you have opportunities to win spots for Worlds off the back of that. I mean, that is a lot to play for. So hopefully the players are putting in the hours and getting the scrims in.
Yeah, it's an interesting caveat, right? Because we've talked about it a few times. We touched on it last week, the fact that going to HCS Orlando is one of the very few opportunities you have to actually make it over to Worlds. Yes, you can pay your own way to go through Orlando, try and play through that open bracket and see if maybe you can make a splash going into the World's Championship. But if you're an ANZ team who has been competing since November, you want one of those top 3 slots to go over to Orlando so you can have your shot at Worlds, because that is where everything means for these teams, and it's exactly what they've been working towards in Hoots. I mean, if you fall short there, it's kind of just pack everything up and just get yourself ready for next year.
Exactly. And look, you know, you can, like you said, you can pay your own way to Orlando, but everyone loves a free trip. No one wants to have to pay for it. Gas prices are expensive, Luke. So, you know, flights are becoming more expensive as well. So good luck to you if you want to pay your own way.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit rough for those teams, but hopefully we do have 3 wonderful teams in to go through the regional. So, lads, as we did say with the roadmap, we said goodbye to split number 1 and we've jumped into split number 2. And that also means season number 2 of Halo Infinite has come out as well. And that means we get ourselves some brand new maps and game modes coming in. Last week, we were able to debut it for the entirety of HCS. The fact that we had the brand new map in Catalyst, and now we also have King of the Hill. Justin, we took away one of the maps, but now we've brought in more. I think this kind of just expands the amount of knowledge that these players need, and also just spices up the HCS just that little bit extra.
It certainly does, and we also have Return of the King. King of the Hill is back, baby. It's a little bit different. There's a little bit of a twist in there, but just like Oddball, it's gone through a few changes for the modern game, Halo Infinite, and I think it plays pretty well, and I'm excited to cast over the top of it. And then you got Catalyst, a brand new map, and I can't wait to see how things play out from some skilled players rather than my old rusted thumbs fumbling around the map.
Yeah, I believe we only saw a few of the Catalyst maps last week, so I'm excited for us to see if we get anything more this week. But ladies and gentlemen, before we dive into this week, we've got a nice little recap for Pro Series number 5. Welcome back to another wonderful day of HCS ANZ. Time for us to jump into our first series, so let's bring them up. Let's have a chat about Digital Nation and Heretic here.
All it takes is the positioning from Heretic to be able to get in this top elevator, grab this ball and hold it for a little bit more. And it seemed to be, 3 or 4 minutes they found their feet because he had no members of his team to back him up on it. And those are the crucial things that make the difference between these teams, especially at this kind of tier of play. Tough with a fantastic sweeping kill there, gets the triple and the frenzy. They need one more, and it looks like, again, they're in this fish and battle position on gold. If Tough could sweep in, doesn't manage to get it himself, but his team follows up on it as well. And there you go, 2-0 for Digital Nation over Heretic.
We've had some bangers so far, and I think they've really kind of shaken it up here, because looking at this bracket here, this winner's final is going to be a banger. Yeah, exactly. Well, let's jump into our elimination quarterfinal here. We do have Digital Nation going up against the Bandits.
The last 60 seconds out of Luna has been magic. His positioning has been brilliant. He's going to have the flank. He gets another double kill.
We see 3 members of Digital Nation go down Talent. Now, actually, with rockets in hand, Commando did have the good little OE there, trying to get as much damage in as he could, but he does get taken down by Bandit. Tough collapsing in, getting the triple. Tekerai trying to keep their flag alive. Kamado right now needs to make a decisive pick, but it's not enough time. The time ticks out.
Looking forward to that to see who comes out on top to, potentially have a fight for that grand final. But jumping into the winners bracket, this is where we're starting to set our eyes on this winners final. Final Form versus the Direwolves.
And he does pick up the kill on Zirkle. Vamp in front, nice little double kill. Let's see if he gets a third. It's right in front. Could be getting a triple. Oh, I thought he was going to get a double kill with that. Unfortunately, he didn't. Jordan answers back by taking down balls, but here comes the push. The players here from Direwolves, they get the flank. Double kill here for
the whole crew, all playing in blue util right now, trying to eke out a kill where they can, but he gets taken down. Dino on the back foot.
We only have 3 teams left remaining here in our bracket, and one of them's already in the grand final. We're going to be jumping into this elimination final. It's going to be Direwolves going up against Digital Nation. These guys absolutely popping off today.
Here we are, Vamp with that sniper rifle yet again, and he lines up that snipe so easily.
Well, make a third up top as well. Kill assist coming around. He's going to be cleaning up these last 2 kills.
The winners bracket has been filled with all 2s and 0s. It's time for us to jump into this grand final. Direwolves going up against Final Form for the second time tonight. Both these 2 teams went all the way to the edge.
If anyone can use it, it's going to be Vamp.
I feel like we've given him enough at this point, so let's turn over to the game.
Shoot with that shock rifle. Nice movement. Good to get out of there, but he doesn't see the fact that it's player behind. Junior, though, with the sword, gets the double kill. 3 kills required for Final Form. Make that 2 as you're going to have Ninjestics pick up the kill on Zirkle. It's coming down to the wire. 1 final kill required here for Final Form. You've got Jordan. He's got the montage maker. Give me the highlight reel, baby. Junior gets the final kill. Ladies and gentlemen, after one hell of a grand final, one hell of a Pro Series.
Congrats to Final Four. They get the entire championship without dropping a single series, Bluey. They went the distance in a couple of them, but not dropping a single series throughout the entirety of today.
What's the plan for you and the squad then? Like, what have you got in your mind for what you want to achieve with the squad, especially moving further into Split 2 and, of course, towards the regional finals?
Well, first objective is get Junior back in form. Our name is Final Form, but Junior hasn't played the game, so I don't know why that's the thing. Our objective is obviously qualify for overseas events, same as DBR. We just need to get more practice under our belts. We'll be good, I reckon. We'll be a solid team.
These next 2 weeks is going to be really good practice for everybody. We can start to figure out how this regional is going to shape up for us, lads, and I'm so excited for us to get there. I'm so excited for us to get into next week. As we said, Pro Series number 6 is on the horizon, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure you join us same time, same place for more ANZ. So from Mike Wazowski, Sully, and I, stay safe. We'll see you guys for the next one. Yeah, that was the entirety of Pro Series number 5. Absolute banger series back-to-back, I felt like we had throughout the entirety of that weekend, Hoots. It was a bit of a caveat that we didn't have teams like Chiefs and Divine Mind joining us for Pro Series number 5, but the fact that we saw such strong performances from Final Form and Direwolves really goes to show that I think all these teams are really starting to level up towards the regional finals, and I think that is where teams like the Direwolves and Final Form, if they're able to hit more of these peaks going in towards that big tournament, then that just bodes well for them going into Orlando.
Yeah, and we love close series, right? Especially as we get to the end. And as you mentioned in that grab before, you know, we were seeing those really close ones right towards the end. Particular shout out to Direwolves as well. I mean, by the time that tournament wrapped up last week, I think it was about 3:30 in the morning their time. So they've got to go the distance a lot further than the Australian teams over here on the East Coast.
Yeah, it really does feel like every single time that we come into one of these Pro Series that we are, you know, kind of shedding a tear for our lads over at the Direwolves because they play so much Halo and it feels like every single time that they make these big runs, it is super late in the evening for us here, even on the East Coast of Australia. Cannot imagine what it's like for those guys over in New Zealand, so I'm excited to see what they can put up for us today. So, lads, let's have a look at our bracket and see which teams we've got floating forward here for our Pro Series number 6. As we did allude to, some of these teams have decided to come back into Pro Series number 6. The Chiefs and Divine Mind are going to be here. Direwolves and Final Form are also going to make the return. Digital Nation and Bandits from the previous week as well here. So now we're able to see more of these teams come back into these Pro Series, Justin, and we're able to get a really good indicator about where our top 4 sits here in ANZ.
Yeah, roster mania. Oh my God, has there been some changes in the scene since the last time you saw us? I mean, the Chiefs lineup, the Divine Mind lineup, things have just gone absolutely haywire. But I tell you what, I think the playing field is evened out considerably. I mean, Chiefs, Barcode, where's he at? Where's he gone? Where's he hiding? Has he started his Roboblox streaming career? I'm not sure what's going on with him. But this new Chiefs lineup, I mean, it's kind of who's going to fill that power vacuum that stellar squad that the old Chiefs roster is. But, man, look at these names. I reckon they can still hold the title. There's plenty of talent on there. Berserk and Beaston, the newest additions to this lineup.
Exactly. This is a 50-50 from old school Divine Mind and the Chiefs. As we did say, Barcode has been rumored to be going to a team like G2, so who knows what the future is going to hold for him. Obviously, being one of our shining talents here in Halo Infinite, it would be no surprise if he gets picked up by a giant org over in North America, Europe, wherever he does end up. We're excited to see what he can do, but let's just talk about what this Chiefs roster has left behind, right? Slays and Madsy are staying in here, but Hoots, Pips has been dropped from this roster as well, bringing in the duo from Divine Mind, Beaston and Berserk, and I think looking at this roster and looking at how these guys have played across multiple rosters, I feel like they're really leaning towards somebody like Beaston to try and fill that kind of insane power role that, you know, Barcode had in the previous Chiefs roster.
I mean, it's funny. What do you do when you're trying to, you know, bring yourselves up even further is you just go to your nearest competition and pluck some of the talent out from them to send them back down. So yeah, we have seen Beeston be going absolutely off, particularly in the Super. I think we saw him putting in some really strong performances a couple of months ago. But it's a whole brand new team. This is a big shuffle to take 2 out and bring 2 new people in. And so you just got to hope that they've been able to gel pretty quickly, because I think, like we said before, this is probably the first tournament with all the teams in it that we're going to see, or go in at least, with some real question marks on who are going to be the top teams with all these changes. Barcode, as we said before, no longer being there, and he was the one in those final games of the final series that we always would see would just reach another level and bring the Chiefs home to victory. With him not there, it could be a bit of a different situation. So can Beeston sort of fill that role? We'll have to just wait and see.
Yeah, I think it is really going to be a tale that we're going to be able to tell throughout the entirety of today. So lads, let's jump into our first series, because we've got more roster mania to start to talk about here. The fact that we've got Divine Mind and Final Form going head-to-head in our first winners quarter-final here is insane for us, Justin, because these 2 teams, from what we saw from Final Form last week, these guys are here to party. These guys are here to contest the crown. And this new Divine Mind roster, the question is, are these guys going to take over the dynasty that the Chiefs had in our previous Halo Infinite tournaments, or is this going to be a complete change-up to our top 3/top 4?
Yeah, as I mentioned before, I think the playing field is evened out considerably. You can't take someone like Barcode that just seemed to be on that tier above everyone else, unfortunately, save for all the other talent in the scene, and it kind of levels things out. And I'm excited to see what this Divine Mind roster can do. I mean, you have Pips from the Chiefs coming in, and he's a monster player. And then you got Rated, Sways, and Plasma. There is plenty of talent throughout this squad to, challenge for that #1 spot. And I'm really hoping for some tight races for that podium finish.
Exactly, and as we can see from this little team info snippet, it does seem that Divine Mind is slightly coming out on top when it comes to these preliminary scrims early on. Obviously, both these rosters are very, very new. There's a brand new season that came out as well. So we've got all this new stuff with the new split coming in from HCS, new maps, new game modes for all these guys to really talk about. And we haven't seen them in a competitive setting just yet. So I think that is a big asterisk for a lot of that information that we do see coming in from the scrims, is there might not be that, kind of competitive fire for a lot of these teams. They might just be trying to, figure out a few things when it comes to roles and stuff in game. So it does seem so far that Divine Mind might be a little bit edged out when it comes to the seeding, but we'll have to wait and see through the entirety of Pro Series number 6. So Hooters on the other side, Final Form, they were not avoiding, a lot of these roster shuffles. Seems like Direwolves the only team so far that have been able to dodge these roster shuffle bullets. But Final Form, it seems like Ninjestics has left this squad. They've brought in Lolly coming in here from Pro Series 5 to 6, and it seems like this team in the Demons that we had from the Super are really just starting able to spread out a lot of their seeds throughout the entirety of ANZ.
Yeah, they're spreading their wings everywhere. And look, we heard Benji in that interview from the highlights package before, talking about Junior in particular, saying, the next thing they need to do before regionals is get Junior up to a level where they feel he can compete. Might have been a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but we have seen Junior in recent times put some tweets out saying, I'm back, I'm fully committed now. Maybe wasn't at the very start, but I'm here now. And so, a fully kitted up Junior going into regionals at DreamHack is a scary proposition if you can get to that level. And we've seen before that he definitely can.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you look at these kind of old school kind of players, and when they talk about how much hunger they have once again coming back into the competitive scene, it is super exciting for us to see if he's able to get back to the old form and really be a dominant force throughout ANZ. And I think this Final Form roster can really start to do a whole lot of damage. And I think today, I'm going to reiterate through the entirety of today, it's going to be a good barometer for all these teams about where we're going to sit heading in towards those regional finals. So lads, let's jump into our maps for our first series here. Let's see what 3 maps we've got in this best of 3. Let's see if we've got something spicy. Justin, you talked about it. You're going to get it, baby.
Yep, the new map, Catalyst. I hope everyone is excited about that one. That's going to be a right slobber knocker, I reckon, going into Slayer on that. But first up, Strongholds on Live Fire, a staple of the new franchise, Halo Infinite. So I'm excited to get back in. And it's going to be like riding the bike, right, Hoots? We've had a little bit of a break. We've had a breather from casting. And we're just going to jump straight into it. And why not? Strongholds Live Fire.
Yeah, the cobwebs are going to have to get dusted off a little bit, Justin, so bear with us, those watching at home. We know we always love your strong critiques and criticisms coming through, so we'll work through this as best as we can. But, this King of the Hill that we were speaking about a little bit before, and Luke and yourself and myself were speaking about it off air, one thing that's great about it is that it really rewards multi-kills and those short bursts of great play that we probably didn't see in previous versions of King of the Hill. If you can get a 3 or 4 down down and really get a bit of time together. That goes a long way into getting you a point, and those points are so valuable. You only need 4 of them to take out the win, so those highlights get much more rewarded than in previous versions. I think it's a great change to the format.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting for us to, if we do get all the way here in this series. I really hope, and I personally do feel like that this is going to go to all 3 maps, just because we saw, in last week when we had Slayer on Catalyst, it was a much slower kind of affair. And Justin, when we look across a lot of these rosters, if you're looking at a team like Divine Mind right now, this is their first competitive showing with this brand new 4, how they're going to gel together. And I feel like if we had a much kind of faster map, then it's just a lot easier for a lot of these players who have so much experience to just kind of fall back into their own minds, right? Not have to worry about the team composition. But going into this Catalyst Slayer, I really do feel like it is a much slower, very kind of team-based. There's a lot of long sight lines you have to deal with, that if you don't have that team chemistry, it can really start to fall by the wayside.
Yeah, and talking about that team chemistry, we've had the roster mania, and whether it's settled down, we'll see. However, when you're in this early stages of picking up a team, it is really about just feeling each other out and getting that chemistry going. And I think whichever team seems to be gelling the most might have the edge in this round, because I would put them all in the same skill level, in my opinion. And it's just going to be who's been putting in the hours with the boys to get gelling and get their joints all greased up.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's like one of those things where, we talk about this Divine Mind roster being new, but also on the other side of things, this Final Form roster is also new, right? Because they brought in Lolly this time around, Jesix. It has left the squad, so they still have to try and get their feet back under themselves again, considering, Pro Series number 5, they brought in Junior instead of ads from that old BBR roster. So it seems like week to week that they might be, getting some leaps and bounds towards a lot of that team chemistry, but then it changes up once again. And I guess, kind of the question for you is, do you feel like it's easier if everyone's brand new to each other, or do you feel like it's a lot easier to just amalgamate one person into this 3-player playstyle?
I mean, it feels like so many tournaments we have had, it has just been, apart from the Chiefs at the top, it's just been a complete shuffle of everyone below them. So this tournament is a little bit different in the sense that even the top teams have been changing, and that's gone all the way down through most of the other ones. So, the one thing is the Chiefs and Divine Mind actually remembered to check in for this one, so they're actually here this week. And so while we did see those two not taking part in last week, they come in under new rosters. Final Form's made a slight change as well, but because the teams that we typically would expect to finish above them have changed as well, I think it is pretty open. I couldn't really put a finger on who I think is going to take this one away.
Yeah, okay, well, I guess luckily
I like to sit on the fence. I'm sorry about that, Luke.
I mean, it's perfectly fine, mate. I'm hoping one day that my analysts will decide to pick a side and try and stand with it. But hey, that's just how analysts roll these days. It's all about
ain't happening.
You don't want to be mean to anybody. That's perfectly fine, lads. But luckily enough for all these teams, there is another Pro Series that's going to be happening next week as well, right? So there's going to be a whole lot of competition for these guys to go towards. Looking across what we've got for the remainder of the year, we've still got another Pro Series ahead of us here. And that means that there's still another weekend of competition for these guys. June 14th is going to be the next one after this one today. And that means that all this extra competition that they're going to have under their belts today, if they don't make any changes next week, Justin, then that's just more, kind of competitive experience for these 4 in whatever roster they want to be in to go towards DreamHack Melbourne and really kind of tighten up a whole lot of those nuts and bolts.
Yeah, getting ready and getting tuned and tightening those nuts and bolts is exactly right. I mean, we heard it from Benji in that interview talking about getting Junior up to form, and he's someone that when he couldn't commit, he just removed himself from the scene. He said, listen, I'm only going to play if I can commit and give it everything that I've got. He didn't want to phone it in, but now that he's back, and it's kind of, Junior is one of those people, I feel like he gets underestimated quite a lot, but big events in our region, Junior has turned up and dominated, and it's just a weird thing to have such a top tier player get underestimated. And if he gets into the form that we saw Junior in Sydney Worlds qualifiers all those years ago, everybody better watch out. And if people are putting in the hours with these new rosters, and I think the shuffle is good. The power dynamic is evened out a little bit. The talent is a bit more spread, but that creates opportunities to become number one. And once you get that first taste of victory, you know what it's like to be on top, and you want to fight to stay there. So it should be pretty interesting couple of weeks, I think.
Yeah, and especially with the kind of relatively long break that we've got between that final Pro Series and the regional final. Obviously, there's, the qualifiers that are going to go before that as well. So we're going to have a little bit more of a good indicator going in towards DreamHack Melbourne about how these teams are sitting, whether or not we're going to have more roster mania, some shuffles, teams going to stay together, what have you. But I think this Pro Series is going to be a good indicator about whether or not teams are going to make those shuffles going in towards the qualifiers. And then you've just got that break. You've got about a month to be able to really stick to it, really grind out a lot of the scrims, really grind out and figure out where things are going to go. The fact that we've been able to see where this regional has been for the entirety of Halo Infinite, right, Hoots, it just means that these players are able to predict in advance about where they're going to be. Are they going to take the time off? How much time can they take before the event? Are we going to see teams boot camp before Melbourne? I think that is the beautiful thing that we've had here with the roadmap in HCS.
Let me play devil's advocate for a second and say that with these teams that have made quite significant changes to their rosters, would it almost benefit them to not finish top 4 this week so they go through next week and don't get that guaranteed top 4 and have to actually play through on the weekend to qualify? Do you want to get more high competitive games under your belt leading into DreamHack? Sounds stupid, and I say a lot of stupid things, but I think it has some kind of merit to get as much practice as you can before that tournament coming in. Scrims are great, and we know that they're played at a pretty high integrity, but nothing can really compare to direct competitive play.
Yeah, I think that is always going to be the story that we're going to tell, right? I remember when we were talking about the first major, even going into Kansas City was the conversation about, do you want to get yourself in a pool play, or do you want to play through that open bracket and just have that massive amount of experience that you've got and everything is backs against the wall? I think that is kind of going to be individual based for a lot of these teams and a lot of these players. So that is a good point that you did bring up. So, lads, I do want us to bring up the bracket here so we can start to speculate throughout the entirety of today. Apologies to everybody at home. We do have some delays getting into our first series here. We will have this game up on your screens as fast as possible. We want to talk all things shop when it comes to HCS Pro Series number 6. And Justin, looking across at a lot of these series that we've got going here, this X5 roster was a previous Carbon roster that we had a little while ago. It's been a bit of time since we've seen players like Chef be able to come through here. So it's always nice to have new rosters come in. Direwolves coming off the back of their form from last week. I feel like I don't want to say that they're a shoe-in to go into their semi-finals, but if they're able to keep up some of that, they're looking pretty good. Digital Nation versus Bandits. Probably say that might be a little bit more of a coin flip, maybe leading towards Digital Nation, but the Chiefs versus Divine Chiefs, I feel like that's probably going to be pretty simple for the Chiefs to be able to get that one done, and then maybe we might see a elimination bracket run from the Divine Chiefs.
I don't know. Divine Chiefs, is that like another level of Super Saiyan? It's just like past Ultra Instinct. Divine Chiefs. But one team I want to highlight here is Direwolves. The only roster that has stayed throughout all of Halo Infinite. That is just amazing to me. And it does prove that even though they've faltered a few times and maybe haven't performed to the best of their ability, that they understand that they just need to stick it out and results will come if they put the hours in, and you can't just, roster shuffle your way all the way up to the top. It just doesn't work like that. So that's interesting to see, and I hope they've been putting some hours in behind the scenes to reach their full potential, because there's a lot of talent on that squad. But as I say, the bracket is wide open. There is plenty of teams that could go all the way. So I'm hoping for a lot of tight games.
Yeah, and I think the best thing about looking at this bracket as well is it feels like there's no real kind of easy runs going into this Pro Series. I felt like, last week it really did feel like Final Form kind of had a relatively easy bracket, obviously with teams like Divine Minds and Chiefs not being there. That makes the bracket relatively easy, but enough of that. We've got a game ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to jump into Strongholds on live fire. It's going to be Divine Mind versus Final Form, so lads, let's jump into it.
Thanks, Luke. Yeah, we are jumping straight in here, Justin. How good's Luke on the hosting? He can fill time like no other. Does a completely seamless job.
Full of hot air. He's a hot air balloon.
But look, jumping in now, and one thing let's highlight, Justin, just prior to getting this game started, is this new overshield that we've had in Season 2. It's got extra shields, I guess you could say. It's a lot more reminiscent of overshields that we've seen in probably Halo 2, for example. So the risk of going to get that overshield, you're rewarded a lot more with far more health and being able to basically put a helmet on your head and just charge in super aggressively to try and break setups. I love that change that they've made. It really puts a higher emphasis on overshield, and we're going to see that probably across a lot of games coming up over the next couple of series. But Justin, we are just loading in here. It looks like we're just having a few hitches as we are getting in. But Strongholds, we're obviously going to see a large emphasis on the nest setup at the start. And we do see going straight on here with Ray that they're starting to move on to this B side. So wanting to get it captured, but we do have over there Junior holding up in the nest. So he has some great cover. They're able to put some shots down, but this sniper still hasn't been picked up yet, Justin. Raiders just pretty much poking around and not really finding a place to commit to yet. Junior being a bit of a nuisance, keeping him stuck here in this alleyway.
Yeah, you don't want to be that first pick, and we do have a couple of players drop. Sways just grabbing that sniper, tuck tail, and run away, getting that all the way across the map. Doesn't connect on that one because the player's already dead. Hits the body, gets a nice clean up. I like that YY switch. Simple shot for someone like Sways. There's a couple of heals being on the board right now, so they're going to get some points. But look at this angle from Swayze. He's really making himself a small target, checking down that alleyway just there. And it's certainly been a long time, Hoots. Last time we got to hold hands during the cast, and it just feels good to have you back, mate.
Don't remind me. I miss it so much. But look, I love this positioning from Swayze here. This is really the power position when you have this sniper on the map here. So much cover to be able to use up in the nest, and you can really just keep a watch over B and C, as we do here. Swayze doing that right now. They have B and C on lock. They are starting to score, getting away with a nice lead at the start here, 35-0. And Swayze just moving all around this side between B and C. Look at the fire coming down here. The drop ball's not doing much there for Final Form. Swayze just holding and using the angles perfectly with the snipe. Almost jumped off the edge there, but just frantically running around. 2 down for Final Form right now, and they're continuing to score, and I love this. Getting aggressive, actually, starting to put shots on Junior with no shields. And right now, they've had a triple cap, actually, momentarily there, Justin. Final Form finally managing to cap A and put a stop to that, but the scoring still going up for Divine Mind. They're racing out to a really strong lead here right now. Swayze still staying alive and jumping straight back up here, moving back to C and B.
Yeah, and Swayze, he didn't get a lot of flashy kills to the sniper, but he applied so much pressure. He rotated around the map, killing spree now for him, and he's got that heat wave in hand, hunting down plays. He just looks so comfortable, and he's moving around the map and just opening lanes up for his teammates. And another temporary triple cap for them. 107 points the difference. I feel like the game has only just started, and they're on a triple-digit lead at the moment. Swayze is just looking for sneaky players, blood in the water, trying to find some people to take down. Hoots, they, Divine Minds, they seem to have complete control.
Yeah, and that fantastic slaying by him was able to secure their team the overshield there, so he was able to get in, pick that up nice and quickly, uncontested, and you see just using the repulse there, almost got him, was taken down. That run comes to an end, but a really strong start there, 108-2, and we are seeing Final Form now starting to get a bit of score on the board. So finally they've been able to put a stop to them. They stop Swayze, they're able to start getting some scores in. We can see this score starting to slowly go up, but Divine Mind, Justin, they've pushed back in pretty quickly.
They certainly have, and Strongholds is one of those game types that you can have a bit of a slow start and get things going. You can stop those points from going onto the board, so I'll have to see if Final Form are able to level up a little bit and start putting the pressure to Divine Mind. Now on board with Raided as he's looking through the map, and he goes down. Benji now, we saw an interview from him, and they're certainly putting in some work, and I'm gonna keep a close eye on Final Form because I had a lot of bold things to say about Junior getting in form, and they need to watch out. So hopefully my prediction that these boys will be someone to watch isn't gonna become undone in this first map up. But still on board with Benji. I believe he has that sniper in his back pocket as well. Some pressure coming, and look at that flick around, throwing grenades out left, right, and center, trying to connect on something, staying alive. It's all about getting a little bit of damage. You got to milk as much as you can, right, Hoots?
God, I thought during my last call there, Justin, that Final Form were maybe going to be able to start getting a bit of a setup. They only really managed to get 2 points, and we did just see then Divine Mind did have a triple cap. That's been neutralized right now by Final Form, so it looks like they're actually going to be able to potentially get 2 on the board and start to score a little bit again. But the story really has been Swayze, I think. We were seeing him before, the kind of damage he was putting in, staying alive, just disrupting everything. They're not really getting out-slayed too heavily, Divine Mind, but they're just holding the cap points when they need to, and we do see taken down there as we get the overshield into the hand of Swayze. So he's going to be able to get really aggressive, and look what we see here, Justin. As soon as he slams that in, he's just straight in there. Like we said before, there is more strength in these overshields now, so you really can be ultra aggressive and just charge out 2-3 on 1 if you want, and know that you're able to at least get 1 or 2 picks out of that, provided your shots are good. Look at him just running around here, clearing house, and there's no surprises here that as he's doing this, his team are going to start to move in and start to cap B here. So with that overshield now taken down, it was perfect use of it by Swayze, but most importantly, he puts his team in a position to be scoring again.
Yeah, Sway seems to be doing really well applying pressure with the weapons and the power-ups. As you say, he grabbed that OS and he just instantly went on the offensive and just applied pressure and tried to get as many kills as he could and open up the map for his teammates. And he did the same thing when he had the sniper rifle before, but we are now on board with Raided. Here comes the contest. Will he win the gunfight? Father Benji taking him down on that one and able to get the reset. Pip's getting a nice kill there. Junior in front of him with the challenge. Junior coming out on top. So he goes down, but he does get cleaned up. Plasma with the double kill and 3 kills on the board for Divine Mind. 220 to 13 Hoots. It's all Divine Mind at the moment, and it does look like Final Form back up against the wall in this first map.
I do feel bad for Plasma. We've been raving on and on about Sways, but just have a look at the score. Plasma is exactly the same score as Sways right now. 12 kills, 3 assists, make that 13 kills. So he's, while watching that, I didn't even realize they were getting right towards the end there. So again, like we said, Justin, we're brushing the cobwebs off, but that was a real statement there from Divine Mind. Final Form, keep in mind, we're a team that made it to the grand final in our series last week. And, you know, Divine Mind's just come out and said, we're back here now and we'll send you back to where you belong. That was a really, really statement game to open this series.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, but it is just map 1, and just like us, we're trying to get back in the groove of things, find our mojo. But that first game, someone that had their mojo on tap was Plasma, and you know what? Sway's had the power weapons most of that game, so I reckon Plasma did all that work just with the trusty battle rifle, putting up some numbers for his squad. And, you know, Divine Mind, they've got a bit of a statement to make, I think. You know, they've had a storied and turbulent history so far in Halo Infinite, and another roster mania shuffle for them, but there's still plenty of talent on them to take them all the way to the #1 spot. And Final Form trying to defend their title from last week, going through some of the highlights here. And I think Final Form, you know, they're just getting a little bit warmed up, Hoots, I reckon.
It was a real statement game across the board, like we said before, but shout out to Pips as well, I think. I just looked at the stats then, and he actually had the most damage on the map at 3,610. So whilst he wasn't putting up the high kill numbers like Plasma and Sways were, he was just really putting a lot of shots across the map and was probably allowing those two to run around so freely and finish off a lot of the kills he was working on. So that's often a stat that I really like to keep my eye on, the damage dealt, and Pips was doing a fantastic job on that front. So whilst you had the 2 lead slayers, I guess, in Plasma and Sways, who were just killing everything and not really dying, you also had Pips there just putting a lot of damage across the map. That's a great sign, particularly when we go into the next game on Catalyst, where we do have those really strong sight lines, and when we are going to be seeing a lot of BR fire going back and forth.
Yeah, and we've both touched on it, the pressure on map. And we saw that Space and Plasma, they were moving pretty freely, right? Like they could, you know, they're sliding and jumping around looking for targets and that kind of thing. And Final Form, they just get bullets down range and hit some targets, and, you know, don't allow them to get map control and rotate on you so easily. So hopefully Final Form, they're having a bit of a hustle, having a team hustle and getting things going. But Divine Mind, they're looking pretty strong, and, you know, they outslayed them pretty hard. And going into a Slayer, the momentum's definitely on their side, I think.
Yeah, it is a bit of a reality check, I guess, where you do come off last week feeling pretty hot about your performance, and then you do find that your backy's up against the wall straight away. We are only in a best of 3, keep in mind, in these opening rounds of this series, of this tournament. So, you know, they need to turn it around really quickly, but Divine Mind have to be really, really happy with that performance. And as we do move into Catalyst, I think one thing that's worth talking about again is the overshield and the impact that has on a map like this. We do see at the very start of these game types usually a mad dash for that OS on that bottom bridge, and you know, in a map where the sight lines are so open, you know, that can be a real advantage to be able to push into certain spaces and set up power positions. But look, you know, a really great performance there off the top, like we said, and you know, Pip's doing a really strong performance coming back for his first
getting the dirty work done.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's the same thing that he did on the Chiefs, right? He just got in there, and, you know, he jumped on all the grenades and body blocked and just got in there, hands dirty, sleeves rolled up, and got it done for his teammates, and didn't get the highlight reels that players like Madzi or Barcode would have gotten. But we are moving into this Slayer matchup, and Slayer can be a bit of a, you know, snowbally type game type. And, you know, if Divine Mind are able to carry the momentum they had from that first game, but I mean, as you mentioned, that opening rip, going for that overshield with the changes that they've made to that is just such a critical thing on the map now. It just gives you so many options. You can just play however you want, and suddenly map control isn't all that important when you've got a wrecking ball on your chest.
And the skewer is another interesting addition as well. You know, it's not a weapon that people probably are super familiar with that play competitive, because it hasn't really been in much of the rotation in competitive prior to this. So, you know, it's obviously a sniper weapon. It's a one-hit kill, but it's not the hit scan weapon like the sniper typically is. There's a bit of bullet drop, a bit of delay. You got to lead your shots. So something that people need to get up to speed with in terms of how to use it. It can be devastating in the right hands, but for a lot of people, it might be a case that we simply just don't really want to touch it. We are jumping in with Jordan straight away. He's taken down by Pips, the man we were talking about before. He picks up the perfect right off the top, and he's getting really offensive here right now on Benji, dropping another kill there. So picking up the first two here, and he's almost picks up the triple there on Lolly. He is dropped, but the overshield, I think, still sitting at bottom mid, Justin. I'm not sure if actually we were able to have it picked up there by Plasma. So he's managed to, while I guess Pips was going in and getting super aggressive, he was able to make a run at that OS, nice and uncontested, and pick that up here. And look at him, he's able to run straight across there with the grapple hook there and jump across, put in a bit of damage, and that's a really strong start here from Divine Mind.
Yeah, I love that. He gets that OS, grabs the grapple shot, and just moves across the map and just an excellent flank. And that's just the options that you have with equipment in Halo Infinite, is that you can surprise enemy players like that so easily by launching yourself across the map. But we are on board with Slays. An early fragile lead of a couple of kills for Divine Mind, still very early on in this first game. But Slays, he put up 12 kills, I believe, in the previous game. So looking to him to follow up on that performance, hunting down some players. I like that he's changed position here. He wasn't getting a lot done. He probably got the call out from his teammates that we need to rotate through a different area of the map and push together. And things have slowed down considerably. It was pretty scrappy at the start, right, Hoots? And now players are just kind of searching for each other on the map.
You know, I think you'll find when these power-ups and power weapons come up onto spawn, that's when you're going to see a lot of movement. But, you know, teams often do feel a bit scared to be running around this map too much because the map is so open. So, you know, if you put yourself out in a position, you're going to want to make sure you're putting some solid shots in, because you can get taken down really easy. I like the team shot there. Sway's combining with Pips there to start to make a move. They do pick up the sword, and you see they have converged into the base here and basically outslayed Final Form and send them back onto the gold side of the map. So this overshield popping again. Sways manages to grab it. Thanks for the camera work there. Beautiful work from production. Sways pops that in, and I think he has the sword in his back pocket. He does. So sword and OS is going to be a really good combo for him to be able to start to collapse in. You can see he's getting super aggressive here, but some nades will drop a bit of that OS. He still has enough though that he can start pushing, putting shots on Benji. But Benji, smart move, backing up, moving back to help his to get with some teammates for some cover. And they're actually doing a pretty good job of milking this OS down, but Sways obviously has enough to stay alive. Picks up a nice double here, and then eventually is dropped. So he didn't get too much there out of it, but a nice stick coming from Pip. Starting to move in on Lolly, picking up another double. So Divine Mind, back-to-back doubles for them. That's going to help extend that lead out now. They are out now by 7 kills, and you see the pings coming in, but they're moving really, really together here. We do see teams start to bunch up a little bit as well when they can be on the back foot, so let's just keep an eye on Final Form, Justin, to see if they really do start to go into their shells a bit and try and take the pace and the heat out of this game.
Yeah, what they need to do, there's still plenty of time left in this game. It's only a couple of rounds of Slays. They just need to play at the pace that they feel comfortable. But that skewer has popped. I'm excited to see if someone picks that one up. It's actually one of my personal favorite guns to use in matchmaking. Feels a bit like a sniper shotgun. Not Benji's. Apparently he's leaving it up there. He doesn't want it. Don't like kebabs, mate. And now he's moving in, getting some help from his teammate. But all those grenades coming through. Rotation from Jordan from Final Form here. He's got 3 more bullets to play with. Goes for the no-scope. Doesn't manage to connect. He's under a lot of pressure here. Opting to throw that off the map. Finds himself 1 second there if he wants it. Nice. Able to secure that double kill and scamper away with his life as well. Well played from Jordan there. He was a little bit scared throwing the power weapon off the map, just being cautious. And then he went, nah, I'm going to stand my ground and fight, and managed to get a couple of kills.
Well, he made his thoughts on the skewer very well known. He'd rather throw it off the map than use it himself. That OS is about to pop, and he's just dropped straight away by Raided. So 1 down for Final Form. Divine Mind, if they can maybe pick up another kill here, they can make a push on this OS. But Junior doing really well there, keeping Pip at bay. They're not really in a position to grab this yet. Sway's shields are down. And look, Junior's just standing up there the whole time, keeping an eye on this OS. But Sway's actually did manage to grab it. So with grapple hook, look at him just get offensive here, Justin. Moving in, picking up the kill on Jordan, and he can start moving on Lolly and Junior as well now. That OS still going strong. strong. There's a little bit of it left, but look, he's just able to get straight into this setup and really bust it open. Gets that kill on Lolly with the repulsor, and look at the rest of his team start to move in now on Junior. Junior's now just frantically trying to stay alive here, but you know, doing a pretty good job to actually do that. I thought he had his shields down low, but potentially Divine Mind realizing he had that sword backed up. He misses the first sword lunge, picks up the second one on Rated. So good job there, staying alive, managing to keep himself in it, holding onto that power weapon more importantly, but they still do have an 11 kill deficit they need to try and come back with. Nice work deflecting the grenade away. Unfortunately, it's not enough. He is dropped, sword back in the hand of Sways.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked a little bit about what this map is like, and yes, there's a lot of open sightlines, but there's also a lot of tight corridors, and you know, it can go from a long-range BR fight, you know, jiggle peeking each other, to sneaking around and using those tight angles with the sword, and we see Sways do that perfectly, putting shots across the map and then hunting through the hallway. He does get taken down there, Benji getting the better of him in that situation, and here comes the cleanup, but it doesn't matter, the help is there from his teammate, and Benji smelling some blood in the water. He does go down, unfortunately. 11 kills the difference. Final form, they're trailing a little bit, Hoots, but there's still plenty of time left. Look at this angle from Junior, able to put in lots of damage onto those players there, but not able to pick up one. Pips just narrowly getting away. Lolly with the cleanup, but here's Junior with that slice and dice machine, moving in for the kill, and the rotation has come across. All that pressure has been applied, and Junior, I'm liking what I'm seeing, Hoots.
Yeah, Lolly picked up a double out of all of that chaos that Junior was causing with those nades there. So, you know, he didn't pick up any kills himself, but he did a really great job of helping Lolly come in and secure them. OS is up, and Junior just likes to play guard on this OS, it seems. He's trying his best, but Sways is going to be able to start making a move on that. You can see there below, and look, Rated jumping in, grabbing it. Sways and Pips looking open. I love that coordination. That was a great shot there from production once again, letting us see that kind of cover that Rated had in picking up that OS. But he's kind of running the wrong way, it looks like, Justin. He's probably got the spawns a little bit wrong. Players probably learning the spawn system over time as they get their hands on this map more and more. But Final Form just, you know, whether that's intentional or not, putting a lot of good distance in between themselves and Rated. And Rated just doesn't really seem to have an idea of where they are. I'm not sure if the intel was coming in wrong. He thought he could hear something, but he's putting shots in, not really getting anything out of it, and he's back smacked. So great work from Final Form there to stop that OS being utilized at all. 12 kill lead to Divine Mind, but that's at least a good sign, Justin. They got to be happy with that one.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's kind of, they saw that their backs are up against the wall and just slowed things down and just took that overshield player out of the game just by running away from them and kind of playing a bit of hide and seek for a little bit while it bled down. But we are now on board with Benji. Only 6 more kills for Divine Mind to take away map number 2. So Benji needs to do something soon, and he's got to help out his teammate there. Not able to connect on any bullets, but he's just checking so many angles. You can tell that his headspace is very much still in the game, trying to value his life, but goes out for a bold challenge on Sways. Sways getting the better of him in that exchange. Now on board with Pips. I like, he seems to be very calm about, okay, boys, they're over here. We've got plenty of kills to play with. We're just going to wait for those picks. Don't get too overly aggressive. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I love this work by him and Sways. He's up to 19 kills now and almost gets the last one. I think it was, I'm not sure actually who picked up that last one, but they will take the win there, Divine Mind. Another big statement win. And look, the slaying power of Sways, along with, I think, the support coming through from Pips across the board has really been the story of this game and this series, Luke. And Pips comes in and fits straight in. It looks like a really dominant performance.
Yeah, it really does seem like all the question marks have been answered for us here about this Divine Mind squad, about, you know, how they're going to fit together. Are they going to look clean? Is this going to be a tight series? And I think they kind of proved to us, no, this is going to be a relatively straightforward series for the guys of Divine Mind. Final Form, it really does feel like that, you know, maybe might be a few more of those kinks, a few more of those bumps in the road, you know, going up against a team like Divine Mind, who they have so much experience across all of their players, you know, whether it be international or even domestically. They've got champions on their roster. They've got full international talent. Plasma's the only real one who hasn't been able to, you know, carry a title just yet, but these guys have been able to do so much work throughout the entirety of Halo Infinite that it just goes to show that experience is key, and it seems like they fit it together perfectly like a puzzle. And you know, I'm not calling Final Form, you know, done just yet. Oh, that's a little bit done dirty there by Mr. Sways. But either way, I really do feel like that Final Form are going to make a really good elimination run. But Justin, after what we've seen here from Divine Mind, boy, am I excited to see what the Chiefs and Divine Mind series is going to look like.
Yeah, and even when they had a clear advantage, highlighted it right at the end of that game with Pips, they had a 10-kill lead. They only needed a couple more kills, and they didn't just charge because they can't lose. They were still playing like they were if it was, 49 to 49, making sure they were waiting for that first pick, that first start of aggression, broken shields, calling out a player, applying as much pressure as they can across map to help out their teammates. And, if they can play disciplined, fundamental Halo like that, then that's going to translate to good games against the other high-tier teams like Direwolves and the Chiefs.
Yeah, and I think just looking back at this series as a whole, Hoots, it really just goes to show that I really did feel like Divine Mind room controlled the entirety of this series. 250 to 13. That there's no other way to shake it. That's a stomping. That's a shellacking right there. And going into Catalyst Slayer, yeah, it might be a little bit closer, but I feel like a lot of these Slayers are going to be relatively close, especially when we're looking across all the 8 players that we have in this server. I don't think there ever is going to be a series where any of these Slayers are going to be complete blowouts, but when we have a look at, game modes like Strongholds, like King of the Hill, these kind of very team-based orientated kind of game modes, that's where you really are able to get the tail of the series. And I think this just goes to show that Divine Mind, they come in with a new roster, but it seems like they're back to their old ways of potentially being a top 2 here.
Man, how good is it being Divine Mind and Pips comes in and is I sound like a broken record, but is the leading damage player again on map 2, 4,698 damage, leading all comers. So he just slots in, and straight away you just know that he's going to be there providing unreal support and being a real anchor for the team from the get-go. It's a pretty seamless fit, and it looks like it's paying off for them really well.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see what the next couple of series are going to look like, right?
Yeah.
About how they're going to look, as you said, Justin, against Direwolves, against the Chiefs. We haven't seen either of those two teams for today. We'll get a little bit of a sneak peek of them a little bit later on, I'm sure of it. But I feel like, when we're looking towards this like winners final, grand final, even some of these semi-finals, if we get them on the same side of the bracket, like it is going to be a very intense fight for us. And I think if we see teams like the Direwolves step up like they did last week, I feel like maybe Fatigue really did falter them last week to not take out Pro Series number 5. I think this could be a really tight contest, especially when we get to things like the best of 5s.
Yeah, and I don't think we've seen the last of Final Form. It's just like, Freezer didn't die on Namek, folks. He's still got one form left, so they'll be back. And you know what? It's early on in the night. It's winter here in Australia, so it's a little bit cold. Even my fingers are a little bit sore and stiff. And Final Form, I think they'll be back, so expect a run from them, and they'll be back throughout the entirety of the rest of the season. So excited to see what they can do. But Divine Mind, they're hot out of the gate, and I think their eyes are just on that first place finish. They're just like, here's our first matchup, boys. Just let's get it done. Efficient, tight win.
Yeah.
No silly mistakes, because we've got to be prepared for the Chiefs later on.
Yeah, exactly. And, we're talking about this series being extremely tight, but it seems like it turned out to be a bit of a shellacking here on the main stage. So, lads, we've got our winner on the line. Let's bring in Rated. Let's have a chat to him from Divine Minds. Rated, mate, that was a pretty straightforward victory from you guys, to say it lightly there, going up against Final Form. We thought that one was going to be a little bit tighter. I guess coming into this with a brand new roster, does this feel like this is a top 4 squad to be able to, take away Chiefs from their dynasty of winning every tournament so far?
Yeah, 100%. There's been roster mania going on for weeks on end now. But yeah, like the boys we have on the squad now for Divine Mind, I'm really confident in them. I think we'll do really well. So,
hey, Ray, how did the roster changes play out from your point of view? I mean, how did these moves come about? Was it people getting dropped? Was it people quitting? Maybe just speaking about like Pips specifically joining. How did that come about?
Yeah, so basically, Pips did get dropped on a team decision. So then Beeston was asked to join Chiefs. So he moved across to them, and then we felt like Pips was the best option for the squad. And then Plasma has been doing work on Demons for a while, so obviously we lost 2 players, so Pips and Plasma were our best options at the time, and that's pretty much how it come about. There's just normal ANZ stuff.
Yeah, Hoots really put you on the spot there, didn't you, with that spicy question. I got something a little bit simpler. You've just formed your team. You're just starting the scrim. How are the boys feeling in scrims? You're gelling together nicely. Things is going as well as you hoped?
Yeah, 100%. I've always been on rosters that like to play really fast. But with us, we sort of take our time, and yeah, like I feel like we're just very solid players. Like we know how to play our lives, and yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is just the best roster we could come up with, to be honest. So yeah.
I think, from what we've seen from you guys so far, this is going to be an interesting tale for the entire of this Pro Series number 6. I'm excited to see what the series is going to look like between you guys and the Chiefs a little bit later on. Hopefully that's going to be a lot earlier than what we are expecting here in the Grand Finals. My last question for you, Raider, before we do let you go. You touched on the fact that, Plasma was tearing up on teams like the Demons. It seems like all those players have been able to make their way onto these top tier rosters. Do you feel like, the fact that Halo Infinite has been, so small and early on here in, 2022, that these new players coming over from these other games are able to shine when they come onto these big rosters with some of the old heads floating around?
Yeah, 100%. Like the new guys in the scene, they're doing really well. They're picking up the game quickly. In my opinion, this is one of the easiest Halos to learn that I've played. So I think that does have a big impact, coming from Halo 5, a lot more advanced. But yeah, it's good to see like players from other games and different communities and whatnot getting a part of Halo and doing well. So yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what you guys can do for the rest of today. I'm excited to see what the competition is going to shape up against you guys today as well. So congratulations, Rated, once again, and good luck for your next series.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Well done,
See you, mate.
Jeez, Hooters, mate, you wanna calm down there on the spice, buddy? Talking about the roster media straight away, just trying to get all the deep dark secrets from the
People
players.
want the info, mate. You got to ask the hard-hitting questions.
Hey, I respect it. I respect it. I mean, at the end of the day, or you can ask a question, and if they answer the way they want to answer, that's on them. That's a beautiful way to put it, Hoot. So, I do really appreciate the fact that, Raider was talking about some of these Demons players. It's not something that we really got to talk about all too much with this roster mania, but that was a roster when we were at the Super that really made waves. And I think all four of those players, it's evident right now that they're all on top 3 teams. The fact that all of those players have been able to do so much work coming over from other games, coming into Halo Infinite and making a splash. And now we're able to see players like Plasma come onto a team like Divine Mind, who, Justin, after what we saw, it certainly feels like this team is a top 2 team already.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And, they've had some roster shuffles and things like that. And that's just the nature of competitive video games, is that people like to jump around and go, oh, that player's performing pretty well. They'd look pretty good on my team. So that kind of thing, we're all used to it, right? And it does seem like they've managed to line themselves up with a pretty strong squad. And someone like Pips getting dropped, confirmed by Raider there, I think maybe a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, because initially Pips was on Divine Mind, went up to the Chiefs, and then in the shuffle, he's lost his spot. So I'm really hoping that, some of that top tier experience that he managed to get overseas with the Chiefs is going to translate into this new Divine Mind roster, and maybe bring those guys up a couple of notches and bring it to the Chiefs later on.
Yeah, I think just after what we've seen from Divine Mind, it really just gets me excited for the rest of today, because now we get to see where all these teams are going to stack up against each other. And Hoots, I think it's kind of perfect what you were saying about Pips being able to put up so much damage throughout this entirety of this series, and really kind of go to show that he is still one of these high tier calibers. And I'm excited to see what he can do and what the entirety of Divine Minds can do a little bit later on here in the Pro Series. But before we get towards that later on, we have to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. We've got one series under our belts. We've got more series ahead of us. So make sure you join us here for more HCS ANZ. Hello, Halo fans. Welcome back here to the greatest region in the universe. ANZ HCS Pro Series number 6 is well underway. Most of our series are done and dusted. We are still just waiting on the result of Direwolves versus X5. And I'm excited to see who's going to be going up against Divine Mind in that semi-finals because, Justin, that was a fast series coming in from Divine Mind and Final Form, let's be frank. And we saw a lot of good stuff coming out of Divine Mind. Final Form, they're playing up against one of the best teams that we have here in ANZ. So it is kind of, one of those things where if they don't come out of the gates firing, then it might look a little bit more one-sided than it really should be. But those guys dropping down in the elimination bracket, I'm sure we're going to see them in the top 4.
Yeah, listen, I'm not shy about saying when teams are underperforming and when they're not. And I got to say, it just had roster mania. So, of course, you're going to have some teams that falter a little bit as they're trying to find their feet. And Final Form, as I said, they'll be back. But Divine Mind, you got to give them credit when credit is due. And they're already looking for that number 1 spot. And they're playing really well. And we're just going to see if they can maintain that discipline throughout the rest of the tournament and take out the number 1 spot.
Yeah, there certainly is a whole lot of teams they have to get through here to get the the Pro Series number 6 championship. But coming through the upper bracket or the winners bracket, whoever they're going to face, potentially in that winners final or even in the semi-finals is still going to be a test for Divine Mind. And I think it is going to be a tale that we're going to see develop throughout the entirety of today about who's going to come up and who's going to fall down into that elimination bracket. So let's jump into our next series, like Digital Nation and the Chiefs. Hoots, this is the first time we get to see the Chiefs here on the main stage. But before that, let's start talking about Digital Nation, a team that came in from Pro Series number 5. You might see some of these names and you might be able to recognize a few of them. This is the old kind of Rice squad that has been floating around. We've got some big hitters on this squad as well, but it is still going to be a test for them to try and come out on top of the Chiefs.
Yeah, I heard the boys on the stream last week raving about the logo they've got here. It's nice and simple, but we like it. It's nice and patriotic. But you're right, there are some names that we sort of have become more familiar with as the HCS has gone on this year. Tech's the one that I always keep my eye on. He's been really impressive in some of the series that we've had him on broadcast before. The third place finish, obviously, I guess, has a bit of an asterisk on it, given the teams that were missing last week. But, they're a group who are pretty seasoned now. So they've been playing this game for quite a while. They're grinding all the time off tournament, on their own streams. And it's going to be a big challenge going up against the Chiefs. But like we said before, this is a new Chiefs roster who haven't had a huge amount of time to be playing together and gelling together. So if there's a time to take them down, there's no better time than now.
Yeah, exactly. And before we start moving on to the Chiefs, I just want to throw a little bit of shade. Everybody loved that logo, but to me, it reminds me of ISP. It looks like an internet service provider. Looking at that
or
stuff.
like a government body
the original
or
IBM logo, maybe.
It looks like something like that. It's simple, it's cool, but it just makes me think like I need to get a new internet service provider. But either way, let's talk about the Chiefs. This is a logo that I have known and loved for a long time here in Esports and even a long time here in Halo Infinite. These guys have won every single tournament. I don't have the map stats that we had from the Super. I believe they were like 115 to 9 or something wonky like that. But that was when they had Barcode on the roster. Now, this is the brand new Chiefs roster, Justin. And the question mark for us, are they going to make this series look as convincing as what Divine Mind did in their previous?
There is still so much firepower on this roster. Beast and Slays, Madzi and Berserk, and I feel like sometimes Madzi was overshadowed by Barcode a little bit, but the Shark, he can bite. He takes one bite out of that sandwich and it's almost all gone. You got to watch out for him. And Berserk, I feel like he had a pretty rough start to Halo Infinite. I know behind the scenes some of the roster changes didn't go the way that he really wanted to, but now he's arguably on the top squad. I would probably still put my eggs in the Chiefs basket in that respect, and now he's got the platform to prove that he's one of the best players in the region. So I'd expect some big things from Berserk, but now you have Beaston as well finding his way all the way up onto the arguably the number 1 squad at this point in time, and it'll be interesting to see how things play out and if Chiefs can be just as dominant without Barcode in the picture.
Exactly. I'm going to hold off my reservations about calling number 1 seed about whose jersey I'm going to wear to DreamHack Melbourne until we see these two squads go up against each other.
You were calling us out on fence sitting before, and all of a sudden,
if the Chiefs or Divine Mind want to send me a jersey, that's up to them, lads. We've got some maps to get away from this, so I can send my address out to whoever wants to reach out to me at FlukeHoles on Twitter. Either way, we have a best of 3 to talk about here. Digital Nation versus the Chiefs. We're going to start out on Oddball Streets in previous, Chiefs were a very, very dominant team on these very team-orientated game modes, right, Hoots? But changing that up a little bit, you know, they've got Berserk and Beeson that are coming into this. The question mark for me is who's really going to be the leader for them? Do they have the same kind of roles as what they did in the previous Chiefs role? So, you know, we talked about the nicknames that these Chiefs players were giving each other. Players like Pips, the Milkman, constantly milking the oddball. Do they have another milkman, or is it just going to be somebody else? Do you have to try and order it online? Like who's really going to be able to fill in those roles? And I think this is a perfect time for Digital Nation to start to shoot some holes in the Chiefs and see if they're able to get a map, get a bit more extra experience, or maybe even take down.
Usually the milkman's for someone who always delivers. I think, you know, the milkman, the midwife, they often say as well, always delivers. So yeah, new nicknames, new players, new roster. It's going to be great, but you're right. You know, these new players they have brought on, we know they're really big slayers. So how does that then translate to when we have these objective games? I guess Barcode was probably a prime slayer as well, so he wasn't doing too much of the objective work a lot of the time. But, you know, it does change the dynamic a little bit. So we move on to this Oddball Streets game type. This is a game type that we have seen Chiefs really dominate in previous iterations, Justin. And we obviously do have those rockets spawning bottom middle at the start, so we do have a mad rush for them. But using this round-based system, obviously, you know, there's multiple times where players and teams are going to have to set up for these new weapon spawns at the start of each round. So like we did say just before, you know, Digital Nation, they do have a chance to really come in and make a bit of a statement here. And we know that Rice is a player that we've seen on stream, on interviews a lot. He loves to talk a bit of trash, and so I'm sure he'll be hyping the boys up, really trying to get them ready to cause a bit of an upset here.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all you need. It's like each gun does the same amount of damage. You all have the same amount of health. You're playing exactly the same game. It's even starts, and it's kind of, you know what, the Chiefs boys can bleed. And once you prove that you can outgun these guys and take maps of them, that can give you the confidence you need to take it to them. But jumping on board with Reese off the bat here, he does go down those cross map shots, and Berserk scooping that oddball up and already putting some points onto the board, moving across the map. He's got Madsy there to help him out a little bit. Not sure where those rockets ended up, Hoots. They might just be sitting down the bottom of the map. I didn't see anyone shoot any off.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they went yet, but I like the setup here. Holding up around PD, Madsy just running around there, causing a bit of a nuisance as well. And look, we see Beaston starting to move in, protecting this oddball, holding that Stalker rifle. And we did see, actually, in the patch, well, they weren't in the patch notes, but something people have found is that the Stalker rifle actually now on controller has a little bit more auto aim than it did in previous seasons. So it's going to be interesting to see if players do opt to pick that up a little bit more than normal. At close range now, it can be quite a bit more effective. So something to keep an eye out on. We do have Bandit here just trying to hold alive in PD. He knows that the Chiefs are starting to swarm around him a little bit more. 2 down for Digital Nation again. They managed to eke a little bit of ball time out and try and move it away over to the tram, but we see Slay's getting really aggressive there with the thruster, just getting straight back into the fray. And 2 down still for Digital Nation. Chiefs starting to move this ball around. Looks like they are wanting to hold it over on this PD side as opposed to tram, and I guess it's a smart move given that Digital Nation are spawning over there consistently.
I like this discipline of the players there, right? The furthest person up on the map throws the oddball back and instantly turns around to apply some pressure. Oh no, that's a bit unfortunate. I was saying so many nice things about them, Hoots, and he just drops a grenade at his feet. Unfortunate for him. Now back on board with Reese, and his shields are flashing, but they get fully charged back up. Spanker Rifle going to spawn in about 10 seconds, and I'm going to see a mad shuffle to grabbing onto that. 2 players from the Chiefs taking him down, the assist medal coming in. Scoreline is basically even at this point, Hoots. You can't split them either way, but Beaston a little bit early going for that rockets. Does go down. Berserk trying to stay alive. He falls as well. 1 rocket out of the tube from Madsy. The Shark with the double there if he gets it, and he does. That oddball on the ground, ready to get scooped up, and look at that. Madsy doing all the work, gets the rocket, couple of kills, and now he's got the oddball.
So Madsy just really playing that aggressive role that we love to see him do, just getting right into the thick of it with the rockets, and then goes and picks up the ball himself and starts to bring it through. So see this push coming through, moving back into PD or holding around the tower here, and the setup is pretty strong. You got Beaston working well there with Madsy. He drops Bandit after Beaston doing a lot of work getting those shields down low, and that's just really great objective play. So important in oddball to know when to drop, know when to hold. Look at him, Madsy just focusing over on that arcade side. It looks like Digital Nation are still spawning back tram, so he's going to get those shots tagged and start to drop back a little bit. But look at the setup here, Justin. You got Berserk sitting up here on PD ledge, just not even really allowing Digital Nation to get any pushes. We see a nice drop there on Bandit. Rice is taken down as well. Double kill there for Berserk, and they're really starting to put a bit of distance between themselves and Digital Nation now. 61-4. 2 down for Chiefs momentarily there, but they are still holding the ball. So even though they had 2 down, look at the numbers still surrounding the ball. They're getting the good spawns, being able to stay around PD. And even with this Bulldog, we do have Tech able to get a drop there on Slaves. So they're going to have to use this as an opportunity to try and get in. But the setup still is looking relatively decent for Chiefs because they're just managing to get players back in the fray and not really get set up too quickly. This Bulldog is providing a bit of a difference, Justin.
It is. Tech doing a lot of work right now, just holding down this side of the map. He's only got 4 more slugs in the tube to put some damage down, switching to the BR momentarily there. And he really just scouting, sniffing around on this side of the map. But now they're putting some points onto their board for the red team, Digital Nation. Now Tech, he was holding down that side of the map, and now he can freely rotate across. And he's ball carrier now. A couple of kills in the kill feed for the Chiefs. They come in, smelling the blood. They go down. You know, a few tidy little points there for Digital Nation. So they're not out of this just yet. But Chiefs, they look pretty comfortable, Hoots. They're not playing too manically. They're not dominating too much. They seem to just be playing their game.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the run was there to not keep going through to Tram. Potentially there was a player we couldn't see on the display there that was going to put a stop to that run, but instead sort of faltered, decided to go back towards PD, and that just wasn't really the play right there because as we could see, I guess, with all the players being lit up through the walls here, the Chiefs were relatively well set up there, so they put a stop to that straight away, managed to pick up the ball. Only 10 seconds left now. Madzi putting in work there with the commando double, pushing out for the triple. Look at the aggression, Justin, going in for it. Only 10 seconds remaining, and Madzi's just running an absolute tear right now. 15 kills and only 4 deaths, but not just that, Justin. He's racked up over 50 seconds of ball time, and he's going to pick up this first round. Madzi being the real difference maker in that opening game. I love the aggression, and geez, Justin, that's a big win to start off with Madzi putting up numbers like that on both objective and on kills.
Yeah, it was pretty bold, but he didn't challenge the triple, and the overkill was there. So I'm disappointed for those viewing at home. We want to see multi-kills. You got to challenge even when you're one shot. That's the rule. Hold forward, challenge everything. But now on board with Bandit, and he grabs himself an early kill there. That Oddball hasn't been scooped up yet, but Madzi with those rockets, 2 to play with, finding himself 1. Trigger discipline, and no, he does lose that rocket. Beeson getting the clean up there. Those rockets just sitting there. I think there's only 1 left in the tube there, Hoots, but that ball is just still sitting there waiting to be scooped up. And Beeson, he's got all the goodies. He's got the Stalker Rifle, he's got the Bulldog, and now he's got the Oddball. Bit of a greedy boy.
Halo Infinite Rockets continue to confuse us, I believe. Justin, I thought that was a kill for sure, but unfortunately not. Beeson just flicking there. We see in observer mode, probably just a little bit of a glitch there, but really flicking with that Stalker Rifle. He's unfortunately dropped in. Chiefs just with a little bit of a setup right now, trying for the first time to bring it over to Tram. It looks like Digital Nation are actually set up here though, so they might be able to get a little bit of a piece of this, although that is really relying on Bandit to stay alive. They are 2 down, and Seed turns just so quickly. Good win there from Bandit, managing to stay alive there, but he is dropped eventually, and just look at that. Beaston comes in, picks up the ball. So it seems every time Digital Nation might have a slight opportunity to get a setup, the Chiefs are just willing to throw numbers in, cause a ruckus, and really rely on their ability to outslay to be able to break any kind of setup they might have and get that ball. We're going to see Beeson. It looks like he wants to maybe get it out of Tram here. Nades are coming in, so he tosses it out, runs back. Smart move to stay like that. Might do a bit of damage to him there. I thought that Brute Nade was going to take him out himself, or the Spike Nade, sorry, but ends up being dropped anyway. So it looks like the move hasn't really been able to happen. It's still sitting here on the Tram steps, and a bit of a stalemate here, Justin. The ball not really moving. Chiefs up 14-0.
Yeah, it's I'm not sure what's going on. Is it the Chiefs not being as aggressive as they can be with control of the map, or is it Digital Nation just stepping up to the plate here to play because they're holding Chiefs at bay currently? Berserk just throwing grenades left, right, and center. Does cop a bullet to the head from Rice there, taking him down. Slays with the fresh rockets, 1 more to play with, doesn't connect on anything. And one thing I love, Hoots, it's a random rocket into a wall, not doing anything. Disappointing plays there, but Slays still applying that pressure, and sometimes that's what it's all about, Hoots, is just putting some damage down on the map, applying pressure, and getting the Jimmy's rustled on the other team.
Yeah, Madzi trying to step in and keep that aggression going there. The ball now starting to be rushed by Berserk, moving to Tramp. Smart move here. You can see across there, Digital Nation are spawning at Arcade and trying to make a move through PD there is tough. He's not going to be able to do anything there. The ball was dropped there by Berserk, I believe. It did make its way to the stairs, and Beaston's here just trying to keep the players off the ball here from Digital Nation so they can get it into Tramp. 2 down for Digital Nation. So they're going to be able to get into the Tram there and get a good chance at a setup using that Bulldog there to great effect, even at a distance, managing to keep them at bay. And now we look here, the spawns coming for Digital Nation over on Arcade side. And look at the setup here. We got Madzi up in that top window. They're putting shots on Arcade, not allowing them to come through here. They probably will start to make their way through Pizza, but when you got Beast in there with that Bulldog, hold this, putting shots, stopping them from getting across, and that ball's just laying pretty, protected by a wall of Chiefs players, although Digital Nation starting to make inroads here, dropping 2, but they'll be 2 down themselves as well, as we've spoken about before. Chiefs guys come in and just are able to basically put a stop to that, keep them off the ball while their teammates come in off spawn, start to move in and look for another setup here in Tramp.
It just took a moment while you're delivering your beautiful commentary to look at the kill feed, and Madzi's on 22 kills. Berserk's not too far behind. It's very clear that the Chiefs are outslaying Digital Nation pretty heavily, but they look comfortable, but they don't look dominant. Is that new team jitters where they're just not taking advantage of the opportunities that they're creating for themselves, or is Digital Nation just playing really well up against that pressure?
Digital Nation is definitely managing to stay in their face and not allow them to hold setups for too long, but then I think the Chiefs' ability to just be stronger slayers is starting to come through as well. I mean, look at the objective work across the bar for the Chiefs. Aside from Madzi out there really leading the way on 57, there is still pretty strong objective play coming across the board from all the players, so no one has that objective role specifically, it seems. Nice work by Rice there, managing to stay alive here.
We'll get it right one day.
Yeah, I know, one day. But, you know, yeah, it has been a bit of a messy one. I think Digital Nation, that's probably their best bet in this game, is trying to just keep things as messy as possible. But when you do have the slaying power of people like Madzi just running around being super aggressive, that's going to go a long way in helping them at least maintain a lead to try and keep this one out of reach for Digital Nation.
Yeah, and now on board with Madzi. He's making me sick, Hoots. I got a head spin watching him flicking his reticle around. Look, 10 cents player, and he's grabbed that ball, desperately trying to get away, not able to, but there bounced the ball down the steps there. Berserk getting a clean up onto Tech there, instantly looking over the battlefield, looking for that second player, but it does look like the pressure has come in. Berserk getting called out, but his teammates are there to help him out. Now he's flipped the script and applying a pressure straight back on them, and Berserk so aggressive. You know, he used his cover well, but then when it was time to apply the pins, he just did it.
I mean, you know, the Chiefs have this view that they are quite a level above Digital Nation, that they can make those kind of challenges. I think, you know, if we were seeing them playing at Divine Mind, you probably wouldn't see people challenging as much when they're one shot, but it seems like the aim of the game is just pure aggression across the board from this one. I mean, look at this Beaston, still no shields, and he's happy to keep pushing out, knowing he's got his teammate there in Madzi to help with the assist. 3 down for Digital Nation. They did manage to come back quite a fair bit, actually. They're only down by a bit over 10 points in this round, but, you know, Chiefs still really just getting out and in their faces. A setup here around PD. Rockets are going to be dropped. I think that's the last one there from Rice, so he manages to pick out a trade. So a bit of chaos everywhere, really. 3 down for both teams momentarily there. But, you know, they're still definitely alive in this one, Digital Nation. They just need to make sure that time is a bit against them. 25 seconds left on the clock. They need to start holding this ball to stop that timer going down and really get some strong, you know, runs on the board here. Bandit's probably going to need to start making a play on this ball. He can't afford to just be sitting off it and holding the Chiefs players off. And with 3 dead, I think you should probably see the Chiefs opt to drop the ball here. You do see that 10 seconds left, so they're just going to let this time milk out. They'll take the win in this second round just with only 5 seconds left, and the Chiefs will take game 1, 2 rounds to nothing in Oddball. So a nice victory at the start, but Digital Nation really did start to come back in the last round there in that game, Justin.
Yeah, and listen, if this was the Chiefs of old that have been so dominant, you'd just say, Chiefs not really playing to the best of their ability, but with all this roster changes and things like that in Digital Nation, they did really well last week, and they have something to prove. I know that they've been putting in the time, they've got a brand new organization, that kind of thing, so they're taking things pretty serious. So, you know, credit to them to be able to keep up with the Chiefs in that second round, and it really did just go down to the clock. They had a pretty strong comeback at the tail end of that game. And, you know, if there was another minute on the clock, you might have seen Digital Nation be able to take a round of that Oddball and potentially the game. But now we're just looking at some of the stats here going through. And Madzi was a player that we need to highlight. He's putting up big numbers, and he did before when they had Barcode on the squad. But now that you don't have, you know, Barcode standing at the tippy top of the mountain, there's now room for Madzi the Shark to be king of the hill.
Yeah, and he's absolutely done that. Yeah, there you see he was putting the most damage out of any player on the map, and that's no surprise with the kind of just forceful aggression that he was displaying throughout that game. We can see here, you know, one shot and still just straight away pushes out. Probably wouldn't even have known that player wasn't looking at him anymore, but just said, nah, I'm going to push out here. I'll put another shot or two on them. I might get dropped myself, but I know my teammates are going to be there to clean that up. So that was really the tale of tape. This was the rocket that made no sense to me. I don't know how that isn't a kill with the splash damage there.
Outplayed.
Yeah, purely outplayed. That's exactly what it was. But, you know, he just, I really like seeing that he's taking that role that Barcode used to have of just being pushing and non-stop. And that went a long way into securing that victory for the Chiefs. But we also spoke as well before about how much objective work he was putting in at the same time. So, you know, a really well-rounded performance from him across the board. Really impressive to be putting up those kind of damage numbers, knowing that he was holding the ball for as long as he did as well.
Yeah, and just maybe a preview into what we're going to see from the Chiefs with the rest of the tournament going forward. But Digital Nation, they did pretty well, I think. They surprised me, and they've stepped up to the plate and certainly took it to one of the best teams, well, one of the best lineups in ANZ at the moment. So I'm excited to see what they can do in this next map as we're moving into it, Hoots. And, you know, I don't want to get too bold with my predictions, but I think the Digital Nation guys, if they can come out of the gates kind of hot, you know, Chiefs, they seem a little bit flat, not as aggressive and fast moving like they have been in the past. And Digital Nation, if their confidence is high and they can get some momentum going, then they might be able to challenge these guys.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see really, from what I could see on the score, but I don't think we really saw any Digital Nation players going insanely negative. I don't really think any went positive, but I think most from looking at that board quickly, they're about -3, -4. So, you know, they were holding it for the most part in terms of the Slayers. Like we said, it was a pretty chaotic game, and I think Chiefs wanted it to be that way through just the relentless challenging they were doing. So we do move next on to Slayer on Live Fire, a map where we have seen teams really start to set up power positions. You know, we have a lot of power weapons in play, the OS, the snipe especially. So, you know, it's a bit of a different scenario here. But, you know, Digital Nation just need to try and keep it together. Specifically, I like towards the end of that Oddball game, we saw them moving as a team a lot more. They were really willing to stack 2 or 3 and push down pizza towards train, push up through arcade as 2 or 3. So often, you know, when things get a bit hectic, you're starting to lose, you can try and do things yourself and you forget how important team play is to Halo. So if we can get them back in that mindset of playing together as a team, rolling in pairs of 2 at a minimum, then, you know, they've got as good a chance as any to really do a bit of damage on the scoreboard in this one.
Yeah, and as I said at the start of the game is that, you know, everyone bleeds. So as long as you can work together with your boys to grab some picks, create some opportunities for yourselves and start taking some maps, you can be winning games too. But we are moving into game 2 and Slayer on Live Fire. First to 50 slays with that trusty BR off the rip, in hand, ready to go. And Chiefs, they slayed Digital Nation pretty heavily in that first game. Standouts being Madzi there, almost dropping that 30 bomb, just 1 kill short. So Digital Nation, if they can clean up and value their lives a little bit more, I think that they can rise to the challenge. But we'll have to see how things play out, Hoots.
Getting a beautiful view of these pillars down here in mud. Everything's looking great. Beautiful textures that we're seeing here, Justin. We are just loading in, obviously, for those joining us internationally. You know, Australian internet isn't as great as it is in other parts of the world.
You did highlight the grass. It's very lovely and green
as well. Our games do take a little bit longer to get into, but we are starting off, why not, with Madzi starting to make a move here on the heat wave down below. We are seeing a 3-stack rush to Overshield from Digital Nation. Obviously, that doesn't actually spawn for the first 30 seconds of the game. A nice stick right on the tip of the rifle there from Madzi, picking up that kill there. He does go down, but the setup here for Chiefs looks like they are set up around this overshield a little bit better, with Digital Nation spawning over towards the tower and nest area. So Snipe now in the hands of Berserk. He's going to start to push up here and try and provide some cover fire while this OS comes up. It has just popped. I did see someone from Chiefs making a move on that. I'm not exactly sure who it was. I believe it's Beaston, so I think he's got that in his back pocket and might be putting that in soon. But with Sniper and OS in the hands of Chief at the start, a 1-kill lead. Let's see what kind of damage they can do from here, Justin.
Yeah, and I love the different play styles. Like we saw earlier tonight that Sways, he stuck to the outskirts of the map and just used his positions to apply pressure up. But nah, Berserk, he got it and just straight up in the face with the sniper rifle. He's just using it like a shotgun. But now we're with Beeson with that heat wave, applying some shots down in a little bit of a trouble. The assist comes in, turns around, almost survives that encounter. I think that's a triple kill for Slays in the kill feed down there. Overkill for him. Not on screen, unfortunately, but I got it on camera, and at least we got a tasty no-scope from Berserk there, Hoots.
We'll hope we can get that in the replay package, that overkill, if our observers manage to capture it, but that's a pretty strong start. No surprise, Slays is out to 8 kills already. A 7-kill lead now for the Chiefs, so we see once they get that overshield in hand, combined with Snipe and the heatwave, good things start to happen. They've just had full control of the power weapons and power-ups so far at the start here, and they make such a difference. And look, they're already starting to get established for this overshield. I'm sure they will start to run around a little bit more just to keep them on their toes. But the heatwave, Justin, we've seen it be just so dominant in the first 2 maps on live fire that we have had on this broadcast. Overshield popping in 5 seconds. Slays is going to be pretty much uncontested picking that up. Interesting to see if he actually pops it in straight away. He'll move up the sneaky here. This is probably a good time to put it in. Perfect work there. Just even getting those few extra seconds of OS for when he starts to engage, super handy. But just look, he can charge straight in here knowing that they've already dropped 2 players. It's probably going to be a 2-on-1 at a minimum, and just running in there. This overshield's still got a lot of time left on it. He's just going to be running in, getting in as much of a ruckus as he can. Probably going to get the back smack on Rice here, which he does. No one's even really been able to hit him yet. That OS is purely just drained itself.
Killing
frenzy for Slays. He's 14-3, Justin. 15-kill lead so far for the Chiefs. I don't know, they might have heard us saying that Digital Nation were doing an all right job of staying in this, because they're wanting to put this one to bed ASAP. They're just moving so frantically.
Yeah, you thought that Madzi the Shark was the apex predator, but we've got Slays the Orca just moving through and taking plays down. He's already on 15 kills. What an absolute monster. 31-13 currently. The Slays has got more just as many kills as all his Digital Nation. And how did he survive that one, Hoots? He should be dead to rights. There he goes. He's getting a little bit ambushed. He was almost teasing him a little bit there, Hoots, wasn't he? It was like, I dare you to put me in the respawn.
I was saying, come on, be a showboat. You had the frenzy. I think he was 1 or 2 off, like, you know, still going, and he decides to push out. I mean, you know, be a showboat, let the shields come back and push in a little bit more, but they just want to shut this one out. They saw how late our tournament went last week. They just want to put this one to bed ASAP. Get a nice early I don't know what happened there. Madzi, I think combination of a nade and a BR shot took him out there. So nice work to take Madzi down, but God, when you got Slays going off on a run like this, it's just going to be hard for Digital Nation to be able to pull this one back. Chiefs out to a 3-kill lead. We do have Tech going positive, but apart from that, his teammates do seem to really be struggling. Rice, I like the work here, getting nice and down and dirty. Madzi takes him down, and Tech still with this repulsor, managing to just stay alive. And great work using the pillars for cover. Justin unfortunately misses that last kill, and just that would have been perfect play there, but just couldn't finish it off. Why not jump back on board with Slays? He's running around like a madman, holding around this tower area, and just, I think, missed the call out slightly. I think there's a player right behind him, and it's an OS player. Gets the double repulsor.
He's in a little bit of trouble now.
And just trying to stay alive. I mean, that was always going to be a hard task for him.
Yeah, he's there's just so much confidence there. He was just moving through the map freely. But, I mean, the scoreline was bleeding out to almost 20 kills, and it does look like Digital Nation have started to claw things back a little bit. Only 9 kills the difference. That's only a couple of rounds of Slays. And
yeah.
As we saw with Slays, he got that overkill and that momentum just so strong with that killing frenzy. But now they're starting to bring things back a little bit. And look at that mouse and key just flick around from Reese right there. And he's trying to find some players. Doesn't manage to send Berserk over the edge, ending his life. And now Berserk with that heat wave in his back pocket. We'll have to see if he can utilize that. But slow down a little bit, Digital Nation. And it seems like they're not getting up in their faces, and they're valuing their lives a little bit, because they can't afford to give up too many kills 42-31 the scoreline for those playing at home. They just seem to be trading out kills at the moment. And Berserk just practicing some of his trick jumps here, holding down this part of the map. And there's Slays with another triple kill. Overkill wasn't there this time, and the observers in production doing their best to grab that multi-kill. We appreciate them so much. Slays going in, coming in like a wrecking ball. Double kill and another killing spree for him. Triples there if he wants it, but that player is keeping their head down. They don't want to be part of the highlight reel, but they fall anyway.
Well, Slays just needs one more to be half his team's score, and he's pushing in like a madman for it. I really want to see him get it. They only need 2 more kills, the Chiefs. Look at Slays. Look at the aggression. He manages to get it. Repulsion to finish off. Give me the double. Oh, it's a kill assist. Absolute letdown. But 25...
Yeah, disappointing performance from Slays.
Slays just, no good, unfortunately.
Just pull your head in, mate.
Pull your head in, Slays. But 25 and 8, Justin, to wrap the series up. Luke, I don't think you can ask for a more dominant performance there. We had Madsy in game 1, Slays in game 2. I think Barcode's left his shoes on the porch, and they both have 1 foot in each, trying to fill them as best they can. They've done a bloody good job.
I was going to say Bar who?
Yeah, exactly.
And it seems like the Chiefs lads have not missed Barcode here. I'm sure that, trying to fill a void that is Barcode is going to be hard in and of itself, but these Chiefs lads seems like they have not missed a beat. And I think coming into this series, we were expecting this to be a little one-sided, and I think the Chiefs showed us that it was. Every single time that we talk about these Slayers, I feel like it is going to be few and far between that we're going to see a lot of these Slayers really blow out. If we see many stakes come into a Slayer, then that's when you really do see that these teams are on different levels. But Digital Nation did show us that they were able to, at least play with the big boys to a certain extent. Playing up against the Chiefs is hard in and of itself, especially when Slays hits literally half the kills that you need in a Slayer. But when you have a team like Digital Nation who comes off a little bit of form coming in from last week, going up against a team who has this legacy about them. Mind you, Madsy and Slays have been 2 of the players that have won every single Halo Infinite tournament that we've had so far, right? Like, these guys have been able to be a part of so much of the dynasty that is the Chiefs, that coming into any more of these tournaments that I feel like outside of the lands where you can try and get in their heads and do some of that kind of stuff, these guys are going to be so cool, calm, and collected about every single series they go into that it's going to be very, very hard to shake them. But I still feel like Digital Nation did put up a relatively good fight, but the Chiefs come into this, they look hot, and Justin, just get me this Divine Mind versus Chiefs series now, please.
Yeah, we've just got to, and something I haven't talked about too much is that for Divine Minds and the Chiefs, their eyes are still set on North America, and they're just kind of going through the motions, using this as practice, and they're just knocking out these teams, and they want to get to the big boys overseas. So it's no surprise that they're performing so well, and they're confident, but we'll have to see if this Chiefs roster can perform just as well as the old one did when it comes to going over and playing in the international scene. But pretty dominating start from them, 2-0 in the Oddball, and then 50-36. Digital Nation doing their best to hold on there, but Slays just a little bit too good.
Yeah, just a little bit too clean today, and I think this really just goes to show that the form that these guys are in. And it seems like the Chiefs and Divine Mind are both extremely hungry to make this tournament their own, right? Hoots, we talked about roster mania. They've got different names across both of these rosters. Maybe a few question marks for some people out in the community, but I think right now, from what we've seen from both of them, you certainly got to be expecting both these two teams to be our top 2. And now the question is, who's going to be number 1? And has the bar been risen? With the fact that a lot of these names have divided themselves between both these two rosters, has the bar now gone up for us here in ANZ?
And I love, well, yeah, absolutely. But more competition breeds better teams. And so now that teams know that there isn't, the number 1 spot is back up for grabs, we're going to see that drive for teams to do better and better. And I think what's exciting as well is, Divine Mind, when we're watching them in Series 1, it was Pips and Sways were, both really leading the way. And then we just had here for Chiefs, it was probably, Madsy and
Slides.
Yeah, exactly. And so, it just shows that, the teams aren't relying on one player in particular. When one team member needs to step up, they do, and that can be interchangeable. So that's something that's really exciting as well for these teams, that they know they're not just being carried by one person. It really is a team effort.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of interesting you talk about that, right? Because Justin did touch on it, right? in the old times where we had Barcode, in this roster, he was certainly the guy that everyone was gravitating towards. But you look across this roster, Slays and Madzi still were up there in most of the games, right? We even saw some games where Madzi was even evening, being on top of or equaling Barcode in some of those big pop-off games. So I feel like now that Barcode has left, maybe he has been let off the chain a little bit, right? Like instead of him being the one that is calling a lot of things out for Barcode, maybe people are doing the same thing for him now. Now it is more kind of the Madzi show when we go into this, and then who knows, we could just have, Madzi become, even better than Barcode. Who knows? There's all these hypotheticals that I like throwing out here on the desk, but Justin, from what we've seen from the Chiefs, it just gets me excited because I was really I had a big question mark on both these rosters about whether or not we're going to see the same level, lower, above of what we previously saw out of both of them. But I think now from what we've seen, I'm excited to just see them go again.
Yeah, I mean, they lose Barcode, but as I said, the game plan for them is the same. It's not like, Barcode's left, so we're going to give up and, hang up the sticks, boys. It's time to go home. Nah, their game plan is still the same. They've got long-term plans to probably win Melbourne, go over to Orlando, grab themselves a world spot, and then prove themselves on the world stage after, a more mature Halo Infinite, no more scrappiness of the start of the launch of the game. It's kind of, it's time to step up and show everybody what you can do with some real practice and time underneath your belt. So it will be very interesting to say, and I'm just as excited as you are to see how things play out. But Divine Mind, they impressed early on in the night, and we're just going to see what happens when David meets Goliath.
Yeah, it's going to be a really cool couple of finals that we've got ahead of us. But let's go and have a look at this bracket, lads, to see where we're sitting here at this point in the night. We've had 2 series here on stream, and that means the Chiefs are already in the winners' final. So they are 1 series victory away from getting themselves into a grand final and not have to reset to win Pro Series number 6. Direwolves and Divine Mind hasn't had a result just yet. I'm excited to see if that goes to 3 or if that is, a Direwolves victory. We don't really know what kind of Direwolves we're going to get today. Not what kind of Direwolves we're going to get, how they stack up against Divine Mind, because we've already seen Divine Mind here on the main stage. We haven't seen Direwolves today, so I would have loved to have been able to watch all of these semi-finals just so we can have a really good barometer about where everyone is going. But whoever comes out on top of that, I think is going to put up a really big fight against the Chiefs. I'm excited to see how that does pan out. But I mean, 2-0s across the board, Hoots, probably not all too crazy for us to think. I think maybe that X5 versus Direwolves going 2-1 was a bit of a surprise for me.
Yeah, I think, we typically do wait until the semis at least to start to get those matches that are a bit more hotly contested, just the way sort of the teams are set up here in terms of skill level. So, yeah, like you said, not too unsurprising, but, this Direwolves Divine Mind, like you said, we are still waiting for that. But, it is hard to go past just looking there and seeing, is it going to be a potential Divine Mind v Chiefs winners finals and how the hell that's going to stack up, because I don't think any of us have any idea.
I don't think anybody's going to be able to call it. So let's look at this elimination bracket and see where we're sitting. Final Form and X5. That's elimination round 1, by the way, lads. Obviously, we saw Final Form go up against Divine Mind. Bit of a rough start for them, but I'm sure they're going to be able to bounce back and have a pretty big run. Going up against potentially Digital Nation, if they win that, I probably would say they're pretty favored to at least get themselves a top 4. So hopefully we'll be able to see them in Pro Series number 7. But on the other side of things, Justin, this is where we're looking at this Bandits versus Divine Chiefs. We saw Bandits last week. They're able to impress us a little bit. Haven't seen Divine Chiefs yet, so we don't really know what kind of form these guys are in, whether or not they're going to come in as favorites, underdogs, who really knows. But the way you got to look at it, whoever wins that elimination round 1 has to go up against either the Direwolves or Divine Mind. So that's going to be a rough test for either one of those 2 teams if they come out on top.
Hey, listen, that's just the way the cookie crumbles, and you got to be ready for that strong competition when it comes your way. And nothing creates diamonds like a bit of pressure. So being down in the elimination bracket, last chance to make your impact in this tournament. It would be very good to see X5 taking a map off Direwolves there, but Final Form, they've got some stuff to prove too. So you've got a couple of heavily contested squads there that have their eyes set on a podium finish. So I would love to see how that game pans out. And I reckon it will be a tight one. I don't think we're going to see a 2-0 game out of those 2 squads.
Yeah, I would be interested to see what kind of map X5 did win, whether or not it was the Slayer. I don't want to take away from any teams that do win Slayer maps, but every single time we talk about them, it feels like they are much more even footing between a lot of these teams. And if an underdog does take a Slayer map, then hey, you're probably just going to chalk that up to they just had a hot map. You know, it's kind of things like that. Whereas if they're able to take something like a Stronghold or maybe an Oddball, even a King of the Hill, that's when you really start to throw questions out there and really try and figure out, is this X5 squad starting to make a challenge for the top 4? You know, do we have underdogs throughout Pro Series number 6? It's all questions that hopefully will get answered a little bit later on, Hoots, but I think the fact that this Pro Series number 6 is already heating up and we've had 2 series here on the main stage just goes to show that Pro Series number 7 and even beyond in towards the regional finals for DreamHack and the qualifiers, we've got some really tight competition for those couple of slots going into Orlando.
Yeah, I mean, the DreamHack one's the one we sort of is where all the focus is, right? Because we get rid of some of the jank that can come along with online tournaments and we get straight onto LAN. And you know, there is that added pressure, I guess, of performing in front of a crowd and also being able to perform when you can hear the opposing team taunting you in the face. I mean, you know, some of the LANs that I've casted at before have been pretty savage. And I remember hearing SnipeDown, I think it was on one of his streams, saying that the Australian teams are pretty much the only teams you'd never put on a listen in at a tournament because some of the stuff that comes out of their mouths is so incredibly heinous. So, you know, you got to be pretty headstrong at a LAN as well to be able to deal with that kind of stuff when it's coming at you, when you're down and out. And yeah, that's I think what everyone's waiting for. So obviously they've got to be practicing on their actual gameplay, but keep the trash talk practicing as well because that's something you definitely need in person.
Especially with the roar of the crowd as well. I
Yeah,
can imagine what it's going to be like if we see some no-scopes, some overkills, all that kind of jazz. Even if somebody gets ninja'd on stage, that is going to be absolutely rough for whoever's mental that is going to ruin. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a bit of an extended break here, about 10 minutes. We are still waiting on some results here so we can get in towards our next series. So make sure you join us in a couple of minutes here for more HCS ANZ Pro Series number 6.
double kill, killing spree as well. Overkill potential with the rock. And he gets it! No! Back!
This game type on this map. It's just 3 kills as Bohm gets caught off guard once again. That P3 push. Drug is there to pick up a double kill. Looking for the triple. Drug putting on a show.
He comes up against another killing spree here for Formal Snipe Droid. It's going to be challenging, so is Shady. Shady's going to... Oh my god. Do not challenge! Formal, do not challenge Formal!
Fastly approaching. Luckily, EU United were able to get away with the sword and grab the bad part. It's going to get the Cloud9, but finds one.
Right now, Soulstone does have the overshield, but can you get to the flag quick enough? Spartan struggling a little bit in terms of... Oh! I tell you what, this could be another read. 2 go down. 4 dead. Flag back home at Kansas City. And on the move. When you run it through Bulldog, you leave yourself so vulnerable to the other team pushing through the middle of the map.
Double kill. Boxing gaming of 1. Now, can he put this together?
It's a no! Killing spree from Lucid.
Over the tires. Has his sights out on Rocket. That's some beautiful business out of him. Picks up 2. Screaming, where are they? 3!
Not seeing any window spawners. Does find a busy right. Wait. Might have hit the body shot through the other player, then get the cleanup. In the meantime, all of Sentinels in C9s.
You can't stop him. You literally cannot stop him, my God. That's going to be a double kill. Who said he's just an IGL? The man's a slayer. A second player will fly in.
Royal 2 just taking full advantage of it.
There's a triple.
And some main stage energy for you. You love to see it. Royal 2, he came to play.
They recognize the players on their own. They will just jump on you, and that team shot is so difficult to play against. And Chick may be starting to heat up.
It's an overkill.
One of the best players in Europe right now, and that's exactly what Quadrant needed. Triple kill on the other side.
Mysterio's going to be... Excuse me, Monster going to be challenging. You don't challenge Super CC.
Eagle shot, but that's a headshot. Got a headshot as well, Frosty.
To fight up, he is the game changer. Goodness me, Spawn.
We all know Icy Penguin can be as kids.
Cloud9 jumping to B. Cloud9. Too little, too late. Sentinels. They're back.
The multi-time Halo World Champions are your champions at the HCS Major, Kansas City.
G'day Halo fans, welcome back here. ANZ HCS Pro Series number 6 is well underway here. We are still just waiting on a few results before we can get in towards our own series here. So lads are back here on the desk to talk all things Halo Infinite. For what we've seen so far here, lads, I really do feel like that we have a very, very strong top 4, right, Hoots? I feel like Divine Mind Chiefs certainly sitting themselves at the top, and from what we can see so far from Vamp's POV, is that the Direwolves are really starting to challenge the Divine Mind lads. So this top 4, considering what we saw from last week, that Final Four were able to get over the top of the Direwolves, that maybe this top 4 is a lot more hotly contested than people think.
I'm hard paying attention to you because I've got Vamp's stream up right now, and they're down 48-49 in game 2, and I think it's actually going to go to 49 all. So I think they actually lost. So Direwolves there have just gone down in game 2, 49-50. So I think that's actually a 2-0 for them in that series, if I'm correct. So
I think so.
Yeah, again, not great viewing, just watching me watching another stream, but we just were keeping a very close eye on that one. So they've gone down. They'll be dropped down now to the elimination bracket, but that should help us at least get a better idea of who's going to be staying in our upper bracket.
Yeah, exactly. It was a very, very tight race as well in that second map. So we do have the final couple of moments here. So just 46-48. It's a bit rough.
It's worth noting, we were watching this during the break, and this lead actually went back and forth. I think at one point they were down 7 kills around the mid-20s. They came back, they took about a 5-kill lead, and we were saying we'll end up going to this game 3 to watch the end here. But then you can see they managed to really just squander that lead towards the end. And yeah, this is sort of the final moments I was talking about as we were just watching before. And so I didn't actually have the other names. Who were they playing again?
Divine Mind.
Divine Mind, sorry, yeah, of course. So, yeah, there you go. So down 49-50. So a really pretty crushing defeat there. That map was so back and forth. But, you know, that's a really solid effort to be keeping that close with Divine Mind after having seen them, you know, in the opening series that we had. So whilst they will go down to the elimination bracket, standing, you know, toe-to-toe with them there like that, I think bodes quite well for how their run will go down there. And I reckon we'll see them go pretty deep into that elimination bracket and potentially earn themselves a spot back up in our finals towards the end of the night.
Exactly. That is a good showing, right, Justin? The fact that they're able to push that Slayer all the way towards 49-50 up against Divine Mind. And I'd imagine the first map probably would have been relatively close as well from what we just saw from the lads.
Yeah, I mean, when you have those 50-49 finishes, they're always exciting, no matter who's playing, always gets the blood pumping. But, I mean, just like Hoots, I was having a peek at some of the games that were going off stream, you know, scrolling through Twitch, seeing who had their feed up, and it seems like there's a lot of tight matches going on behind the scenes, and the elimination bracket is starting to heat up considerably. A lot of tight games, so I'm hoping that breeds some pretty healthy competition that we can bring to our viewers shortly.
Exactly. I did just have a little whisper in my ear as well. The Divine Chiefs did beat Bandits 2-1 as well. Right. So it seems like they're going to be able to progress a little bit further on. And with the Direwolves losing to Divine Mind, that means that they're going to be facing up against each other in that elimination quarterfinal. So I'm excited to see what these series really do kind of show for us a little bit deeper on into the night, that whether or not we're going to continue to have these tightly contested series. You know, Justin, you said a little bit beforehand that you felt like that you know, elimination round 1 was going to be relatively tight. It did end up being relatively tight, right? You know, 2-1 is probably about as tight as you can get here, and who's just like looking forward to this. It really does feel like that coming into today, I felt like a lot of us had a pretty clear-cut top 4, but maybe we might see some of these teams really start to contest for that 4th spot.
Yeah, that's the one that's going to be in real question, I think. So, you know, I'm trying to sort of get the bracket open here whilst I'm talking to you at the same time. It's a bit of a nightmare, but you're right. I think that's the one that's going to be the tricky one. But, you know, in these Pro Series as well, it's pretty important. You get that 4th spot and you automatically qualify for the Pro Series next week. If you don't, you obviously have to go back and get a bit more game time in to try and earn your way back into the Pro Series. And so, you know, we did say before that for some teams, that extra practice actually might be a bit of an advantage. But yeah, who picks up that final 4th spot, it's still really up in the air.
Exactly. Well, I mean, like right now we've had Divine Mind and the Chiefs be able to already secure themselves a top 4 finish, so we're going to be seeing them next week. No surprise to anybody seeing those guys coming in next week. And with Direwolves and Divine Chiefs going head-to-head, they are vying for another slot as well. So I'm excited for us to see what the rest of this is Digital Nation and the winner of X5 and Final Form as well. So I'd imagine probably Final Form might move forward against X5, but hey, who knows? X5 were able to take a map off the Direwolves, so who really knows, Justin, as we move forward into this. And I think this is, again, just a really good indicator for us. We are still a little bit away from DreamHack Melbourne, so there still is a bit of time for some of these rosters to move around. But from what we've seen from these top tier teams picking up players from the Demons, who had a pretty standout performance across a lot of these Pro Series and even the Super, that maybe these players that are on teams like X5, Bandits, Divine Chiefs, if they're able to put up some good numbers here across a couple of these Pro Series, maybe they might get themselves on a good squad coming in DreamHack Melbourne.
Yeah, I think there's a really good opportunity through the shuffle. It's kind of like it's all well and good to move rosters around, and maybe things don't work out, maybe another player gets poached by another team, etc., etc., etc. It's tale as old as time. But the thing is that your goal at the end of that is to land yourself on a better team and to improve over the long term. And their eyes should be set on DreamHack Melbourne. That's what they should be concentrating on. And now that these rosters have kind of shuffled, they should be doing everything in their power to give themselves the best chance possible moving into that event. And that's what the top teams have done. And I would expect that the Chiefs roster is going to stick together. They will stay as a unit. Maybe they lose one player if things don't work out, but that's purely speculation and just kind of, roster changes do happen. But good opportunity to put in the man hours and really prove yourself on LAN. It's kind of such a high pressure situation that LAN environments are. It just shows the teams that have not put in the work. So good opportunity. Pull up the bootstraps, people, and just put in the work and you'll see results. That's how it happens.
Yeah, and I imagine from what we've seen from Divine Mind and the Chiefs that this is probably going to be the rosters we'll see them carry on for a long time. Maybe if things do go horribly wrong for one of those two rosters, as you said, Justin, maybe one or two players might go a little bit further on. But hey, so we're just waiting on a few results, ladies and gentlemen, before we start getting into it. Actually, correct me not, it is the bracket that we have ahead of us. We're just waiting on a few of these results to come through, but it seems like they have come through now. And we can have a look at the bracket winners final between Divine Mind and the Chiefs is all set in stone. A 2-0 for them over the Direwolves, as we did just mention a little bit earlier on, Hoots. Probably I would have expected that to go to 2-1, but as we saw in the previous end of Vamp's stream, that it was very, very tight between both those two teams. So maybe one of those maps could have gone one way or another.
Yeah, super close. I'm not sure what the first game was, but yeah, to see that 49-50, you can't really get any closer than that in a Slayer. So yeah, that bodes quite well for them going down in that elimination bracket there. We do see up next, they do have the Divine Chiefs and Digital Nation still just waiting for the winner of Final Form and X5. That series has gone for quite a while, actually. So yeah, Direwolves, I guess, coming up next, if they can knock off Divine Chiefs, either Digital Nation or one of those previously two mentioned teams, I'd probably back Direwolves in that situation. But one thing we spoke about earlier is, as we get later on into the night here, it gets even later in New Zealand. So right now, I think, what are they, 2 hours behind us? So, it's getting towards 10 p.m. there. And by the time that series might start, if they are still in it at that point, you're getting closer towards the midnight time period. So time starts to become a factor for them. And it's, they sort of are the heroes of this region, I think, with what they have to put up with in these kind of situations.
Yeah, and they still are able to perform when they make these deep runs, right? Like whenever we see the Direwolves make it late into the night, it seems like it is almost not a hindrance, more of a power-up for these guys most of the time, right? Like we've seen them be able to crack in towards the top two. We've seen them be able to get top fours in multiple different tournaments, but sometimes when they do falter early on, then it is when the Direwolves start to look a little rough for us. But hey, lads, that is all ifs and buts. We get to see some solid facts because we're going to jump into this series here between the Direwolves and Divine Chiefs. And speaking of Direwolves, Justin, these guys have stuck together through the entirety of Halo Infinite. We're going to say it every single time that these guys stick together for a tournament, and they've been able to make themselves some pretty good form when it comes to the recent weeks. In tournaments past, they have dropped in the 7th to 8th slot. They've never dropped any further than that, but coming into this Pro Series number 5, we weren't quite sure what kind of Direwolves we're going to get. They finished second. Now coming into Pro Series number 6, can they crack a top 3? Can they crack another second? Are they going to be able to make a chance for the title? I think that's the real question mark for us today.
Yeah, Direwolves is an interesting one, and they have all the talent in the world, so much experience too. And listen, I think for them, it's just about man hours. And, you know, I think them sticking together and making the smart play with that, they're trying to be efficient in terms of, hey, you know, maybe we can't put in the man hours that we would like to practice to get up to the next level. So we're going to stick with our roster and make sure that we're not wasting the scrim time by, you know, changing rosters every second week. And they're sticking together and they're just hoping things that pan out. And that's when you get in a LAN environment, even just, you know, you get an Airbnb or a couple of joint hotel rooms together and you're just hanging out with the boys, you're fist bumping on main stage and all that kind of stuff. That all just boils up to the surface and translates into good LAN performances. And I think Direwolves will have that on lock more than any other roster. It's just going to be a big happy family, and hopefully they can put in the time that it takes to rise up in the gameplay as well. And Direwolves, watch out for them, and you say, hey, it's getting late in the night, but tell you what, the Wolves need a full moon.
Some of the things that come out of your mouth, Justin, they even amaze me. As somebody
Come on,
who likes
chat, pay it. The dad jokes.
I was going to say, look, he said Airbnb and a couple of joint hotels. And I thought, just before he said hotels, I thought we were talking about something completely different there. So
this is, you guys are absolutely going towards, you know, the wrong ends of the spectrum. It seems. So let's start having a chat about Divine Chiefs here. Let's get into it. Let's make this one fast here, Hooters, because this is the first time we get to see Divine Chiefs. Last time they weren't able to field their 4, so we didn't get to see them in Pro Series number 5. But hey, Pro Series number 6, this is their chance. This is their chance to make a statement and really prove to us here that these guys who have consistently been able to come into a lot of these tournaments deserve a top 4.
Yeah, look, we don't want to keep the players waiting, so it'll be quick, but just worth noting, we've said before a couple of times when these teams are playing, but we've got a couple of mouse and keyboarders on this squad, so, you know, that's a new thing for Infinite that we haven't really had in previous Halo titles, and you can just see when they're playing that real twitchy gameplay we get, you know, those quick movements and things like that. They're always really interesting to watch.
It's
always
always
nice,
super
Justin, I like it.
That's exactly what these guys are doing, lads. So let's jump into the maps. Let's have a see where our best of 3 is going to go. As we did say, players are ready and raring to go. So we're going to start here with Strongholds, Recharge, Slayer Streets, and then we've got Streets once again here, Justin. So I feel like this is probably one of the first times we're going to have a double up, especially with King of the Hill.
That is very interesting. We've got the split highway there with the streets on either side. But Divine Chiefs making some waves a little bit. I like the roster. It seems like a pretty solid lineup. And Direwolves, they're coming off the back of a bit of a heartbreaker. And, you know, it is going to be about whether or not they're going to be able to pull themselves off the ground, you know, rub some dirt into their wounds, get back up on the horse and get things done. They cannot afford to falter now. They've got an elimination bracket run to make. But Divine Chiefs, seems to be some pretty cheeky players on that squad too. So I'll be interested to see if they can step things up.
Yeah, I'm excited, Justin, to see as well a King of the Hill finally. It's, you know, like we said before, it is one of the favourite game types for those of us who've been playing Halo for quite a while. It's good to see it back and in a slightly different format, which I think lends itself really well to competitive play. But, you know, off the start here, we are going to see that mad dash for the camo at bottom mid. And, you know, it's just in general, these positions can be really hard to hold when compared to when we're talking about like a live fire Strongholds game, because the lines aside are so different and there isn't really those real key power positions where you can cover such a majority of the map. So map movement's something that's really crucial in this, and that's why we got the grapple hook and things like that to, as power-ups to let the players traverse the maps a little bit easier. We are just loading in here. You can see the shadows of the players starting to spawn at the bottom there, which is always a good sign. A few self-nades at the start. So not sure what the plan is there. It looks like we must have had a disconnect given that we did have everyone looks like they have loaded in, so we're just going to have to get a little bit of a wait here as we do get this game reloaded. I was wondering what was happening at the start there, Luke, but maybe you can fill us in now. I see your face is back up.
Yeah, I did hear from Vamp Stream. I was just tuning in before they got into that. Apparently, there was just some server issues with that one. So we'll get back into the game relatively fast here, ladies and gentlemen. We should be able to have Divine Chiefs and Direwolves going head-to-head here. I feel like this is probably a pretty good time for us to start talking predictions, and I guess this is a good time for us to start with you, Justin. Do you feel like this is going to go to 3 maps, or is this going to be pretty straightforward for the Direwolves?
Putting me on the spot. Putting me on the spot a little bit.
That's what I'm here for, bro.
I'm trying to balance between.
Anymore.
Do I say that, you know,
Do it.
Direwolves are going to come out and just maul the living crap out of them? maybe I can. But I mean, Divine Chiefs, they've been putting in some hours. There's some tasty players on there. So it's all about how you show up at the day and on the day. And, you know, if you can get a couple of kills, that's what you need to create opportunities. But Direwolves, they've got their eyes set on top spots and maybe a formality going up against a lower tiered squad. But, you know, maybe that can play into Divine Chief's advantage, being underestimated a little bit.
So, Justin, you make a pretty good politician because you skirt around the question hardcore. I need an answer.
Need an answer?
Yep.
We'll let the chat decide.
Oh,
that's such a cop-out,
No, listen.
man.
All right, it's a 2-0 to Direwolves.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we're gonna have a bit of a tight first game, and then it's gonna be a blowout game too.
What about you, Hooters? You feeling along the same lines?
Went from being called Splinters, Justin, because he was sitting on the fence the whole time, to then just literally telling you exactly how the games are going to play out. Look, I'd love to see a game 3 because I really do want to see King of the Hill be played, but I think the experience and the fact that Direwolves have stayed consistently together for so long will probably lead to them prevailing in this one. So yeah, I'd probably say a 2-0 as well. If it were to go to a game 3, I'd still pick Direwolves going 2-1 just because they're consistent. We've seen them perform really well, particularly in the early stages of tournaments. So yeah, I think it's probably just going to be one step too many for Divine Chiefs on this one. So I'll be backing in the Direwolves. Chat, prove me wrong if I'm wrong.
Finally, I have some analysts who decided to take a stand on one way or another. I feel like it's going to be a 2-1.
But listen, mate, we get called out. I have people in my Twitter DMs saying, you know, you guys, you know, you're making predictions. You don't know what you're talking about. And, you know, like, you get scared sometimes. You put your opinion out there and you get slapped around. You get ratioed. It's rough. It's rough on the internet, mate.
Oh, it must suck to be ratioed. Never been ratioed. Only ratio those on Twitter. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have Strongholds already and waiting for us to jump into it. So let's get into it, boys.
Oh, he's cocky, isn't he, Justin?
He's made a crucial mistake there, who's saying that he's never been ratioed. And guess what's coming on the very next post on Twitter?
Chat, go do
we'll
God's
be waiting.
work.
Yeah,
exactly. Fluke Oz on Twitter. Find him.
He's actually, no, is that big brain player? Is he farming followers? He's like, listen, I'll get ratioed, but I'll have so many people come follow me on Twitter.
It's a smart move. It's a smart move. He's trying to build up a career as a bit of an influencer.
He's trying to hit double-digit followers on Twitter, so everything he can do to expand his reach, good for him. But we are going to be launching into this next map after much build-up, Hoots, and Direwolves, they faltered a little bit and falling down in the elimination bracket, but Divine Chiefs, they're looking to put the pressure onto them, starting off with Alejo, throwing some grenades out, applying the pressure, jiggle peeking Zirkle, covering his tracks there, like that he's valuing his life there, but Vamps with that early camo creates some opportunities for his squad. Alejo caught with his pants down, an easy kill for Vamps, but he does go down. Vamps losing that critical first camo there, Hoots.
Yeah, but they did have 3 down momentarily for Divine Chiefs there. So that was, you know, that camo did go a long way in helping them get that kind of setup. And we do see right now a triple cap at the very beginning. So that's a strong statement. Zerk's going to be able to move in and grab this sword pretty much uncontested here. And we see a ninja coming from Vamped as well onto Alejo. So starting with a bit of trickery, a bit of showmanship to begin. And great shots from Zerk there, taking down Divinities. He was trying to escape there, but Zerk putting in the nice shots, even through the back of the head there. So in a bit of a power position now with this sword. And I love the movement around the map, Justin. He's really getting around a lot. A triple cap again for Direwolves. So they're starting to start off really strong. Went for the prediction plasma stick there. Unfortunately didn't land it, but a very, very strong start. You look at the slays coming across the board here. Everyone's starting strongly for Direwolves. Divine Chiefs just a little bit behind. Only a few of them managing to pick up a couple kills.
Yeah, and the Guardian Angel medal for Zirkle as well. Really strong start from him. He's using his cover well.
Team
nading as well. He's putting so much damage down on the map. He has some spare for his teammates, but he has got this sword lurking around the corner here. Cops a little bit of a nade. Goes out for the bold challenge, and there's the bull shoe straight over the side of the map. And now Jackson KB with that shock rifle, he goes down. Vamped, able to hold onto his head on that one, grabbing the shock rifle for himself. now moving through. Early and strong lead from Direwolves, but Divinity had Vamp's number in that regard, but now he's got the shock rifle. It's getting passed around quite a bit at the moment, not able to connect on any shots just yet, but Divine Chiefs, they're copping it a bit early, but there's still plenty of time for them to get back into it, Hoots.
Yeah, they had a slow start, Divine Chiefs, but they managed to recover a little bit here. We do see them still scoring as this C site is contested, and nice work there by Divinity managing to take down Vamp there on the B site. So they're still holding on here, but we do see now, I think it is Direwolves starting to get a bit of a score, but actually Divine Chiefs capping back. So a real back and forth right now. Direwolves finally managing to be able to grab some of that momentum and start to get a bit of dominance on the map here. Divinity taken down. Did a good job to stay alive for quite a while. They're putting a lot of shots out with that shock rifle, but too strong there was Vamped coming through and now moving into the A site to look to capture that as well. So they've managed to get the momentum back now, Direwolves. Divine Chiefs did well to put them on the back foot after quite a slow start to begin with. See this push coming through long haul and managing to push them back. Vamped actually with a great predictive grenade there. He's dropped, but Divinity's really weak. He's not going to be able to push through too much anymore. Managing to maintain this lead here. Direwolves up 107 to 36.
I love Alejo's movement there, just using his cover to perfection and able to put down damage and some grenades out to secure that kill. Easy cleanup for him. And there's two strongholds on the board. Double kill for Alejo and Divine Chiefs. Here they come, Hoots. There is a bit of a point deficit at the moment, but now they're starting to get some map control, putting some points onto the board, racking up some kills, and Alejo, I like this position, waiting for that push. He knows it's coming, and he's just waiting there, ready for him. Backs off Dino, but Vamped, we can see through the outlines there, he's pushing into the base, and Alejo just doing his best to have as much map presence as possible here, Hoots.
Yeah, 4 down for Divine Chiefs. Alejo was the last one alive, and you could actually see, because his teammates weren't around, they just pretty much collapsed on him. He had nowhere to go. Great predictive nade there by Dino. Schoolmaster pretty much, I know it was Jackson, sorry, just pretty much kicked it in front of his feet, and it blew up right in front of him. A real stack from Divine Chiefs here on this C site. They're going to be able to capture that, you would imagine, but apart from that, it looks like Direwolves have them pinned in that part of the map, and one site's not going to be enough to score here. Zerk misses the melee, unfortunately. Jackson cleans him up. Nice work there. Alejo manages to pick up this camo. He'll chuck it in, working really well with Scoop. So Scoop's going to go in, put the bit of pressure on while Alejo manages to sneak away with that camo, and he's going to have to do something real solid with this here. They do take this second capture point here, so they'll start to score, but Justin, Direwolves went on a real run there, racking up a 100-point lead now.
Yeah, they have, but Alejo with that camo, a good opportunity for him to do something for his team. A lot of kills in the kill feed, though, and you know, Alejo able to get B Stronghold for free there. That's very unusual, but that camo has gone. It was very short-lived. He did manage to grab a Stronghold, but not much other than that. And Direwolves not really applying any pressure to it, so that was quite strange. But, you know, there's always things happening off-screen that we can't quite see, that we don't understand. That's why we're casting and not playing, Hoots, and he's still on board with Alejo, doing well with his life so far. His teammate Divinity above him, and look at this. Alejo just challenging is like, bro, swap out, I've got you. Always rotating metal. That's a new one. I don't think I've seen that one before.
Yeah, he's moving around a lot, so capping a lot of points, which you can see here. And look, it's been a bit of a back and forth, really, this one. Direwolves, when they are going on runs, they're going for longer than Divine Chiefs, but by no means are Divine Chiefs unable to put scores on the board. We can see here, holding A and B, the score starting to rack up again. This 100-point deficit is going to be one that's going to be a bit challenging to be able to bring back, but we do see good work there from Jackson, taking down Zerk, and Alejo there, taking down Bald as well. So 3 down there for a bit for Direwolves. They're going to be able to still keep this 2 stronghold hold. And I like that, Justin, that they're not trying to push out too hard and overextend for a 3rd cap. A lot of the time, if your team doesn't have a strong position, or if you're not particularly strong at slaying, going for that triple cap can be quite detrimental to you being able to actually hold even 2 to get a score. So they hung back a bit. They managed to actually get a triple for a little bit there. They're starting to Direwolves take some of those positions back, but they're still scoring, which is important. They've brought this lead now back from, instead of being around 100 points, it's only down to about 60 now. So really good work from Divine Chiefs to start to bring this back.
Yeah, and as you say that, I did see that the camo got scooped up by someone. Dino's got that shock rifle. He does all. Vamp doing very well here. Having a look at the scoreboard. Vamped on 11. Zerka with 14 to his name as well. And 111 to 190. The scoreline right now, I still think it's anybody's game. There is still plenty of time left on the clock to rack some points up. And as I say that, Divine Chiefs doing their best. They've got a couple of hills. They're going to be racking up some points now. Jackson, cross-map shots. Doesn't matter, his teammates are already cleaning things up. Taking down Dino. Vamp's there if he wants it as well. Using his cover well, backing down from that fight, but applying so much pressure to different players. He's shooting across map. There's people challenging him, and he's just holding down this Stronghold all on his lonesome. Taking down Vamp. See you later, son. Jackson KB showing up for Divine Chiefs.
Yeah, and he really needed to, because Direwolves was starting to make a move to close this game out. He single-handedly held this bottom elevator level down by himself. That camo that Direwolves had before really did go a long way into getting them towards a winning position, but Jackson really has single-handedly kept his team in this. There's only about a 45-point differential now, so they're slowly bringing it back, and Direwolves just haven't really been able to score too much through this period, but they are now in a position to start to look at getting even potentially a triple cap, as this A site looks like it's about to go B as well. So things starting to really turn quickly for Direwolves and turn to hell for Divine Chiefs. Triple cap momentarily there for them. Their score keeps racking up. They're past the 200 mark, and this is where you start to close in on it, Justin. Divine Chiefs are going to have to do something quickly, and you can see potentially the panic starting to come in here. 3 dead for Divine Chiefs for a moment. Dino picking up a double, and they're just holding Divine Chiefs at bay, capping this C point. Another triple cap. This score's really going to start to rocket up now. Divine Chiefs are going to have to divert their attention to other areas, which is what they start doing now with A, but they need to capture another point as well to stop this score coming through.
Oh, here comes that Direwolves pressure. That triple cap is holding the Divine Chiefs. They're in a bit of a tough spot, Hoots. It's a last chance for them if they want to bring this game back. And Direwolves, they can smell the blood. They're hungry, looking for those players. Zirkle taking one down, and it looks like he might be able to capture this A Stronghold, but no, there comes Scoob with the cleanup. But Bald, he's got that camo as well. They're looking at each other. They totally know they're there. They're just kind of nodding. It's going, stop, bro. You make a move, make a move. And Bald's having Alejo's number in that situation. The cleanup grenade does come in. Divine Chiefs, 2 hills on the board, racking up some points now. They're a little bit behind Direwolves. They've got a lead right now. They only need about 17 points to take this one out, but Divine Chiefs not going down without a fight. It ain't over till it's over.
No, they're stacking this C hard, but Dino doing a good job at least taking down Jackson there. He's dropped, so this push needs to come in from Divine Chiefs straight away. Only 9 seconds to go, and they're just going to play full defense to Direwolves. I like this. They've got A and B held. It's just a matter of keeping Alejo out of here. He comes in and manages to put a stop to the scoring for a brief moment. They're actually doing a double conversion on the 2 sites here, Justin. So this is a big turnaround. They weren't able to get the triple cap, but they at least got 2, so they're going to stop the score coming in from Direwolves. And so for Direwolves now, it's where do we go? It looks like the push is starting to come through on B. We have Vamps moving through. I think that's with Dino along him, but Scoob there doing a good job putting shots, not allowing him to take at least a direct route through to the B site. So they're sort of lost a little bit right now. Vamp not really sure where he wants to go. He's going back and forth between gold and just managing to get the perfect there on Divinity. That's a big breakthrough there with some nades through to Alejo. You might be able to drop his shields and start to take this B site. This is a really big moment here. If they can get this cap, it looks like it's all over. 46, they start to score now. Only 3 points required. They're putting cap on the C as well, and I think that could be it, Justin. C and B held, and it looks like Divine Chiefs aren't going to be in a position to stop that. So it took them a while to get there. It wasn't as clean as we thought it would be at the very start, but Direwolves managed to take the victory, 250 to 201. A better showing from Divine Chiefs than I think we thought we'd see at the beginning of that game. They managed to draw it back. They kept them on their toes. And look, they really made the Direwolves work for it in the end there.
Yeah, Scuba and the boys putting up a hell of a fight. And moving into seeing what the stats are like, I had a quick peek myself. And it looked like in the slaying department, it was pretty even. And it does look like the Direwolves were just able to capitalize on those kills a little bit more and get some more map presence and control. But yeah, Divine Chiefs showing up a little bit. So far, my prediction, I'd call 250 to 201 a pretty close first map, wouldn't you say, Hoots?
Yeah, especially just the momentum changes we saw throughout, really. It wasn't a time where any one team looked like they were dominating for too long. I think the main factor was Direwolves just got a really strong jump on Divine Chiefs at the start, and once Divine Chiefs managed to warm up a little bit, it was probably that deficit that they just couldn't bring back. I think the closest they managed to get it after that was about 40 points. So if it wasn't for that start, that could have been a bit of a different story. But across the board there, it was a pretty strong performance from both teams, and the slays were relatively even as well. Just one or two little moments, I think, where Divine Chiefs just weren't able to peg back a kind of momentum and break the setups that Direwolves had. They had one or two setups that were really strong that took a few spawn rotations to actually break and manage to start getting some scores themselves.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And now moving into the second map here, Divine Chiefs, they put up a bit of a strong fight. They had a bit of a late start, you would say, Hoots. They're a bit slow to get the motors running, so to speak. So it'll be interesting to see if they can manage to carry that momentum into the second game. And, they put up a fight against Direwolves. Now it's time to take a map off them.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really impressed with, Scoob's slaying ability in that one. I've seen people in the chat asking, are there mouse and keyboard players in this tournament? We do have two, actually. We have Scoob and Jackson both on mouse and keyboard for the Divine Chief squad. So worth keeping an eye on that. They obviously, playing on that kind of input has a few positives and a few negatives that we all know about. So it's a choice they've made, and we think, it definitely can show up in certain game types, particularly when there's more precision weapons involved, like the sniper rifle and the skewer and things like that. But look, I think that was probably, Justin, from my point of view, that was a closer than I thought it would be. We said at the start we were both predicting a 2-0, but I think after that one, do you start to reassess your prediction slightly? Is there a chance that Divine Chiefs can take this game to Slayer on Streets off Direwolves and potentially force a game 3 and see that King of the Hill that we really do want to see?
Just imagine we go through the entire night never making that King of the Hill. Wouldn't that be a heartbreaker for us, Hoots? No, everyone thinks about the players, but you forget about the casters. We want to do cool stuff too, I want to see some King of the Hill, but you're talking about predictions. Mine's still looking pretty sweet with a pretty close one off the first map, and maybe Direwolves, they'll get the stomping boots on their feeties and go in and take these guys out. But Divine Chiefs, they're stepping up to the plate. They're showing off quite a bit. And you're talking about mouse and keys. Something I noticed was that the mouse and keyboard players had very good accuracy in that first game there, Hoots. Pushing 60% accuracy. And when you haven't got a little robot in the right thumbstick aiming for you, that's pretty impressive accuracy.
Yeah, I thought we're not making allusions to any controller mods or anything like that, by the way, for people at home who might not be familiar with the concept of auto aim. But yeah, very good call there, Justin. It's something that you take the positives with the negatives, as I said before. But I think in a game mode like this as well, in particular, close quarters with rockets, when often you really just want to flick around quickly and shoot a rocket off if you're getting shot from behind. Keyboard and mouse can definitely have its advantages here. We are getting started on board with Divinity here. A bit of a mad dash for these rockets at the start. Teams starting to poke each other a little bit. I think we have Vamped in a position to move in on those rockets, and he does grab them, I think. So he managed to get... Oh, no, they're actually not picked up yet. My apologies. So a quick start there for Direwolves, the first 2 kills, and this is a position where you can make a move on these rockets. Vamp manages to run in. He's going to get one off quickly and gets a bit of splash damage there. Picks up the assist. Second one there. Manages to drop himself and a Leo, but that's a pretty good start. You'll take that every day of the week.
Yeah, you would. And, that first rocket's always a bit scrappy. Always just ends up getting shot into the floor or the ceiling. But Dino doing well with that Bulldog. Woof Woof taking down that player there. Still flashing shields, going out. A pretty bold challenge from him to try and help out his teammates. Now Jackson, KB, mouse and keyboard flicking around. He's got that Sentinel beam, and he's going to start cooking things up. Right now, scoreline is completely even, but you would expect nothing less this early on in the game. The assist coming in from Divinity as well, and Jackson KB just flicking around. He's got that Sentinel beam just beaming across map here. One player, one shot, unable to get the clean up on Vamped. He goes down, and now Zirkle with that Stalker rifle, and it's had a bit of a buff, hasn't it, Hoots?
Yeah, we were talking about it before. It has more auto aim to it, more bullet magnetism, so it's something we're probably going to see players pick up more. Zirkle using it really well up on this top balcony, actually. Starting to push now through Cafe here, and it looks like Alejo, he's going to be dropped as well. Didn't really stand much of a chance there. Scoob's being swarmed as well now by Zerk, and it looks like he'll probably be dropped. So 3 dead for Divine Chiefs for a while there. And, we said it was a pretty even start just before, Justin. You said I think they're about 6 all. Look what's happened now. They're out to 14 now, the Direwolves. They've really been just running around, controlling the map here. And a lot of it's in due to this Stalker rifle. The amount of damage that Zerkle's putting out with it here. Drops Divinity. I think we're going to have Scoob in a bit of trouble down here on ball spawn. Manages to actually stay alive and take out the trade. So you'll take that, given that he did definitely have the drop on him there. But rockets again in the hands of Vamp. doesn't work again, Justin. We just don't see much luck with rockets in the ANZ scene, do we?
It's a little bit of bait just sitting there on the power weapon pad, isn't it? But we are now on board with Balls at the moment. They've got an 8-kill lead currently. Shields are flashing. The pressure comes in. Jackson and Scoob applying some pressure there. Balls doing everything he can. He does fall, and now on board with Alejo. Those flashing shields. Recharge sound comes up. That classic Halo noise that we all know and love. And here comes the push from Direwolves to clean him out. Now with Zirkle launching himself around the map, that scoreline is starting to blow. 10 kills the difference, but it's still very early on, isn't it? Divine Chiefs there, backs up against the wall, but it ain't over till it's over. And Zirkle rotating through the map here. Things seem to have slowed down a little bit. It's very scrappy, but teams maybe sitting on their hands a little bit. Of the boys need to slow things down just a little bit. The scoreline's bloating out. Easy cleanup for Zirkle. Scoobmeister going down, slapping that commando into his back pocket there. Dino finding himself another, and it's all Direwolves kills in the kill feed. 14 points the difference. Direwolves looking very comfortable. Look how Zirkle's just moving across the map. No pressure being applied.
Well, it helps when you got Dino going on a tear right now. 11 and 2, I just noticed in the kill feed. He's the difference right now. Just keeping them at bay, a 15-point differential pretty much. So, a really strong move from Direwolves here. We thought it might be a little bit closer, but they've come out of the blocks really firing. And when you got Dino going off like he is right now, it's going to be pretty easy to maintain this lead. We see Bald now hanging around this P3, just putting shots. Every time it looks like Divine Chiefs are trying to make a move to PD through the cafe, there is just a member of Direwolves there tagging them along the way. And look at this. They are trying to get over there, but they're just not being able to progress anywhere past around that Bulldog spawn. And in fact, we do see some of them, of the Divine Chiefs, starting to make a move back to Tram. These rockets are coming up soon. Van, perfect use of the commando there. Pow, picks up the double. And I think we managed to get rockets. I saw it in the kill feed brief. I'm not sure who has them from Direwolves, but I think they are in their hands right there. So Zirkle there with the rockets moving over here into the arcade area. One rocket shot through there could have done a bit of damage. They're actually all stuck in the little orange room here and starting to push away. I think they know these rockets are coming. Look at Zirkle. He can smell blood in the water. Moves in with the rocket. Picks up a kill on that. Even with the thruster, manages to take down Justin as well. So really great work there with the rockets. Used to perfection. A 14-kill gap right now. Direwolves looking to close this one out, Justin.
Yeah, they are looking so comfortable, aren't they? Even just the way they're moving around the map. Zirkle's 180, 360ing off everything like he's, Winter Olympics snowboarder moving through, and the scoreline is bloating out. It's almost 20 kills, grabbing that Stalker rifle as well. Divine Chiefs, they had a very strong first game, but they're struggling a little bit now. But it could just be Direwolves. They're starting to hit that late night. The full moon is coming out, and they're howling, looking for victory. Oh!
Sorry, go on. I just need to hear that.
You could bark and howl for the boys watching at home. But Zirkle looking to finish things off. He does go down. Vamped. Looking at the kill feed, he's 14 and 9 currently, performing well for his squad and just rushing around, parkouring across the map, trying to find those players. Jackson desperately trying to stay alive there. And everyone on Direwolves seems to be firing on all cylinders. Got Dino as well with 15 kills, leading the squad. 46 to 27. Pretty close to a stake. Double kill for Vamped. Only 2 more kills to go, and they're going to take out this series, Hoots.
Yeah, managed to pick up Scoob down there. He just needed to pull his head in and get away there and avoid some of those shots, but he does drop him there, so only 1 kill left for Direwolves. They are going to start to swarm for this final kill to close this series out. Looking for the stake as well, Justin. We didn't mention that. We do see just a real turtling here from Divine Chiefs, moving in on Vamp, taking him down. So good work trying to just extend this game somewhat, but it looks like it's all going to be for nothing really as Zerk starts to make a move on these rockets, catches Divinity going for them. They really did need those rockets, Divine Chiefs, if they had any chance of winning that one. Unfortunately, they just used the rockets as bait there and take them down, and that's a stake to wrap out the series. A real statement there from our friends at the Direwolves.
Yeah, well, it is about dinner time, and Fluke, what do you think about that? You put the pressure on me to predict, and did I deliver? Are you not entertained?
Yeah, I think both of you did a pretty good job there to be able to predict it. That's the reason why we pay you guys the big bucks to be here to talk about some Halo Infinite, and I think it is kind of exactly what Hoot said. That's a statement coming in from the Direwolves. They came into this elimination bracket of a pretty hotly contested series with Divine Mind. Now they've come into it, they secured themselves a very easy top 4. Now they're going to be able to see themselves in a Pro Series number 7. We're going to see more of this Direwolves roster that we know and love, and the showing that we saw against Divine Chiefs, be able to dispatch them in a relatively convincing fashion. Yes, maybe the Strongholds, they let it slip a little bit towards the latter stages of that map, but a 2-0, getting a stake in the Slayer on Streets there just goes to show that Direwolves are really starting to extend this gap between 4th and 5th. You know, even the Direwolves lads, they're going to have a play for 3rd. I really feel like that right now, Direwolves are probably a shoe-in for that 3rd slot and be able to get themselves potentially even a date with either Divine Mind or Chiefs in that grand final, because these guys are here to party. And the fact that it's a relatively fast night, I'm sure these guys are grinning ear to ear, getting all these series done so fast that they'll be able to play their, you know, their elimination semi-final, their elimination final, and potentially even a grand final off the back of that in relatively fast fashion. And Justin, I think this is just a really good indicator of how these teams are looking, and the Direwolves, they're hitting form at the perfect time.
Yeah, I mean, they're always a bit of a slow starter, aren't they? And it's good to see that Direwolves are making their run through the elimination bracket, and we'll have to see if they can carry things over. I mean, it's prime time for them. It's starting to get a little bit late, and you know, I can make all the jokes about full moon and wolves and all that kind of stuff, but you know, time and late at night does take its toll. So Direwolves doing well to perform to this level this late on in the night, and you know, you say hoping for that 3rd spot. I reckon these guys want to be in the grand final.
Yeah, and I think from what we've seen so far, Hooters, they certainly can make that push towards the top. They still do have a few series to get through before then, so that is a little caveat for these lads of the Direwolves. They're going to have to play a whole lot more Halo Infinite to get towards that grand final, but for what we saw in them in the previous Pro Series, once they get in towards that elimination finals, that's when it starts getting best of 5s as well. I think even from the next round on, this is where it starts getting into the best of 5s, so they've got a whole lot more of these maps to play through. The map pool changes, it gets bigger, and it means that these guys have a whole lot more room to try and, you know, have some of those off games, have some of those instances where they might not be in their peak form. But if they perform at 100% like they have so far, then hey, these guys are probably in the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, you spoke about the best of 5s coming up. You probably don't want to get the caster's curse of us streaming your games, though, because we've only been showing nothing but straight sweeps. So it could work for you, it could work completely against you. And I spoke about the trash talk aspect before, and I just want to give shout out to Dino in the chat there saying, at Jackson KB, I take my steak medium rare. So the rivalry's starting a little bit, and I like it. I like it a lot.
It's always the best when you've just got a real spicy bit of banter that comes out from the players, and I think that's the greatest part. I feel like every single time that we get into a Direwolves series, they always have some spicy memes to be able to throw out there, and I think, Justin, that's why I'm so excited for DreamHack. I want to see what these guys do on stage. I want to see what a winning celebration looks like. I want to see what these guys do if someone gets ninja'd. I want to see what happens if they just hit a one-shot. Like, I want to see what these guys are going to be able to do in person, because the lobby chat is already on fire.
Yeah, listen, you pop off from that chair and scream across main stage. Pretty incredible thing. And when you're on the receiving end of that, a lot of the time the players, they're just looking at their shoes going, oh my God, I just got did in 4K live in front of, you know, 5,000 people. And it's going to be exciting. We get to see all of that live and in person, and nothing tastes sweeter than seeing the salty tears of your enemies when you beat them on LAN.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a big part for all of us as well. And I think it's even going to be on these players to really be able to use that to fuel themselves as well going forward. I know we talked a whole lot about DreamHack Melbourne, and we're just getting you guys all hyped for it. It's going to be in a couple of months, and you guys do not want to miss it. Do make sure that you get your tickets as well, because they're going to come out very, very soon. We'll have some more information for that in a little bit. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to go to a break here in the ANZ desk, because we've got another series to jump to. So see you guys after this short break.
killing spree as well. Overkill potential with the rocket. And he gets it! No! The grapple! Back!
Good to see you back, everybody. Welcome here to HCS ANZ Pro Series number 6. We're getting towards the pointy end of this evening. We're starting to figure out who is going to be number 1 for this evening. That is the big question on everybody's lips, and that is the big question that we are about to answer here. We're just going to check in with our elimination bracket before we dive deeper into the upper side of it. Hoots, looking at this, Direwolves, they punch their ticket in towards the top 4, so we're going to be seeing them next week with a pretty dominant victory over the Divine Chiefs. And now Digital Nation versus Final Form is going to be happening off stream, and that's going to determine what our top 4 is going to be for Pro Series number 7. And that's going to be an interesting tell for us, because I'd imagine outside of, you know, maybe a few upsets coming in from things like Digital Nation or maybe Divine Chiefs in there, it probably would have been the top 4 we'd expect.
Yeah, I think Direwolves really put to bed any thoughts we might have had of who's going to take that Final 4 position. I think they made a really dominating statement in that last series that we were watching. So you'd pick them to be going through to the elimination final, and then, you know, they have as good a chance as anyone to make it up to the grand final. Yeah, depending on how their performance goes in that. So we also move now, as you mentioned before the break, Luke, we move into a best of 5. So, you know, your chances to redeem some of your missteps are a lot greater in this this best of 5 format.
Exactly. It also means you have to win a few more of these maps as well. So we've got to keep that in mind when we're having a look at some of these elimination finals a little bit later on. But it's time for us to start talking about this winners bracket final as we go and have a look at it right now. This is how it stands here, Justin. Divine Mind and the Chiefs completely untouched at the entirety of today. I don't think anybody is going to have any qualms with that, because these guys have both looked on a different level to everybody here in ANZ. And now we get to see these two Titans go head-to-head after a whole lot of roster mania went along over the last couple of weeks. And now, after all the dust has settled, we're going to be able to determine who's number 1 once again.
Yeah, this is going to be the mother of all grudge matches. The one match that I think everyone wants to see, Divine Mind versus the Chiefs. And Divine Mind's always kind of lived in the shadows of the Chiefs, but now there's been so many roster changes that basically everyone on both of these lineups has been on either one of these teams at some point. And with this new Chiefs roster, it does look very strong. Madsy and Slays performing very well, excuse me. But we are going to highlight Divine Mind. We have Pips. He was putting up massive damage in the games earlier on, and Sways, he was just styling on everyone. Clips galore from him. So Divine Mind, they've definitely got something to prove. Raider giving us some insight into the world of the roster mania, and, you know, he gave us a little bit of the juicy goss, but it wasn't the full spice. It was just, you know, there's only like 1.5 chili chilies out of the 5 chili scale. So, you know, hopefully we can delve deeper and find out a little bit more of the juicy goss behind all of those roster changes.
We can't put the players on blast here, mate. We got to give them some respect.
Nah, blast them.
We got to leave them be. You know, if the roster menu wants to continue here, it gives us some content to talk about on the desk. That's all I'm saying about that stuff. As long as we get to see the best kind of Halo every single day, hey, I'm going to be a happy little camper. But on the other side of things, Hoots, another team that did come out on top, I feel like from this roster mania has been the Chiefs. They went 50-50 from Old Divine Minds and the Chiefs with Barcode going to some mysterious lands of wonder. And now we're looking at this roster and it feels like Madzi has been absolutely unchained. He has been dropping some big numbers. Slays went for a 25 kills on a Slayer as well. So it feels like both these two members from the previous Chiefs roster have been kind of let loose.
Yeah, the Shark's definitely out of the cage when it comes to Madzi. And look, I'm getting a bit old, you know that, Luke, and so I'm trying to cast my mind back even just a few series to try and remember which team out of the Chiefs and Divine Mind were more dominant in their opening series. And to be honest, they were both super impressive. So, you know, we tried to make a prediction in the last series, which you were happy about, but for this one, I just honestly couldn't tell you which way it's going to go because both teams were so dominant to begin with. It's going to be going to be a hell of a series, and being best of 5, I'm not surprised if this goes to at least to a game 4. I don't think it's going to be a 3-0.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would be disappointed if this was a 3-0, and I think, you know, casting our minds back a little bit, I would probably maybe give a small advantage to Divine Minds, considering that Stronghold they had was a pretty big blowout, considering the competition they had as well was kind of an interesting tale for that one. And I think looking at this is going to be super exciting for us to see where all these teams are going to sit, especially when we have a look at the maps here, Justin, because this is where we get to see the tale of how the series is going to pan out and which teams need to put more emphasis on earlier maps. We're guaranteed a King of the Hill, but starting out here on Oddball Live Fire, this is going to be a real test of both these teams to really keep that team cohesion going and understanding where they want to play, how they want to play, what times they want to keep slaying out, and what times they need to play around the ball.
Yeah, I was thinking the first game was going to be like super scrappy, as you know, they finally get a chance to go at it in a tournament setting. But Oddball with the round-based system, it kind of, you know, hit the reset button a little bit, and it kind of forces you to play composed, or you just lose out completely. And speaking of composure, I mean, if you wanted to make a prediction between these two teams, yes, there's been some roster shuffling, but the Chiefs, I mean, Madzi and Slays they've still been together. Slays did play with Berserk on Divine Mind, and then even Madzi and Berserk, they've teamed together multiple times throughout their Halo careers. So in an objective game type like Oddball off the rip, I would probably put my chips down on the Chief of having a little bit more team cohesion going in, and then you have the plucky Divine Mind doing everything they can to put up a good fight. But it should be an interesting series. I don't think we're going to see a clean sweep. I think it's going to be a bit of a back and forth.
Yeah, I think this is probably going to be one of those series where we see each one of these teams just take a map, you know, alternating one or another, much like we did with Final Form and the Direwolves. But lads, we're in the here and now. We're in the Chiefs versus Divine Mind. Winner of this goes into the grand final with a full series advantage. Lads, let's jump into game number 1.
Appreciate it, Luke. And Justin, one thing that's also worth talking about, though, is with Pips being, you know, playing on Chiefs for such a prolonged period of time and now being back on Divine Mind, he brings a bit of intel to the Divine Mind squad as well. I think he's moving over. He's played with Chiefs, you know, at the highest level overseas, and so he knows some of the ways that these boys like to play. Obviously, the Chiefs lineup has changed somewhat, but there'd still be some overarching strategies there that they are trying to employ across these game types. So don't discount the kind of intel that he can bring to this matchup. I think he's going to be one who we might see, you know, moving around the map, acting like he knows a little bit more than maybe some of his teammates do.
Yeah, potentially, Hoots. I don't disagree. And something interesting that I've kind of been thinking about in my pink squishy brain is that Berserk going on to the Chiefs, he's a very outspoken player that likes to play how he wants to play, and it's whether or not that lends to how the Chiefs guys, Madzi and Slays, want to play. Bring in Berserk, and is he going to be a team player about, you know, the vision for the squad, or is he going to try and take over that team leader position? So it'll be interesting to see, but we are jumping around POVs, that opening stretch. Very scrappy off the start there. Beeson getting in the faces of a couple of players down bottom mid, doing well not to take a lot of damage and outputting quite a bit himself. Sways is caught out there, and now Beeson rewarded with that sniper rifle. He's got 8 bullets to play with here, Hoots, and Madsy, he's got that ball in hand. They're already going to be racking up some points.
Yeah, Madsy after 2 kills already and racking up the objective like we saw before. I got to appreciate production at the start, keeping that high view camera over the sniper rifle. Unfortunately, none of the players wanted a bar of it. No one wanted to touch it, so Beeston was able to pick it up pretty much uncontested. He's starting to take shots now. Manages to pick up a beautiful, what was pretty much a no-scope, borderline. It was a quick scope there, is dropped, but you know the fire did come in on him pretty quickly, so he wasn't able to do a huge amount of damage with that snipe. Madsy dropped with the heat wave as well there. 24 seconds though, so a strong start for the Chiefs to get this ball into garage here, start to hold it, but Sway's doing a bit of work here, keeping the Chiefs off the ball. He's dropped, so just chaos ensuing around the ball right here as you see the Chiefs really start to move in. Double teaming Rated there. Rated picking up the assist, but it's just death galore around this garage. Divine Mind's the one who seems to be suffering the most from it. A lot of deaths for them, but they're at least keeping Chiefs off the ball for the moment. Slay's starting to move in now. The ball has reset, so with that ball not moving much, we send it back down to bottom mid, and Slay's here just trying to get set up around this tower. I thought he was going to maybe play ball there, but with that OS coming up and not being contested too much, he's able to hold here with that drop ball. That drop ball has become stronger in Season 2. He decides to play ball it, so I guess he heard the call that the player was coming through from Mud. That was Slay. Slay's managed to stay alive, pick up a double, I think that was actually, and that OS is still up, so he's going to start to make a move there. Berserk, though, he's going to try and contest him. That repulse is not going to do too much, unfortunately, Justin. And Berserk, with no shields, this OS is still not going to be able to be picked up, although it looks like finally we are going to have it in the hand of, I think that was Slay's.
Yes. Beeson actually with that OS, that could be key for him to move forward and make some plays for his squad. But Pip, he's got other ideas. Pip has definitely got other ideas, Hoots. And that's one thing that Pips is really good at, is that utilizing the goodies on the map. You know, he's going around trick or treat style, putting things into his baggy little treats to share with his friends on the opposite team. And he goes, hey, they got the OS. He instantly, hey, I'm going to get the PP and we're going to take that OS down, but still on board with Beeston with that heat wave, bag himself 1 kill. He does get called out and taken down. Chiefs has got a bit of a fragile lead at the moment, 34 points, but neither team has racked up many points for quite a while, Hoots. It's kind of just Oddball sitting down there on the ground. They just getting there, racking up their stats on each other. Yeah, the round time is just starting to drop and drop and drop as no one's touching the ball. So, you know, for the Chiefs, they've got the lead right now. That's fine by them if they want to just keep this completely neutral. We do have Berserk here with a snipe in his hands, going for the no-scope, unable to connect, does connect the second one there. Great follow-up there on Plasma, and he goes for the swipe across on Rated, doesn't get it. Rated's going to push out, and really great work there, predicting where he was standing, drops him there. But it's just going to be complete carnage down here at bottom middle. Beeston picking up a double. He's got the heat wave as well as the ball, and the ball's still not being touched, Justin. Down to 2 minutes left right now. Chiefs still just holding this 34-0 lead. They got a good chunk of time at the start, and pretty much from then haven't touched the ball, as we see Divine Mind finally starting to get their hands on it, pushing through to Garage. It is just Plasma right now with the ball in Garage. I think the rest of his team have actually moved out of there, trying to get on the offensive, but Berserk's managed to sneak through. You're going to see him pick up the one shot there on Rated. Overshield coming up. Sways is going to get dropped just in the back there. So that OS is down. 3 down for Divine Mind. That's going to be an OS in the hand of Berserk. He manages to get it in, and they've done a really good job there to break that setup. I don't think Divine Mind had enough players around that setup in Garage to really hold it for too long. They tried to go very offensive, but unfortunately a few Chiefs players managed to sneak through and break it straight away. They've got OS and they've got ball control as well. Yeah, and what's interesting is that when they've got ball control, it's kind of how aggressive do you get with that overshield? I mean, Berserk can't help himself. He holds forward 100% of the time. That was an interesting exchange just right there. Divine Mind, they have got a couple of points on the board there, but that OS didn't really amount to too much. So, Ninja. How was that a Ninja? I'm going to need a replay on that one to see how things pan out. That was some hectic gameplay. I couldn't even keep up. My old boomer mind just not able to compute everything that's going on. Now on board with Beeson, put some nice shots down onto the players there, applying some pressure, valuing his life. I'm liking everything that I'm seeing from this man. You predicted a nade coming in to clean him up, and he backs up perfectly. Shields are still flashing, but he feels confident to stick out and puts his head out just in time to get a double kill. I love his positioning, his timing. He did really, really well, just doing so much work for his squad. Great stuff from Beeston.
I want to give a special shout out to Sways. That melee exchange that we were laughing about before, Sways was actually involved in that and should have died, managed to stay alive, and actually stayed alive through that whole exchange and was only taken down there at the end of that double kill. So he was really crucial in Divine Mind being able to get a good chunk of time there and bring it back quite a bit. 50 seconds left though, and about a 25-point lead to the Chiefs. So, you know, they soon might start considering whether or not they play defensive and try and milk some of this clock out. They do have the ball hanging around tower here, although this is Plasma, sorry, that we're on board with. So we are on board with Divine Mind. So they have a bit of a setup now around tower. If they can get back here and hold around this tower area, they might be all right. Plasma starting to drop a bit, get a few kills, goes for the play ball. Didn't manage to get a huge amount of time though there, Justin. It was a bit of back and forth, and in that meantime, Slays has managed to pick up the snipe and the OS and the ball, so completely stacked.
Greedy, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Sharing is caring, Slays. We'll have words about this afterwards. But now, Slays dropping that ball, handing it off to his teammates, or he just wants to utilize that montage maker that he's got in hand and that OS. All that OS has got burned, and he just gets taken down. Slays had all the goodies, but not able to do much with them. Now, Divine Minds, they've got ball control, they've got map control. Time for them to go on a bit of a run. Pips grabbing himself one. He's got plenty of sniper bullets to play with as well. And here comes Divine Mind, that fragile lead that the Chiefs had early on. It's something to note, Hoots, there's only 13 seconds left on the clock, and Divine Minds, are they going to get ahead and then work down that clock? They just might. And look at that, Divine Minds, they've taken the lead. 13 seconds left on the clock. This next play is going to be the last ones for the Chiefs.
Yeah, this is huge. They have dropped it now. They've got a couple seconds lead, and you'd just be leaving that ball right now and playing full defense. They've got a full squad up. Plasma is dropped, so it's going to be only left to two Chiefs players, Madsy and Slays, to get in, try and get a hand on the ball. They're not going to be able to, so Divine Mind managed to actually take that first round, Justin. They were pretty much just getting nowhere near the ball for the first 4 minutes of game time, and then decided to make their run right at the end, and that's a fantastic result to flip that around. And I think a massive part of that was, as we mentioned before, Sways staying alive down here near this B side in that exchange before, where he just was an absolute ruckus, keeping players at bay while his team managed to get a good 25-second chunk. Sways now we are on board with. He's got the snipe. 4 dead, 4 Chiefs at that moment there. So looks like Divine Mind, Justin, have really started to turn it on.
Yeah, they have, and it's amazing to see. This is exactly the competition that we were hoping for. Divine Minds, they're hot out of the gate, something to prove. Sways, sniper rifle in hand. He's got 5 bullets to play with. He's going to connect with some faces. Can't find a single target. Goes for the no-scope. Doesn't get the connection, but cleans up with a BR. Madsy's there if he wants it. He can feel it. You can tell he's feeling good. Yep. He's looking good on the map. He's not connecting with anything just yet. But when you have someone that is this confident, moving around the map, it's only a matter of time until they start stringing some kills together. Look at that. Perfect shots onto Madsy there from Sways, and Divine Mind, they've gone on a 30-point run off the opening. Sways has still got that original spawn sniper rifle, Hoots.
Yeah, he's doing fantastic. I think he's still got a couple of bullets to play with as well. He's got 2 in the chamber there, so he's going to be able to try and put a stop here to Madsy. I thought was actually going to be running through top mid there. They're hanging around that garage area, trying to push through to the B side. Their Plasma is pretty isolated, so they're going to want to get across, get some support. Nice snipe there coming through from Sways. He's on a real tear, going for another one. Isn't able to catch it in the air, but it looks like he's going to try and push in, grab ball here, and not even need to play ball, I think, because Chiefs are 4 down again. So 50 seconds to 0 right now for Divine Mind, and so much of this is off the back of Sways just going absolutely crazy, assisting, slaying everywhere. He's 20 and 14 with 9 assists, Justin, and look at this, just tossing the ball over to Nest, and he's going to now just try and hold out, keep his life going in this B site. That snipe has no bullets left in it, staying alive here, and he's going to catch Beeston from behind, but manages to just stay alive. He's still got shields. Beeston, he's got the one up on him, pushes him away, finishes up the kill. This is unreal by Sways.
Yeah, and I don't know if you can feel it as well, Hoots, but I can feel the cogs turning in Sway's head. He's, you know, you can tell he's making decisions, and he's course correcting himself if he thinks that he's not making the right play. An amazing life from Sway's there, 21 and 15 for the Divine Mind roster. And look at the scoreline, 61-3 in favor of Divine Minds. They're a little bit slow to start in that first round, but it's been all Divine Minds ever since. But Berserk has something to say about that. He's got got the heat wave for you, bro. And there he goes, reversal onto Plasma. Berserk getting his shields back, sniffing out these other players. Sniper rifle is about to pop, 10 seconds to go. Sway's getting the better of Berserk in that situation. Now with Plasma from Divine Minds, looking for those Chiefs players that are all the way over in the garage. That Oddball just sitting there, waiting to be scooped up. Killjoy onto Madzy. Madzy doing what he can to keep his team in the game, but not translating to many points, Hoots. It's about 40 points the difference.
Yeah. So Chiefs have managed to just stall this a little bit. Sways was going for that sniper before. I think he was able to pick it up, but he has been dropped now. So I'm not sure where Snipe is on the map as we speak. Pip's just hanging around bottom middle here, going sneaky. Just trying to hold out a bit. I like this move, Justin. He's waiting for his teammates to respawn. He's going back a bit. I think that heatwave's actually about to pop as well. You could see there on the weapon pad, it looked like that bar was pretty much full and it was about to come out. Plasma here, he's about to get dropped. Pips did get that heatwave in the end. I think we've just cut away from him, but I think he managed to actually stay alive in there because I'm seeing 2 dead, 4 Chiefs. So Pip's doing a bit of work with that heatwave. Sways cops a bullet to the back and a clean up with the battle rifle. Madzy's dropped though. We do see 2 Divine Mind plays starting to move in on the ball here. 2 dead for each team, and Pip, he's just staying alive here with the heatwave in bottom mid, waiting for his teammates to come back again. But it looks like ball right now equals death, Justin. Anyone who touches it's getting melted instantly.
Yeah, don't be a wuss, boys. Get your mitts on that ball. That's how you're going to win the game. But double kill and killing spree for Pips. He goes down. That overshield scooped up by Sways. Slams it onto his chest. Goes out for the challenge. Beeson getting a nice little surprise there. And look at this. Sways so aggressive. And getting the reversal onto him as well. 71 points on the board for Divine Minds. They got a pretty comfortable lead over the Chiefs right now. And such consistent shots from Sways this entire game. So confident. His BR is so crisp. He's, you know, those whites are so crisp. They've been bleached, they've been pressed, they've been sun dried, mate. He is just looking clean.
Yeah, Sways is really trying to pretty much put a stake in the ground, saying, you know, if a couple of players might be leaving the region, I really want to take this #1 mantle. He's just been going absolutely crazy. Madzy, though, likewise for Chiefs, he and Berserk are just trying to keep their team in on this one, whilst Divine Mind looking to push away. So this garage hold's going to be really crucial here, Justin. They've finally got a chance for a bit of a setup. It won't be as scrappy. They're about 30 points down now, so it's going to be interesting to see where they try and move this one. It looks like we have Divine Mind spawning over on the B side. They are pushing through garage, so Madzy's going to want to get the ball out of here. It looks like we are going to have Berserk drop. Madzy's got a 2-on-1. He manages to pick up both, though. So really great support there coming through from outside on that B area. And look, we've got now him. He's managed to bring this back a little bit more. So, you know, it's still about this 20-point gap that we were talking about before. But, you know, he's in a position here that's strong. He can play ball it if he needs to. So, you know, this is also an interesting position for Chiefs, though. They don't normally lose maps in general, right? Like, they've been used to winning them so easily. So they're finding themselves with their backs up against the wall. That ball's now been play balled. Beeston's starting to move through mud down into this bottom mid area. He's got the PP in his back pocket, but I don't know if we have an OS up on the map right now, Justin. So he's just going to hold out here. Looks like OS is popping in 5, though. So this OS could be very crucial in deciding how this round finishes up.
Absolutely. Scoreline may as well be completely even. That OS has just popped. Berserk managing to grab it. We've been going on about Slays, but Berserk with 28 kills to his name. Double kill for Slays now. Lagging behind a little bit in the kills department, but he's done his share of heavy lifting. Now he's getting some points onto the board, and look at this. The Chiefs, they were behind. They're about to tie things up. Scoreline is getting to the pointy end of the game. The Chiefs, they've taken the lead for the first time this game. They've actually managed to bring things back, and now on board with Madzy, putting some nice shots into Rated. Gets the better of him. Now ring around the rosy, trying to stay alive. The grenade cleanup comes in, but that's a lot of dead players on the kill speed. And now Beeson going into Divine Mind. They've scooped up the ball. It's back and forth. It could go either way at this point.
Yeah, Plasma's now got this, and I think we have 2 dead, 4 Chiefs. They are starting to push through garage, so if Sways can just turn around there and put some shots in, we might be completely uncontested here if Plasma can just hold on to it. Grenades coming in, and Beeson actually pushes through Brutes along with Berserk, I think that is. So only 2 alive. Divine Mind, they're the closer in position, I think, to pick up this ball with Pips, but he's really going to have to put himself in a vulnerable position to actually pick that up. So they did take the lead back. A minute left. I don't think we're going to have the game clock run this one out. Someone's going to pick this one up and close it out. Only 8 seconds left needed for Divine Mind, but it is in such a precarious position, Justin. 3 dead for Chiefs. They should be making a move on this ball here, as we see they do. Pip just holding in this corner. It's a really tricky one. 2 grenade as well. If you are coming through from Brutes, and they managed to get it. So when the Chiefs looked like they were coming in to put an end to this round and tie it up, we do have Divine Mind being able to regather and take that game, and that's a massive one, Justin, to be, taking that lead in the first round, have a pretty big lead in the second round as well, start to lose it, but then regather, and in a really frantic final few stages, rounding that out, taking the first game against the Chiefs as well. That's a big moment for Divine Mind.
Yeah, listen, at the risk of being too spicy, Hoots, the Divine Mind roster kind of got the leftovers, right? Got put into the Tupperware, into the fridge, ready to be heated up the next night. And what does that do to that conference when you take map number 1 against the team that reshuffled and then forced you onto another roster? Pips and Rated especially must be feeling really good after that first map, and hopefully that will boost their confidence and they'll continue to take it to the Chiefs. So, and swinging back to the Chiefs, Hoots, what's going on in their minds, you think?
Yeah, I mean, like we said, they don't normally lose games. We're just looking at the stats here and the shots coming out of Sways. Look at that, 9,138 damage. That is just a magnitude higher than both his teammates and his opponents. So he's just putting himself in these positions where he's able to just go absolutely crazy. And only 9 seconds of ball time, but when you're putting up the kind of slaying that he was doing, you can have 0 seconds of ball time for mine if you want. That was just a really dominant performance, and he was just disrupting every kind of setup that the Chiefs were trying to make.
Yeah, he really was. And we mentioned it before, it just had so much, his decision making. You could tell he was really wired in and thinking about things and course correcting throughout that game to try and maximize his influence on the game. And it translated into a map 1 victory, going through some of the highlights. And talking about Madsy, Star Slayer and then Slays, he had a really good performance. Berserk, proving that he deserves to be on this top roster as well, being the top scorer for his team, I do believe, but not quite enough to keep up with Divine Mind. But it did seem like Divine Mind was just a bit more cohesive, which is something I touched on before the game. It's kind of, with the objective game type, it's, was the Chiefs going to have more team cohesion because they have more history together, and would that play in their favor? But I mean, 180 on that. Divine Mind looked really strong as a squad, but also individuals standing out as well.
I think Pips is really showing his versatility as well, right? That he can just slot into this team and provide such a fantastic level of support to Sways in terms of just, the amount of assists and objective work he does when he needs to, while Sways can just go absolutely mental and be running around with OS, Snipe, Heatwave and Ball if he wants. So he just really had it all together and everything to do for himself. But, we now move over to Slayer Aquarius. And so, now we can see Sways just really put even the minute level of objective focus that he might have had in that last game into just pure slaying. And so, yeah, to be able to see him and Pips go to work on this one, we saw how dominant they were together on Catalyst in particular. I can't wait to see how they do it on Aquarius, a map that they're a lot more familiar with obviously, given the fact that map has been out since Infinite first came out. So, yeah, Chiefs find themselves in an interesting position. I'm pretty sure we did cast a series a while back, Justin, when Divine Mind did actually send Chiefs to the elimination bracket, although it is worth noting that both of these rosters were significantly different back then.
Yeah, very, very different kettle of fish. And, I'm hungry for a different kind of meal. I want to, spice things up a little bit. And it's good to see that Divine Minds, they're stepping up into the play and they want to take that number 1 spot in the region after all of those roster shuffles. But, Slayer on Aquarius, Slayer being such a momentum-based game type, are we going to see Divine Mind really push the Chiefs? And I think that's a key for them. They need to put the nails in the coffin early on the Chiefs. You cannot let the Chiefs get comfortable and warmed up, I think. You just hit both NOS buttons on that steering wheel and you just got to steamroll them, get them out of the tournament right away. You can't afford to let Chiefs get comfortable and warmed up.
Yeah, I think they need to keep bringing that aggression that they had on Live Fire just then. Chiefs are a team who typically dictate the pace, so Divine Mind need to keep them unsettled and keep pushing. And they've got the power to be able to do that now, which they might not have actually had before. So the fact that they can be as aggressive as they want now and really take it up to the Chiefs and, have them as the ones being pushed back into their base or being completely split with spawns is something that the Chiefs probably aren't used to. So, Divine Mind, now that they have that weapon weapon in their arsenal, I guess, with Sways and Pips to be able to do that kind of aggressive pushing. Something that will hold them in really good stead for the rest of this series. So, you know, I guess we said at the start, we didn't know which way this one was going to go, and we thought it would probably go to a 4-game. And, you know, those first 2 rounds of Oddball then, whilst they both did go to Divine Mind, they were very close. So, you know, now that we go to Slayer, and like I said before, no objective to have to worry about, we get to see these guys just purely slay and focus on nothing but that. Obviously, we do have Camo in the top corner here. We saw how crucial the power-ups were in that last game. Camo is something we haven't really had too much to say about over the last couple of games, given the maps we have been on. But let's look at how this focus goes at the very start, Justin, to see what kind of emphasis the teams put on Camo as opposed to positioning.
Yeah, and speaking of positioning, Aquarius is a map that, yes, there's long sight lines and gives you ability to shoot across map to put damage down for your teammates, but there's also a lot of sight lines that get just completely closed off, and if you don't have teamwork, you can kind of get isolated and taken down if you're not too careful. Slay's the first one to drop there, and Madsy getting away with that heat wave and Camo, so this is the man to watch. He's lurking in the depths. The Shark looking for his next meal, throwing out a bit of a feeler grenade, trying to see what's out there, launching down on that player. He's so hungry, but fish are friends, not food, and he goes in, whiffs one, doesn't matter. It's like, the heat wave doesn't work, boys, I'm going to try the BR. That one does connect. He is still alive. Grenades coming in for the cleanup. He does go down, unfortunately, but, you know, bit of uncharacteristic from Madsy there. He usually hits everything.
Yeah, I mean, you know, got 1 kill out of that Camo, so, you know, it's better than going negative with it, but probably would have liked to have done a little bit more. We've seen the Chiefs, they do have this top control over on P side here. So we got, I think, 3 almost up on top P there. So, you know, Pip really being held back in the fridge here. Nice work picking up a kill, though, on Slays. So, you know, definitely not in a power position, but using his BR really effectively. And look, they've just come in and pushed them right back. So there's that aggression we were talking about, Justin. He's caught unawares there. Probably should have been focusing on the left-hand side before moving into the fridge. Maybe got a wrong call out. But, you know, 7-8 start, 8 all now. So very much, I think these two teams just feeling each other out to begin with.
Yeah, and that sizzle stick taking down Pips around the corner there. Now with Madsy, the BR monster himself, he's got 4 kills to his name, 4-1 currently, doing his best to assist his teammates here, clearing out that player. All tied up at 10-10. Anybody's game at this point, and yeah, Divine Mind, they took that first oddball map, but both rounds were very, very close, and I think he thought he had a buzz grenade in his pocket, doing his best to trade out the kills there. Now Beeson flashing shields does get them back, highlighting Beeson's kills 4 and 3, doing well, but now we have Pips, one of the sneakiest players in the region and very good at utilizing the weapons on the map, and look at that, didn't even shoot his gun, and was like, hey, what's up, son? Gives him the swift backhand into the respawn screen for him, looking for another player there, finds himself a second, desperately trying to stay alive with the call out, and the grenade does come. Pips doing well to disrupt things happening on the map, but only managing to nab himself a couple of kills there, Hoots.
Yeah, Beeston here with the sidekick, pushing in bottom mid. Nice work teaming up there with Slace to take out Raiden. So this scoreline has stayed really close the whole way through, Justin. Beeston now managing to pick up a kill on Swade, pushing back flag here, and it looks like there's a bit of a fold coming in here. 2 kills picked up there, a nice double for Beeston. He's dropped, and yeah, you know, there's no team really able to get any kind of map control right now or scoreboard pressure. It's all staying very, very close, similar to the last game we had in Oddball. Pips picks up a nice double there as well, so that is going to bring the lead into Divine Mind's hand. 3 down for the Chiefs. So can Divine Mind use that 3 down to try and get some kind of top control? It doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Madsy here just stuck over on the car side. Plasma pushing through. Madsy no shields, and he's just picked up straight away a double for Plasma. So a 3-kill gap, probably the biggest we've had of the game so far. And look at this fold coming in here, just moving in. Divine Mind with the heat wave, just absolute terror reigning everywhere. And now they're starting to push away, Justin. We've seen consistently 2 or 3 down for the Chiefs. Divine Mind, they're starting to flow, and it's Pips right now doing most of the damage. 10 kills and 5 deaths.
Yeah, you know what? Like, we always highlight Pips as being, you know, getting in down there, doing the dirty work, and, you know, maybe underappreciated because he's doing objective stuff, but here he is going double positive.
Oh, 29-20.
He's just outshining everyone else on that in the game currently, 29 and 20 as your highlight, Hoots. Divine Mind coming out strong in this game too, sniffing out those players. Easy cleanup for Plasma there, just a flick and taking that player out, sending him to the respawn screen. And look at this, Plasma just diverting his attention straight away to help out his teammates, putting some crisp shots into there. Good use of cover, trying to look for that flick, sees the grenade getting thrown out, decides not to cop it to the face. He goes down. Madzi with yet another camo. Can this man be stopped? He seems to get every single one of them.
Yeah, this camo is going to run out shortly. I think he picked it up a little, quite a while ago. So at least picking up a double there, using it well. He definitely needed to because the game was starting to get away from the Chiefs. So Madzi, just with this camo, he's able to at least sneak around a bit, put pressure on so his team can start to fold in, but still drop there. Sway's picking up a double out of nowhere in the kill feed. So look at that. The Chiefs have to push right back. Beeston's the last guy alive here, just having to stay alive. And he is going to go up one-on-one against Pips. And they're actually going to trade there with the BRs. So you'll take that every day of the week if you're Divine Mind, given that you do have the lead here, up by 7, and they're just really keeping the Chiefs on their toes. The Chiefs need to mount some kind of comeback here. 6 down now, and they are starting to at least get a bit of top control here. You see Slays moving up top. Berserk's going to be dropped down. No, sorry, he's still alive in the fridge, but he's taking heavy damage. He's got no shields, and they do have Divine Mind now pinned in this back flag. So you're going to see the push starting to come through from Lockers there on Madzi, from Util, sorry, I should say. But Slays starting to fold in as well. Watch this scoreboard start to turn here. Only a 2-kill gap now for the Chiefs. So that's one round of Slays they really needed to get in. They're going to start to rotate over to the other side now and hopefully see if they can pinch them again. But it looks like we're going to have at least one member. I think that's Pips managing to get, actually Raiden managing to get through. He's got Pips along there with him. So Slays having a retreat. So good work there at least by Divine Mind managing to regroup and not allow a spawn trap to start happening.
That was such a clean collapse by the Chiefs there. They full base of players and to go in and basically get a clean sweep to bring things back. Now only 2 kills the difference as we're crossing to the pointy end of this game. On board with Slays, grabbing himself one. Only 2 kills the difference, but Divine Mind, they're leading right now, but I think it's starting to shift momentum in favor of the Chiefs right now. They're starting to look very comfortable and working together to take players out, and Slays just grabbing Raided completely unaware there, and they have managed to take the lead 40-39. It's only 1 kill, but they were down a couple of rounds of Slays, but now Beast in the first one, other than Madzi, to grab that camo, and he is moving through, and Divine Mind's there on the back foot a little bit. Things have slowed down considerably, and it does look like Chiefs have managed to take complete control of this map so far. There's Pips, unable to save Slays in that situation, but you can trade out kills when you've got the lead. But now that heat wave in the hands of Beeson, he's got that camo, looking very dangerous, but he does cop a grenade. 2 kills the difference, getting down to the pointy end, Hoots.
Yeah, Pips starting to move. I thought he was going to go top mid. It looks like he's seeing that heat wave and he's pushing in, wants it for himself, so it's going to be actually out of ammo. So this is super close right now. 2-kill lead to the Chiefs, 45-43, and I guess they can't really use that same kind of aggression they had at the start there. We do see 2 players super weak over there in sorry, no, I saw that wrong, but Pips managing to stay alive here. 3-kill lead, and look at the push coming through from Chiefs onto the flag there. They know they've got them isolated 2 down. Meanwhile, Pips is copying shots in the back. I think this is a perfect fold in here coming from Chiefs. Plasma just trying to defend with the heat wave. Unfortunately, it's not going to work. Only 1 kill now needed for the Chiefs. This fold in here has been absolutely perfect. Dropping Divine Mind, knowing that they're in a position just to get a couple more kills to round this one out. And look at this with heat wave. We've got a few of these nades coming in, but when you've got the heat wave there, you can afford to push in and close it out there. Beaston, with his 14th kill there, manages to take that one out. And God, that's an incredible comeback there by the Chiefs. I thought Divine Mind were in such a power position, being up by about 10. Like we said before, they had some really strong pushes into those flags and folding in on them, but it was just that one push that we had on the flip side from the Chiefs that really got Divine Mind on the back foot, and they just weren't able to recover from there.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the swinging point. The pendulum started going the other way, didn't it? It just felt like a different game after that. Yes, they were still a round of Slays behind, but when you have a clean collapse like that as a team, Hoots, boy, does your confidence just swell. Your chest just starts beating and you're the strongest, buffest man on the map. And Chiefs managing to bring things back and take out Divine Minds. And we mentioned that potentially Divine Mind needed to put this game to bed as early as possible and not let Chiefs start determining the pace of the game. But Chiefs, they've already returned it. They brought it back in this game, and what's it going to be like the rest of the series?
Yeah, well, Beeston really did light fire in that one. We've seen him as a player who, particularly at the Super, can just really light fire. I think it was in Maniac who said, Beeston straight feasting. He just loves going in and really just feasting on everyone when he can. And it was a perfect example then going I think +4 with 8 assists. So that's a really great performance from him. But yeah, I think you're right, Justin. It was the pace. Once it got taken out of it, the Chiefs were dictating the level that it was going, and they preferred a bit of a slower game there, and it just worked perfect for them. They could be really methodical, pinning them into the back of the flag, and then when the time was right, pushing in. And I think this was one of the moments here, just with this heat wave going in, ultra frantic, and just, the whole team coming in and a clean wipe of spawns without losing a life. And when you can have that kind of 4-kill swing, the momentum that gets you going into the next round of spawns is just absolutely massive.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And Chiefs starting to look pretty good. Pretty good. They've got their best shoes on. They've shined them up nicely. They've got their mums to tie their ties for them, and they're off to the high school formal looking really good. And we're just going to see, is Divine Mind going to be able to bounce back? They performed really well in that first Oddball game in high pressure situations, able to clutch things up, but then they kind of choked a little bit game 2. So we've seen them clutch, we've seen them choke, and I'll have to see how they bounce back after a loss. But this series, it could go back and forth.
And the more exciting thing, Justin, is we finally, I'm looking at the bottom of the screen there, we finally got a King of the Hill Streets coming up. So we get to see the new game type, which we really want to see how these teams go about playing this. It's a bit of everything in the way we've got, the points-based system, I guess, has some similarity to Oddball. You've got a little bit of Strongholds in there. It's a bit of everything, but the fact that it's kind of all focused on this one hill is a real game changer. And something a little bit different to, previous versions of King of the Hill as well, is that you really have to stay in the hill for a few moments before you can start capturing. It's not the instant capture like we've seen in Halo 3 and other Halo titles. So it really requires, when you want to make the move onto that hill, that you pick the right time. You've got a couple down so you can get a couple of those uncontested seconds to start to capture that and really rack that score up. So for those of you, again, as we said at the start of the broadcast, who are a little bit unfamiliar with King of the Hill, we're playing first to 4 points. And so, we have a rotating hill constantly, and whoever fills up their score meter first on each hill gets that point. So first to 4, we can finish in a tie. We can finish at 4-all if the game timer runs out, and if that is the case, we will then start the map up again and just have one final sudden death hill. So just keep that in mind, because given how close these games have been so far, Justin, there's no reason to say we won't be going to a sudden death final hill if required. But being a new game type, something that hasn't been in Infinite apart from the last couple of weeks, it's just going to be interesting to see if teams have really started, if particular teams have been putting really important and heavy time in. We almost see here, jumping on with Berserk, getting the insta-splode there on Pips. He doesn't manage to make it happen, but we have this opening hill now up here, and we're just waiting for teams to start to get position. But all 4 dead for Chiefs off the start as we have this hill in arcade. Rockets in the hands of Plasma, so they're going to be in a great position as we see that little score timer starting to tick up down the bottom there. And with Rockets to be able to defend this hill, they're in a good position to make a first capture.
Yeah, Plasma just being, look at this discipline, not to be the first one to hill. It looks like he's opting to grab himself a couple of kills before grabbing it. And look at this, Plasma trying to stay alive, hill controlled, finds himself a player. He does go down. Plasma, who's doing all the right things, it just didn't work out for him this time. It's very back and forth, all dead now. We got Pips with that Stalker rifle. Now they've got hill control, and that timer is starting to build up consistently. However, the Chiefs, still early days, isn't it, Hoots? There's still plenty of time, but it does look Divine Minds. They're not taken that loss to heart from the previous game. They've bounced straight back and challenging, getting in the faces of the Chiefs. They want to win this series.
Absolutely. We have Divine Mind off to a good start here. Chiefs haven't been able to get any semblance of hill control at all. They are now finally in there, but Divine Mind already halfway through to securing this first point. So we are going to see Chiefs now start to get a bit of a setup here. Berserk going for the remote detonation again. Not going to work this time. Plasma just laying low, but they do have them in a pretty precarious position right now. Divine Mind not being able to make many inroads onto the hill, and look at this already. We've seen Chiefs pretty much tied it back up now. Plasma having to go for a bit of a Hail Mary, jump out the window. He's going to be pushed back straight away, and now we have Chiefs taking the lead in this opening point round here. We do have them out of the hill now, so you know, this is that kind of balance you have, Justin, when you occasionally need to push back, but when you start to get this close at the end, you do start to see a real scrap for these final seconds of hill time that you wouldn't see at this stage of a game in a regular Halo King of the Hill type. That's what makes this new game mode so intense. This random, really sort of scrap for the final bit, because if you look at the Chiefs there, they only need about 10 more seconds or less to go to secure this first point. Divine Mind's starting to move in on it as well, so this is an ultra close opening round here.
It is, Madzy with the double kill there. And, you know, Plasma was doing really well there. Such a long life for him. I think he's still alive. Now rated in the hill for his team. It is neck and neck right now. Here comes that Chiefs push, but Rated popping out to say hello, finds himself one. The double's there if he wants it. He does connect, doesn't actually take any damage himself. Rated going ham for his team, and they take the first hill. This King of the Hill map, they do require a few more to take out this first, this map, people. You have to, full disclosure, everyone, this is the first time commentating Halo Infinite King of the Hill, so I might fumble here and there. Doing my best, all right? But we are on board with Rated, who's showing up for his squad nonetheless. At least he knows how to play King of the Hill, and here he is smelling blood in the water with his squad taking over and wasting no time in taking control of this hill.
But whilst you're never, you know, out of it in this game because we're on a point system, one thing that's worth noting is that, you know, Chiefs got a lot of hill time then, but on the scoreboard it shows for absolutely nothing because Divine Mind were able to close that out, get that opening point. The Chiefs, it's pretty much like they haven't impacted the scoreboard at all. So speaking of not impacting the scoreboard at all, just having a look right now at the kill feed, and Berserk is 0-9 right now, so he is struggling to make much of an impact here. He has picked up the 2 assists, but, you know, it's like we said before, it's a new game type that people aren't super familiar with, so perhaps this is something that he is struggling with a little bit. I like the kind of protection Divine Mind are putting on this hill right now. It looks like they're just trying to slay for a little bit before making a move on this hill. They do have 3 down right now, so this is the time you get in, you start to capture, and they're going to be able to progress even further on this. They're already over halfway to scoring this second point. Sways has just grabbed the rockets there, and he's been able to get away really safe. And look him go on the offensive here. This is where Chiefs are spawning around, and they're just keeping them completely at bay with these rockets. There's really nothing Chiefs can do. Divine Mind's going to take this second point completely uncontested from the Chiefs. Fantastic work.
Yeah, they've really bounced back from that loss, haven't they, Hoots? And, you know, just a slow cap to the best segue I've ever think you've delivered with that onto Berserk there. 0 impact. I'm going to be laughing about that one for days, I think. Sways now with his squad for Divine Mind. They've got 2 hill catches on the board and already going to work, getting that third one on the board. You know, the Chiefs are on the back foot a little bit. Divine Mind just playing out of their minds right now. And look at this, Sways putting in so much aggression to keep those players away from the hill. There's Berserk caught out. He does go down, and Rated now on board with him, looking at the kill feed. He's on double-digit kills. And we have 2 players on Divine Minds within the double digits, and a lot of the players in the Chiefs are struggling quite a bit. Slays topping that squad with as I say that, he trips over into the double digits himself. Caught off guard a little bit there. Sorry, folks. Now, we do have Chiefs. They're not out of it just yet. Divine Minds have been very strong, but as we've seen before, you can't let the Chiefs get comfortable. If they start setting the pace of the game, they can bring things back. So I think Divine Minds have got to keep that aggression up, keep the Chiefs on the back foot, don't let them get a good stronghold and get things moving.
Yeah, Divine Mind's starting to push into this courtyard spawn here, though, for the hill. Rated pushing through PD. I like the use of the drop ball there, Justin, coming in at just the right time to mean that Rated had no potential to flank there, given that drop ball is significantly stronger now. Nice work there by the Chiefs to actually push Divine Mind back. 3 dead now. But we're not seeing the Chiefs really get in and make a move on the hill. Madzy now starting to push in. They're going to capture it, start to score, although they're held back again. You can see in the middle of the score down there, they're just not able to fill that little that diamond up there. They finally do. That score's starting to rack up again. Rockets, though, back in the hand of Sways. He's very weak right now, but he's still looking to push in. Nice work there, though, stepping back, letting those shields come back. He knows that he's got one chance to put a stop to this. Unfortunately, that rocket's not going to connect. I think Madzy might have taken a little bit of splash damage, but he's back right up on that ledge, pushing off, just getting shots on Rated to stop him there, and it looks like they should be in a position to at least get a first point on the board here. They don't need much time, but Divine Minds managed to actually sneak in. 2 down, 4 Chiefs here, and they're going to try and flip this back. So look at that score, really starting to quickly rack up again. We're close to being even Stevens again on this as the push from Chiefs is coming through Arcade.
Yeah, they certainly are, and you know, the Chiefs, they're starting to warm things up, aren't they, Hoots? It's been a bit of a Divine Minds show, but as this new format for King of the Hill, it does give the other team an opportunity to bring things back if they want to. It doesn't snowball too far out of their control, and you can swing things back. Now, we are on board with Plasma. He's got that battle rifle. He's got the Bulldog to play with as well. And Divine Mind, they clutch up another hill. They've got 3 on the board, 3 to their name for that Divine Mind flag. Fly high, fly proudly. And now the Chiefs, they're really on the back foot, Hoots. They're going to have to reverse sweep these hills if they're going to be able to take out this map.
Yeah, it's a good point, the reverse sweep in King of the Hill. I didn't really think about that. And look, we've just had, they managed to get a little bit of capture at the start, but Divine Mind, Plasma was just, they had no idea he was there over on this A site here. So he's just managing to pretty much put shots across the whole back area here. And look, he's now in such a power position. You've got Sways up on that PD ledge. Plasma's up on the A side, and they're just not really in a position, the Chiefs, to make a breakthrough. Rockets are popping. He manages to keep Madsy off there. Berserk, I think, is making a push for those rockets. At least I thought he was. He's not able to pick them up. He runs straight through, though. They're more focused on the hill right now. Perfect coming out of Plasma there. And rockets are now in the hands of, well, they were in the hands of Slays, but Plasma picking them back up, looking to make a push in here. The rocket, he's wasted it, but Madsy had to push back anyway. Divine Mind, they've put in a good chunk of time already on this hill, and now he's got the Bulldog in his back pocket in close quarters here around Cafe. He's going to be dropped, but look at this. Divine Mind only need a little bit more time. Chiefs really have to do something now.
Yeah, look at the score line. Divine Minds, Plasma, 19. Sways, 20. Rated, 17. Pips, 15 assists. Yeah. They are all just going absolutely ham. It is all Divine Minds in this third game. And here comes the body disrespect. I love to see a double kill as well. We're getting treated. And Divine Mind boys here to play. Sways, styling on all of them. Padsy hiding in the corner, trying his best to stay alive. Sways is like, come out. Go to ping it. I dare you the challenge, bro. He comes out, you know, Madsy doing everything he can. Wow. But victory for Divine Mind, winning 4-0 versus the Chiefs. And do we have our new #1 team, Hoots? I don't want to call it too early.
Well, that was
feeling pretty good. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
That's got to be one that really gets you jazzed up, because that was a statement in every sense. It was a clean sweep in terms of 4 points to 0, but you know, there are a few players from the Chiefs who probably weren't putting in the kind of performances they'd be wanting to, and you know, the impact that can have on the following games, knowing that they're now coming up one more game and they're sent to the elimination bracket, which is not an area they're too familiar with. They've only been down there once before. That being said, they did come out and manage to reverse sweep coming out of that elimination bracket. But just looking at the scores here, and you know, we did say Berserk had a pretty rough day at the office there, 5 and 20. Did pick up the 9 assists, but you know, sometimes there are just games when it's not happening for you. And on the flip side, we had, you know, the usual suspects for Divine Mind putting in a whole heap of work and a whole heap of damage. I'm talking about Rated in particular, just 5,038, and Sways as well, of course, 5,678 damage. So huge amount of shots being put out by them across the map, and there are a couple of close hills there, but just as importantly, Justin, there were probably 2 that were pretty one-sided.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think that was all Divine Minds. That whole game, they just, even when Chiefs was, that's interesting, Plasma sticking himself there. Not the highlight that you would put in your montage, I would say. But yeah, Divine Minds, they just clutched up when they needed to and kept Chiefs on the back foot. And if you clutch up a hill like that, you just carry that momentum instantly into the next one. And Divine Minds, they're coming out very strong from this game, and the roster shuffle is kind of in question. Which team was going to come out on top? And it does look like Chiefs, you know, they're a little bit flustered. It's, you know, Berserk was struggling that game. I believe Slays might have been struggling the game before. And when you're shooting bodies, that means that you're confident, right? You can tell when a player's feeling good when they have the confidence to talk smack to the enemy players in game when the series is still going on. But we are going to move into the next one. Still could go either way, but Divine Minds, they've got quite a bit of momentum behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. We move into CTF Bazaar. It's a game type we've seen Chiefs absolutely dominate in the past, in particular. So, you know, like we said, it's a new roster though. So can they bring that through? Do they have the intel from Madzi that he's able to impart on some of their newer teammates? It looks like he probably, from his performance in game at least, he probably is the leader on this Chiefs squad now. But God, Divine Mind would have to be super confident coming off that last win. That was just a dominating performance. And you're right, you said specifically, Justin, it was the disrespect towards the end that shows.
Love it. Give it to me.
Yeah, it shows how they're, I guess, feeling about their standing right now in this tournament and in this series.
Yeah, and I want to see more of it. I know Pips is partial to a bit of body disrespect. He can be very, very cheeky as well, and getting in the heads of the teammates. And it's kind of, you know, the guys on the Chiefs, they're no strangers to a bit of body disrespect, and they might, you know, think that they're brushing it off, but it still eats them a little bit because they're competitives. They want to win. But as you mentioned, Chiefs historically performed pretty good on CTF Bazaar, so they might be favoured to take out this game, but it's more so how can they bounce back from this loss. You know, when you spend so much time winning, it can be really difficult to respond when you're the ones on the back foot. You know, when you're winning and you're getting the power weapons, you're getting the power ups, you win in your gunfights, Halo, easy, hold forward, win everything, you know, challenge everything. But when you're on your back foot, that's where it really separates the men from the boys and the good Halo players. So Chiefs, this is going to be a good test for them, whether or not they're going to be able to bring things back. And Bazaar, CTF, it might just feel like home for them. Now we're on board with Berserk in this opening scrap. Madzi doing his best to try and get that rockets off the rip there, Hoots, but they are just sitting there. It does get scooped up by Sways. He did try to get away, but no, Madzi has been rewarded too in the tube to play with, looking for that first player. He does get taken down, shoots the rocket into the wall, and still one more on the ground there for someone that wants to scoop it up.
Had a DC.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I was feeling hyped. My momentum, I'm off the rails.
Madzi had the right idea then. I think he just clipped something when he was jumping off the ledge, and it kind of threw him to the right, and he face planted right into a wall and was never going to get away there.
Didn't tie his shoelaces.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Just we've had a good run with the disconnects so far tonight, so they haven't plagued the broadcast too much. So we will just get this one restarted nice and quickly. You know, I guess the good thing is it happened at the very start, right? It didn't happen when we were a lot further into the map and we had to worry about momentum swings when we do a restart or anything like that. You know, if you're going to take one, you'll take it at the very start. But yeah, you know, that even just can we take anything from that? I might be clutching at straws here. Can we take anything from that opening though? Sway's managing to get the rockets off the break. We also did have actually Divine Mind got the OS at the start as well. So whilst Madzi was able to regain control of that rockets, they did manage to pick up both of the main priority points at the very start of the map.
Well, it did look like Chiefs kind of knew what they wanted to do and who had their individual roles. It did look like Madzi did his best to push up onto the map to try and contest rockets, and Berserk's job was to jiggle, peek, and angle and apply pressure so they could grab that power up down on the game. So maybe you're not clutching at straws. We get a bit of an insight into how Chiefs likes to start off that game time. However, we are going into a reset, and it's just 100% reset. And sometimes when you have internet problems, it just ruins your train of thought as well, particularly like someone like Berserk who's very hot-headed, you know, but it's like, oh my god, my internet again, bro, this is so annoying, that it might just ruin his momentum even further. Who knows? We're just speculating, trying to fill some time here as we sort out all these issues and get the game going as soon as possible. But that strong start, the opening strat, making sure that they are contesting the power-ups and power weapons. Good stuff to see from the Chiefs. So maybe a little glimpse, just a little peek through the keyhole at what to expect from the Chiefs boys.
A little birdie in my ears told me that the game is just about to restart, so we should be all good. We don't have to pad for too much longer, Justin. It is one of the hardest parts of our job when we do have to do this, and you know, we see the Twitch chat saying start the game, stop talking, and it's trust us, we want to do the exact same thing. So we will be getting there in a moment whilst we do just get this sorted. Obviously, for those of you who do play customs quite a bit, you know when there are dropouts, they can take a little bit of time to remedy. So we should be getting that done pretty quickly. But look, I mean, you know, Chiefs, as we said, on the precipice of being sent down to the elimination bracket. And Divine Mind I think we've spoken about it a few times, but it's Pips and Sways who are just working so well together. You'd think they've been playing together for years and years, the way these two are feeding off each other. I'm absolutely loving the kind of stuff they're doing, but Plasma really stepped up in that last game as well. So he's a player we haven't probably been giving as much attention to as we should have been, and he made a statement coming out there saying, you know, let's get some focus on me right now. I'm not just letting these guys take all the focus.
Yeah, and you know, talking about Pips and Sways working really well together, and I think, you know, Sways is doing all the flashy stuff, but Pips, you know, his role within the Chiefs was to get in, do dirty work, and just, you know, open up the map for players like Madzi and Barcode to run rampant on the map. And when you have a selfless player like that is playing around the players on his team, it's no surprise that the teamwork is connecting. You can't just take a group of superstars and expect them to work really well together. And sometimes it's all about that team makeup that makes all of the difference. But we are launching into things, and that ever important opening scrap, here it comes. Slays rushing across bottom mid, moving as fast as he can to apply some pressure and looking for other players. That power up and the Rockets still sitting there on the ground. Plasma desperately trying to stay alive. He does get that OS. And Madzi with the Rockets as well. He's got one more to play with, trying to launch it onto the OS player, and he does go down, and it does look like we have another disconnect, this time on the side of Divine Mind. So it wasn't Berserk again, everybody. It's a different player.
Just playing a bit of mind games, I think. It's all right. You guys want to pull the internet plug on us, we'll pull it on you, and now we're even. Okay, so now we can just go. No more lag outs required. And so I'm sure that's not what's actually happening. They're just a few little issues we're having with, but maybe a couple of mind games. Maybe it's a little rumor we can start, Justin, about a few little dirty tactics if we want. But you know, off the start, a bit of a different start there. We did have Rockets in the hands of our Chiefs at the start there, with Madzi able to use them. And actually, it's interesting. I love that initial rush that we saw then. And as soon as you grab those dynamo grenades, you chuck them right at your feet, because that cuts off any path that any players running through the opposite double doors might be taking through to get through to OS. So it's a great way those dynamo grenades are used. We see them, one, used for intel, tossing them up into the bar area to see if you can get some tags and see if you can find out if a player's up there, but also just area denial. It's no, I'm going to cut off this route you get through to the OS, or if you are going to try and run through them, you're going to be very damaged and have no chance of putting that in. But Luke, I see you've popped up. You're often bad news when we're mid-series when you pop up, so tell me everything's good.
Unfortunately, I am the boogeyman when it comes to a HCS broadcast if I appear halfway through the series. We are just waiting for ourselves to get back into Bazaar here. So I've come bearing some good news, though. So I'm more of a, what's the word, like a insult sandwich. You know, there's a little bit of good on the outside of the bad. So we're going to have a look at our elimination bracket here, lads, because Digital Nation actually beat Final Four. So that might be maybe a blip on the radar. And now we're looking at this elimination series as well, and Dials and Digital Nations are 1-1. So there's kind of two sides of the coin that we can look at here, right? Is Digital Nation having a really, really hot day and they're actually stepping up and having a fight for this top four like we talked about? Or was this a bad day for Final Form and Dials? I think statistically, we're probably looking towards Digital Nation being a team that is starting to step up. And these guys taking a map off the Dials and now having a shot for elimination final. We might be seeing a completely different tune here, Justin.
That is very, very interesting, isn't it? Now, Final Form, that's a strong lineup on paper, and it does seem like they just kind of struggled all night, you know, losing maps to teams that they not necessarily shouldn't be losing to. And then Digital Nation really rising to the challenge and taking them down. Now Digital Nation taking a game off Direwolves as well, and Direwolves has been looking really strong. So definitely an interesting series, and you know, I wouldn't want to predict it at this point, because if Digital Nation is playing well enough that they took down Final Form, maybe Direwolves should be worried.
Yeah, maybe they might be. But either way, we've got a series to conclude here, lads. Divine Minds and the Chiefs going head-to-head here on Bazaar.
Thanks, Luke. Third time lucky, Justin. We're giving it another go. So, 12 minutes we've got on game time. It's often a game type where we might not see 5 caps go in. So, strong chance that we are going to be going all the way through for these 12 minutes as we just get the players loaded in now. Once the screen starts flashing, usually means we're starting to roll in, which is a good sign for all of us. So, we'll just wait a little bit longer, and gee, Justin, it's hard to pad on the third time, so I'm trying my best, but I'm seeing some little player animations in the bottom right-hand corner there, and we are away with Sways. He's heading straight down to Ali and looking like he's going to try and maybe head under here, get a bit of a sneaky one with the Bulldog if he can, coming straight around. A lot of aggression off the start, and seeing if he can maybe come up behind Madsy, who has picked up these rockets, and he does see him there. Unfortunately, he didn't have the focus, so Madsy now, rockets, Bulldog, and I think OS, was that in the hands of Raided? It might have been, or it was a Chiefs player. I didn't actually notice. They were 3 down for a moment there, Divine Mind. So I'm not sure who has the OS, but geez, Chiefs coming out strong at the very start, wanting to run a flag, and look at that. We do have Madsy providing great cover with the Bulldog as well. That's 2 down. This flag can really start to move. 3 dead for Divine Mind, and geez, Justin, Chiefs really not messing around, making a run straight away. Pip's the last man alive, and I don't think they're even going to be in a position, Divine Mind, to get to the other side and overextend to stop this. This one's going in at the very start.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to let him go. You just got to let them run that flag across and go, boys, we'll get them on the next one. And that first one going on the board, but it does look like we have another lag out. We'll have to see if this game continues or if it's going to be another restart, but we'll cast it as if nothing's happened. Now on board with Beast, and players have stopped moving on the map. So it does look like we might. Not sure what the ruling is in this situation, Hoots, but Pips nabbing himself a kill, and a flag is now on the move. Berserk doing what he can to prevent that flag. And Pips, he's so much more comfortable on the map when there's only 2 enemy players on the map at the time. And not sure what's going to happen here, Hoots. I mean, this is the hardest thing to pad, right?
I think we've had 2 DCs now from the Chiefs. Maybe one of them's just decided to quit out, knowing that we're probably going to have to put a stop to this game at some point. Chiefs obviously were the ones who did lag out there. They managed to get the first cap in. Oh, Luke, not again.
Hey.
Tell me. They did manage to get that first flag in, so we are waiting for word from the admins up here just to let us know what we're going to have to do in terms of when this game restarts. Are we going to have 1 cap already awarded to the Chiefs? We'll just have to wait and see. But it is important that when the game was actually running, Luke, they put in a very strong statement at the start, putting that cap in the first 20 or so seconds.
Yeah, especially with the fact that there was the disconnect coming in from the Chiefs as well. So I'd imagine we might be going into a scenario where it's a 1-0 for the Chiefs. But what you said, yeah, it's a relatively fast cap coming in from Bazaar, and this might be falling back on the same kind of scenarios that we had when we looked at the Chiefs roster of old when they had Barcode and Pips, was the fact that these guys were extremely dominant on CTF maps. So this could be one of those scenarios where, Justin, we're looking at this Chiefs roster and they haven't changed the formula all too much. They've just brought Beeson and Berserk in here. They've taught them the same ways that they've been going through with their CTFs, and it seems like it's kind of popped off. Obviously Pips will have that kind of info, but at this point, like, you can't really catch everybody else up to speed when these guys are playing this fast. So I think it is a pretty good indicator for us to potentially go to all 5 maps, by me.
Yeah, I mean, Chiefs, historically, they've just been so dominant on Bazaar. And yes, you've lost a couple of players from that lineup that's been so dominant, but, Madsy and Slays being on that roster, you bring Beaston and Berserk in, and you might have just had the Shark, put his big fin down and go, listen, mate, we've been stomping you on this map for months. You listen to how we want to play it, and that's translated.
All right, see you, Justin. It seems like he is disappeared here, so it seems like the Gremlins are very deep in the waters when it comes to this Pro Series. Everybody's dropping down, but hey, it doesn't matter. You know what we've got? We've got a Vamp stream, and that means that this is also game number 3 here, and this means that they are 1 round down. So it's the fact that Direwolves are 1 round down now here in this Oddball, and they're also losing the first opener of this second round. Doesn't bode well for the boys from New Zealand.
Man, I was watching Vamp before, and he he was not rocking this hat. So, the time's getting a bit later in New Zealand. They're getting a bit weirder over there, which is good. So, I'm liking the hat. It's sitting very precariously on the top of the noggin there. But, sorry, Luke, I was actually looking at something else while you were talking about the series. Can you just repeat where we're at with this one? It's 1-1, and this is is this game 2 or is this game 3?
This is game 3.
Game 3.
Yeah, this is game 3, and they're 1 round down. So this is pretty spicy for the guys here on Direwolves, because I believe this is a best of 3. Correct me if I'm wrong, almighty big man in my ear. But I think this is going to be potentially a series where maybe if the Direwolves don't get their stuff together here, this could be them bowing out relatively early, and then a top 3 coming in from Digital Nation, which could be a big surprise for all of us coming into Pro Series number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Digital Nation, we did speak about it. They were causing a bit of a ruckus when we saw them earlier tonight. They weren't really in a position to win any of the games they were in, but I think they performed a lot better than we thought they would. I believe they were playing against the Chiefs, so they were definitely keeping them on their toes a little bit and making them work for the win. I mean, aside from a few really standout plays from Madsy, those games could have potentially gone a little bit differently. So they're not new names on this. It's a new team per se, a new team name. They're not new names in terms of the players. So they're a group who are very experienced, and they're already showing a couple of tournaments together they can do quite a bit of damage. So just keeping a close eye on this Direwolves game here. You can see Vamp looking like he's getting a little bit frustrated as the night goes on. It's getting late. Some of that frustration can start to creep in a little bit, and they are down 51-21 in this second round, Luke. But yeah, it would be a pretty big statement if we don't see them after making the grand final last week to not make even the elimination final for this week. It's a bit of a drop.
Yeah, exactly. It still is, and I think that's kind of the question mark that we had with the lads of the Direwolves. But I think so far, maybe we might be putting a little bit too much stock in this Pro Series, albeit, yes, it is a nice little bit of injection of HCS points and a little bit of cash money as well. I think at the end of the day, as long as they're still being able to get themselves a top 4, which they have, they're going to be able to play Pro Series next week. So I think that's going to be the real all-important one, because that's the final one that we have before the qualifiers and before the regional finals as well, right? And that's where we're really going to start to get the indicator of where these teams are sitting. And I think the lads on the Direwolves have a lot of tenacity, and the fact that they've been in these positions before really goes to show that they've been able to pull things back. And I think, after watching a player like Dino a whole lot, he is certainly one of those players that really wants to continue to keep things going and really keeps the boys amped up. So I feel like this probably might not be a knockout punch, but I do hear that Mr. Justin has returned.
Am I back? Hello?
You're back.
Sound back.
We got you.
That's right. I'm back. You can't get rid of me. I'm like a little cockroach. You can stomp on me, but I'll just scurry out with half a head afterwards. I'm never quite dead.
We're actually seeing here, I'm not sure if you're watching our stream right now, Justin, but we are seeing Direwolves actually make a bit of a comeback in this game. And Luke, it's worth mentioning, I've just had the admin in my ear that in terms of this Chiefs Divine Mind series that we are just going to be heading back to momentarily, we are going to have a 1-0 start in this CTF Bazaar game for the Chiefs. So we are going to register that first cap they put in, which I think is fair. We'll have full time on the clock, but ultimately Chiefs are going to need 4 caps and Divine Mind are going to need 5. So I think that's if you're a Chiefs fan or just a fan of fair play in general, I think that makes sense. I don't think anyone could really contest that.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best case scenario for all these players, and it seems like there may be a few issues floating around in the Australian landscape right now. So I mean, it is good that the Direwolves are making this comeback, right, Justin? Because before you rejoined us here, it was very bleak. I believe it was 50 points to nothing in this second round, and this is kind of do or die for the lads of the Direwolves. And we're having a chat a little bit beforehand about this maybe not being the end-all be-all for the lads of the Direwolves. Getting themselves a 4th place finish still means that they are able to go into Pro Series number 7. But at the end of the day, I think Pro Series number 7 is going to be the final kind of stand for a lot of these teams heading into DreamHack Melbourne.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, we're still so far away that there's plenty of time to get scrims in and that kind of thing, and refocus and concentrate on the big prize money, the big events, and getting those tournament wins. And sometimes it's okay to stumble on the online cups where less is on the line. It's a bit of a reality check, and it's like, hey boys, just because we put an all-star lineup together doesn't automatically mean we're just going to be taking maps, and we need to put in the work if we want to come back and perform at the highest level. So maybe a bit of a wake-up call for the Chiefs boys that they need to get their ducks in a row.
It's a good comeback by Direwolves, by the way.
I was just about to touch on the fact that now it is 98 to 57. That being able to push this to a third round is really big for the Direwolves lads, right? Because it gives them that kind of what I said before, the tenacity, gives them that extra bit of confidence back in their back pockets. They probably feel like they should be taking this series, and be able to come back from a deficit like that certainly is going to put a bit more wind in their sails, right, Hoots?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not completely over yet. We are seeing Digital Nation making a last stand that they're going to need to hold pretty flawlessly here. But it's going to be on Direwolves, I think, just gather together for one push, and then just make it through and play ball it, or just grab a couple seconds of time and it's all good. But they do need to come in and break a setup. A play ball will go a long way in just at least disrupting the Digital Nation squad a bit. But I think they are going to start to make a bit of a move in now. There's a good trade there, and they pick it up and manage to force it to that third round, which we love in terms of a close series.
Someone please tell me that before I turned up, they highlighted the hat.
Yeah, no, all done. All done.
I mean, he's just sitting there like a ballerina balancing an apple on his head. Absolutely unbelievable. Looking very swag. Got to have some eye candy every now and then. I can't do all the heavy lifting.
Ended.
Right. Why?
He's going for a hat change.
Oh, there was a Tekerai lagged out. Okay. I was all I instantly saw was Vamped ending the game, and I was like, oh boy, here we go. This is not very fun. But either way, it seems like getting a third round between Digital Nation and Direwolves is always a good shout for us, right? I think it is going to be interesting for us to talk about Digital Nation moving forward, because they've been able to put the Direwolves all the way to the fence. And I think this is a pretty good prospect for the lads of Digital Nation moving forward, right, Hoots? Because talked about Pro Series number 7 that's on the horizon. There's going to be a whole lot of scrims, and maybe this puts a little bit more stock in this team, right? Maybe it allows them to break into their upper echelon, where they're able to get more of these competitive scrims going, get a little bit more of that information flowing around from these top tier teams. And then when they come into DreamHack Melbourne, we might be having a different tune to sing. Maybe we have some of these KBM players who are really starting to crack into this top 4, and then we're going to have some hype on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, all experience is good experience, whether you're winning or losing, and the fact that they're starting to win more than they're starting to lose is a great sign for them, and it just shows that they are improving the whole way through. DreamHack's still, a long way away. It's 3 months away, so these teams have plenty of time. We actually, we've got a couple more Pro Series, but then we take a bit of a break where it's kind of like when you're at school, right? You have your classes, and then it's like you got a couple of weeks where you've just got study on your own, and then you've got to sit your exam, and that's sort of like, do you like that analogy? Does that make sense? Does that work in New South Wales? It works in Victoria.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense.
I finished school like 40 years ago, so I think it might be different now. Who knows? But it's still there.
Just following on from what you're saying, Hoots, I think it's a perfect analogy, because the thing is that...
Careful, Justin. Last time you made an analogy, you lagged out. So
that's because it was so good that I broke the internet, like a Kardashian. I got the lips for it. Now, going back to your analogy, it's kind of when... you have your schooling, then you have the break, then you have exams. In that break, when no one, you don't have someone looking over your shoulders, making sure that you're doing your homework. It's when, if the teams are going away and doing their homework off their own discipline, they're the ones that are going to show up in the LAN environment. There is no substitute for hard work. You've got to put in the hours. You've got to dedicate yourself to it. And that's what you got to do if you want to win. Hard work beats talent when talent sits on their hands. So I think your analogy is perfect.
It's hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard.
The quote is what I'm saying is, Hoots. Don't cut me off, mate. We talked about this.
Mate, you two need to sort out your little domestic. I think it's getting to the point now where we've had to fill for far too long, but I have had a whisper in my ear that
we'll settle it on LAN.
We're about to get in. I would not pay to see that boxing match. I feel like that would be a wet noodle fight.
Well, I got 2 kids, so I'm dad strong, so you better watch out. Ain't nothing I can't lift. No jar too tight for me to undo.
You're really riding along this this dad stuff. Hey, either way, we're getting saved by Bizarre. Our Lord and Savior that is the chicken map will finally be able to give us an indicator of whether or not we're going to go to map 5 or it all ends here, lads. Let's start talking about some Halo.
Yeah, let's stop talking about fighting each other, Justin, and let's talk about fighting the demons.
That's because you'd lose. You don't want to talk about it.
Let's talk about fighting the demons that stop us from finishing this Bizarre TTF game. I know if we work together, we can get there. It's taken a while, but I think I said third time lucky before. We're now fourth time lucky. So, like I said before, for those who might have just tuned in, we actually are starting off. It won't be reflected on the scoreboard, but the Chiefs are going to be up 1-0, given they managed to get a cap in that previous game before we crashed. So. Let's just put that one down. We'll try and keep that in mind when we are looking at the scoreboard. But Divine Mind obviously now need to cap 5 before the Chiefs can cap 4, and we'll keep reminding you about that as we go on through this game. But the 12-minute mark is still going to stay in effect, so we will be going the whole way through if we need to, which we typically do on Bazaar CTF. We start off with Plasma running straight up the guts. Thought he was almost lagging out, running into the wall there, but he's already takes a turn at the fruit and goes straight for this grapple shot here. And looking swing back around. I love that move.
That was sneaky.
That's fantastic. I love that. Madzi, once again, with the Rockets. He's pretty much had them every chance he's got there. Picks up the kill on Sways. Is dropped himself afterwards, but that is 4 down for Divine Mind. So Berserk putting that OS in, and are we going to see another really strong push? It looks like Divine Mind have managed to get some pretty good, strong defensive spawns off the back of them being 4 down here. That OS is pretty much melted straight away. Berserk not able to pick up a kill, but he can cause enough of a ruckus for his teammates to move in here, although Raided's got other ideas, dropping Sways, and this is a really good flip around here, Justin. I thought the Chiefs were going to be in a strong position to start to get in and look to put another quick cap on the board, but unfortunately, it's Divine Mind who answer right back. Picking up this Bulldog here is Raided, and he's getting around a fair bit right now, already looking to make a move into the Chiefs base through the bar, it looks like.
Yeah, he is. He's going to go order himself a double barrel, and he takes that one player down. Double kills there, and instantly pushing up onto the flag area, looking for those spawners, making sure that he applies pressure when needed. Grabs himself a flag. He's gung-ho, moving it across and hands that flag off, and he's like, boys, I'm absolutely beaming. You run the flag, let me shoot some guys. And Pips running that flag across a player in front of him. Challenges, he goes down. Pips copping a lot of bullets, and a flag standoff between 2 players. Pips desperately trying to stay alive. He does go down. It's getting very scrappy in these double doors. Here comes Raided, killing spree for him, and flag is on the move. Does look like Divine Mind answering to that first flag cap before the game needed to be restarted, and now they're on the board. We're effectively tied up, Hoots.
Yep, absolutely tied up. This OS is coming up again, and we're going to see if I think it was Plasma actually that did that really sneaky route before. I wanted to see that again, but it's not going to happen. I think Sways, it looks like he's going to be potentially in a position to grab this OS, although he will trade out with Beaston. So 2 down for Chiefs, 1 down for Divine Mind. This OS has clearly been picked up by someone, although I'm not sure who it is. It might even still be down on the ground unless it was melted instantly, but the OS looking like it's not really going to be too much of a factor. Maybe Sways had it, then we might have seen a little slight glow there in his shields when he was at those double doors. So Raider doing a great job staying down here with the Bulldog. He is going to be dropped eventually. 2 down for Chiefs, 2 down for Divine Mind. Plasma just slowly creeping out of there, although he does get chased in there by Slays, who drops in and starts to move through the bar now, looking to clear out the alleyway if there is anyone in there before making a push on this flag. But with this grapple hook, Justin, he can really get in quickly, so when the opportunity is right for him to pounce, he knows he can get in there and make a move on this flag. Working really well with Madzi here. Plasma is going to be in his sights as well now. A few nades should connect, and looking to just make the quick angle switch here. He knows there's more cover on that left-hand side from grenades that might be coming in, and Pips now just stuck up on the pillars here. They're pushing in really strong. Slays, it looks like he's going to just be hovering around here, bottom mid, playing a bit of defense, I think, while this flag does start to be run by Berserk straight through over the top of Market here and up through the double doors. Rockets now in the hands of Beaston as well, so they're in a really strong position here, Chiefs, with the double kill to put in this second flag and go up 2-1.
Yeah, that was perfect play from Beaston there. Watching, covering the retreat with the flag. It looks like that one is going to go in, and then connecting on both his rockets. Great stuff from him. And those who are just tuning in, we did have a lag out after the Chiefs already scored a flag, so it is technically 2-1. Divine Mind trailing by 1 at the moment, but both of them have been back and forth. Anybody's game at this point. We are on board with Beaston doing very well for his team. The killing spree for him. Raided is backed off from the double doors. Beaston holding this 50-yard line. It's like you want to get to a flag, you got to go through me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's worth reminding, I think through all the restarts, we have forgotten that Divine Mind are up 2-1 in this series, Justin. So one more win in this series and they do go through to our grand final and send the Chiefs down to the elimination bracket. Right now, as a reminder as well, we do have Chiefs up 2-1 despite the score saying 1-1. And we have Madzi now with an OS in his hand making a move on this flag. Doesn't get the slide like he wanted, unfortunately. But with that OS, he can actually run that flag typically through that break there and survive without taking too much damage given he has that extra protection. Unfortunately, missing that slide, he just decided not to go on the run at all. Potentially could have been an idea just to go for it anyway. Your overshield's going to get melted, but you know you'll at least probably survive that run. But look at Berserk, look at the aggression, grappling in despite taking a shot, then manages to drop Pip, so they're just going to have a second attempt at this flag. And I think Divine Mind are going to be around this alley side as well as with a player on double doors, so no real position for Berserk to run it. He's tried to run it alley, and now they've got two of them. They might be able to get one here with Plasma. He's going to be dropped, no shields for Berserk, so he's going to see as he's going to go super aggressive and try and run it through. He gets a really nice bounce from the flag, Justin, and the fact he's gotten this down into Bulldog area and has the protection. Look at his teammates, like running backs just pushing through, clearing the way for him. He's going to be able to get this flag pretty damn close to his base.
Yeah, he wasn't too efficient with his flag run, in my opinion, Hoots. But, you know, his teammate doing the right thing. And as you say, you know, he's just steamrolling through, clearing the pathway like Mr. Plow, opening up the streets for him. And that flag is right there. This might be the scrappiest flag cap we've ever seen the Chiefs attempt. Usually they wait for a clean run, but they are really just trying to get it through. That was a bit of a flustercluck there. And that flag does get returned. No scoring today, people. Now on board with Berserkers. Beaston is he's hunting down. Spanker is about to pop. Couple of spike grenades do go out. Then he manages to get the kill. That overshield there and is scooped up by his teammate there. Another player falls. The Chiefs in a really good position here, Hoots. They've got the rockets, they've got the overshield, and they're going in for blood to get a flag cap. Nice. Madzi only connecting on that one kill with the self rocket there. Sways, he goes down as Slays, goes down as well. Beeson might be the last man standing, desperately trying to get things going, but he falls as well. Chiefs, they had all the goodies, but they couldn't get anything going.
Yeah, and they're 2 down now as well, so that's enabling Pip to basically run uncontested through bottom mid. God, Caster's Curse. As soon as I say that, he cops about 7 grenades to the back, but he does have the passive income there that he's able to put down, and the melee doesn't connect there, unfortunately. Not sure what that was all about. Raider just able to stay alive here and move back into the palm. So they're sort of stuck pretty defensive playing right now, Divine Mind. They do have the Chiefs, though, as well, hanging around their palm. So neither team really looking like they're wanting to make too much of a push. I'm noticing Sway sitting right below the Chiefs balcony there, so he might start to try and pop up if Rated can get a few shots. He is no shields as well himself, just keeping his head down there, looking at the ground, trying to stay alive, ducking out again, but nice clean up there on Beast, and he's going to have to deal with Madzi. Unfortunately, Madzi too strong there. Manages to take him out. 3 down, though, for Chiefs for a moment there. Madzi, last one alive, up in the locket. I think he's going to have 2 to deal with. He was never going to win that one, unfortunately. And now we see Divine Mind starting to push in. So they've managed to take Madzi down. Madzi being one of the strongest slayers on the Chiefs team. Maybe that gives a little bit of impetus for Divine Mind to start to get in here. But Sway's being met with strong fire. Unable to really push too far past the deck at all. Or the balcony, I should say, sorry. And just met at the double doors there by a really good BR there from Slays, and neither team really managing to get too far, although Plasma has, with that grapple shot, managed to sneak in a little bit, and as soon as he tosses the flag, Justin, he's straight out of there. Knew that flag was never going to get right.
Yeah, he's trying to value his life, and it's can sometimes causing a bit of a nuisance in the base, you know, disruption. When you have a player in your base, you got to get them out, so sometimes you can just be a bit annoying and buy some time for your teammates. But the scoreline is actually 2-1 in favor of the Chiefs right now. The clock is starting to tick down, so Divine Minds, they've got to do something soon, but it has been very back and forth. We haven't really seen too many clean flag runs. They've really had to fight tooth and nail all the way through. Now we're on board with Mr. Ali Berserk himself here. Mr. Light Aim moving through, grabs himself an easy cleanup. A play comes down to challenge him, take him down now with Rated. Shields flashing, checking out the market in bottom mid. He does go down, Beasting getting the better of him there, swapping over to him, and he's chilling out over at the base, clearing things out, just looking for some fresh targets, and I like that. Making sure the base is clear, that there's no one being sneaky before he tries to take some map control. Going out, getting the challenge, and he takes down down Pips. Pips, what are you looking at, mate? You got to challenge the player around the corner. Beeston doing incredibly well. Shots across the map to help out his teammate here. Beeston, just a living turret, rotating around. It's almost like he's on mouse and key. He's just flicking everywhere, Hoots.
Yeah, absolutely. Berserk now with these rockets. He hasn't really been able to slay too much, although he's putting in strong assists, 12 assists there. So, see if he can pick up a couple of kills for himself here, Justin. I just have word that Direwolves have lost to Digital Nation, so they will be out of the tournament now. Digital Nation effectively waiting for the loser of this game down in the elimination bracket, so looking to cause a bit of an upset through the elimination bracket is Digital Nation. But meanwhile, we are back on board with Sways here, throwing up a few of those grenades there just to try and stop any kind of push with a bit of area denial. But the time is starting to become a bit of a factor, as you mentioned before, Justin. Right now, Chiefs looking to push this to a decisive Game 5 Slayer on streets. Sways just shots everywhere. Great use of the thruster pack there to just at least get out of the line of fire and waiting for his shields to come back. But knowing he had pressure behind him, really loved the heads-up play there just to stay around that corner as long as he could, knowing fire could come from the flag, but pushing back around to fight and at least push back. But he's just copying shots from everywhere. Meanwhile, Beeston being able to pick up this OS, and this is a crucial one here. If they can try and make some kind of a push, they do have 2 down now for Divine Mind. Make that 3. So this is prime time to push in, put another flag in, and if they do that, Justin, they set themselves up for a 2-flag lead with only a minute and a half to go. Pretty insurmountable task for Divine Mind to come back from. We do see this flag now starting to move.
Yeah, it should be pretty tough. And those Divine Mind players all coming off the spawn, and Beeston just being such a nuisance and applying pressure. It's so hard to move across the map to try and stop a flag when you have someone shooting you as you come off the respawn pad. And it does look like the Chiefs may be able to get this one in, but Divine Mind not going down without a fight. It's sitting down there on the podium. Pip's doing what he can, but Berserk comes in, sorts him out. Flag taken, slams it onto the podium, and it's 3-1 in favor of the Chiefs with less than a minute to go. And it does look like Divine Minds is in a little bit of trouble, Hoots.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're Chiefs right now, Justin, I think you just play defense. I mean, I'm sure they know in their heads that they are up by 2, so there's no real need to be pushing with 40 seconds to go. Meanwhile, though, if you are Divine Mind, you have to be getting in there and making a move. We did see Sways there trying to do so. Unfortunately, Beeston, he's got the right idea, just playing back, get that flag returned. Let's just finish this game off now. 25 seconds to go. It's a pretty impossible task for Divine Mind to try and put in 2 flags, given they've only managed 1 in 11 and a half minutes. So, they can just now, with these rockets as well, coming up soon, and Beeston, he's just going to be able to put a complete stop to this. I don't even know if he was really trying on that one there. It looked like he almost stopped for a moment, but I think Divine Mind are pretty much agreeing. No real point trying. The flag is out, but they know themselves that they're not going to be able to put another one in. Berserk just
he fumbled that. It did like the movie guy not looking at the explosion behind it, but he totally fumbled it, and it's just like, I'm going to act cool and I'm going to act like I meant to do that. But
just trying to pad the stats to show you another flag pull potentially, which is showing he's playing the objective. But we do finally, we've had nothing but 2 O's the whole way through so far, Justin, but we finally have a 3-2 and a 2-all, sorry. So this will be a 3-2. It just depends which way it goes. But keeping in mind that then when we do get to the grand finals, if it is these 2 teams playing against each other once again, whoever loses has to reset the bracket, so they have to win a best of 5 and then another best of 5 if they want to win this one. But given how close these teams are, you could see this going to 2 best of 5s in the grand final if they both do get there. As we said before, it's Digital Nation now waiting for the loser of the next game, which is Slayer on streets. But just having a look at the stats here, and look, I mean, we spoke about it before. Berserk had a bit of a rough day, but he was picking up a lot of assists, which is what we want to see, and actually putting a lot of fire out as well. So, doing a fair bit of damage for his team, putting himself in positions where he might cop a bit of damage himself and be dropped, but making sure that his team can get those flags home. And like we said, that scoreboard does say a 2-1 win there to the Chiefs, but it was 3-1. So more convincing than the scoreboard would actually say, Justin.
Yeah, I would say so. And highlighting Beeston there, 29 kills. And without those, lobby resets there, he probably would have dropped 30 kills for the game as well. So showing up for his squad, and I think he had like 7,200 damage or something ridiculous like that. Like that's a girthy stat line. But the Chiefs, they brought things back. I think the scoreline is actually 2-2. Correct me if I'm wrong, Hoot. So we are moving to a game 5.
Yep,
rubbing my hands together with glee. Game 5, the Chiefs versus the Divine Minds. What more could you ask for? It's like, you write down what you want for Christmas for Santa, and then he actually delivers.
Yeah, I had on my list a game 5 in Pro Series 6 of the winners finals. That was top of my list, Justin. But it's great to see that, you know, we said it's going to be hard to split these two teams, right? And they're proving us correct. You know, it's just two teams who have had some big roster changes. Barcode's no longer on the Chiefs, and, you know, was the leader of that team in every sense of the word. And so with him not there now, it really just opens the region up, I guess, to what could be. And that, you know, it's no longer where we're signing on for these casts at the start. And, you know, we always used to say, all right, well, Chiefs are going to win, so let's talk about the battle for 2nd to 4th. We don't really have to do that anymore. We can talk about what's the battle for 1st onwards. So, you know, we now go to this final game, Slayer on Streets. And, you know, it's we had Streets before in that King of the Hill, and Divine Mind were dominant. Obviously, it was an objective-based game, but, you know, they were running some pretty solid routes on that map. And we head back there, the scene of the crime for the last time that these two teams met, and Divine Mind looking to close this one out. But Chiefs with that 3-1 performance, that was pretty solid. That was maybe all those restarts we had to have a bit of time for them to cool down, just regather their thoughts and start to push through again.
Yeah, maybe. And that mental reset can be so important. And, you know, we keep banging on about it with the LAN coming up. Your mental game is very, very important. You'll have a full weekend of gameplay in a high stress environment. You got to be able to, you know, splash some water on your face and just reset and move into the next map. You know, if you lose a game, that game is done. You can't change it. You know, it's been set in stone. There's no time stone to bring things back. The Avengers ain't coming. You lost it, right? Snap, done. Thanos wins. Thanos was right, by the way. And now we're moving into this last game. Last chance for these teams, and it would be so interesting to see if Divine Mind can push the Chiefs into the elimination bracket and take them out. We talked about it before. They've got to hit them hard. They've got to hit them early. They took a couple of games off them and they're faltering a little bit, but still they have an opportunity to send them down into the elimination bracket and have that bracket reset that can be so powerful. And I don't think that we've ever seen a full bracket reset in ANZ. Well, we've been casting, right, Hoots?
No, definitely not for Infinite. No, not at all. So, yeah, I'm trying to cast my mind back to some series that we've had one, says Luke. So, yeah, we have had one. Okay, there we go. So, you know, it's not going to be a brand new thing, but it's not something we see very often. And Game 5s in general with the Chiefs aren't something we see very often either. So, unfamiliar territory for them. And we're just seeing this happens every time. If you are going through there, jump the spike grenade. Do not run straight over them because they are going to get insta-sploded every single time. I love it. It's hilarious. But we are now jumping on with Slays for the Chiefs. So a 4-1 start for the Chiefs. Really strong here. And we do have rockets in the hands of Madsy. It seems like he always has them, Justin. Misses that first one. Grabs one on that second one, taking down Plasma. 5-1 Chiefs. They mean business. They're starting strong.
They certainly are, and it is so scrappy. Both teams not wanting to give the other team an inch to play with right now. We're completely tied up. It's exactly what we want to see. And Sways now with that Stalk Rifle putting some shots across the map and moving through and just trading kill for kill at the moment. Easy cleanup for Sways there, grabbing that kill for his team and now looking for those rotators, being very patient and catching Berserk off guard, holding that down. And the Chiefs, all 4 members are over there. Pips managed to grab Beaston, and here comes the collapse from the Divine Mind boys. They managed to grab a second. Madsy, last man alive, he goes down, and it's a clean sweep for Divine Mind. I love it.
God, they've flipped the script so quickly. 11-7, they're up. It's worth noting Luke's just been in my ear telling me that, of course, how stupid of us, Justin. We casted the reset. It was between Chiefs and Divine Mind when Divine Mind sent the Chiefs to the losers bracket back in one of our earlier tournaments at the start of the year. So I think our brains have turned to mush from filling, so having to fill time so much. But here we are back again, but 4 down for the Chiefs once more. So after a really strong start picking up those rockets, the Chiefs have done pretty much nothing since then. Divine Mind going on an absolute tear, picking up a 7-kill lead. But I think we've seen this before as well. These leads can flip very quickly as well back when we were on Slayer Aquarius. So Divine Mind, that'll be in the back of their Divine Minds, I guess you could say, pun intended, knowing that they can't take these leads for granted. 6 kills right now. Sways has rockets in his hand with 1 more to spare. He's moving in a pretty dangerous area right now with those rockets, and I like that. Didn't want to waste one. Didn't even need to use the Stalker Rifle at all then because the kill was picked up by his teammate, but now he can push in, pick up a tag there with the rocket, finish up on Berserk. He's using his Stalker Rifle, killing Frenzy. How did we miss that, Justin? 10 and 1. Sways has just been an absolute maniac this tournament.
Mate, we're going to have to hit the showers after because that was dirty, right? That was disgusting. And Sways, there he is, just jiggle creaking that, not able to connect, but you could just tell the confidence. He was feeling good, looking good, and the scoreline, 11 kills for Sways already. That's ridiculous. He's almost matching the Chiefs' performance as a 4-man team. You hate to see it, and, you know, Divine Minds, they're coming hot out of the gate.
Jeez, if the G2 guys are watching, maybe cancel Barcode's ticket and book one in the name of Sways to send him over. If the rumors are true, it must be said, because that was some incredible play there. I think the only thing that stopped him from winning that jiggle peak fight then was the auto aim actually took over and made him shoot the player that was further behind him. But Sways, he's loving this Stalker Rifle, picking it up again and just going to absolute work with it. Didn't manage to pick up that second one there, but he's just putting in so much work. 12 and 3 here as we have a 9-kill lead for Divine Mind, looking to send the Chiefs down to the losers bracket.
Yeah, this is a very scrappy and interesting game so far, but the pace has been taken out of it, Hoots.
Yeah, it's happened in Aquarius as well.
And like Divine Minds, they had so much momentum. The Sways is just putting up big numbers, but then the Chiefs, they changed the pace of the game. They're like, nah, boys, you know what? We don't like playing fast. That's no fun. Let's try slow. And the pace is just changed completely. But Raided scoops up that Rockets. Uncontested, by the way, didn't take any damage, and here comes the collapse as well. They got 13 kills to play with. That's a pretty comfortable position to be in a game 5. 2 rockets to play with for Raided, trying to find those targets. He's got to connect on them. He's got one in the tube ready to go, connects with a bit of splash damage, not able to connect on the kill, and here comes the cleanup from the boys. The Divine Mind collapse comes through, taking two players for 0 of their own, playing perfect Halo at this point. 36 to 20, 16 kills, 17 kill lead. Divine Minds just playing out of their minds right now. Madsy having something to say about it though, with 1 rocket in hand and just making sure the map knows he's boss by shooting a rocket into it.
Yeah, 15 kill gap. I mean, look, the Chiefs did a good job then just to stay out of range of those rockets then, to be honest. Given the way that the Divine Mind guys were going, I thought that would be an easy at least 2 kill pickup with those rockets. Unfortunately, wasn't able to really pick up any at all. So they did a good job there, but you know, this lead 17 kills now and they're already at the 40 kill mark. Divine Mind, they are just racing, and when you've got Sways going 18 and 3 and 5 assists as well, he's just putting in so much work right now. There's nothing they can do to stop him. Look at the collapse on Madsy there. We'll give Pip a bit of love here. He's on 7 and 6, putting in a nice back smack there on Berserk and just standing still here, just making sure on the death screen he can see him standing still. But these rockets popping in 30 seconds, and Divine Mind have just, you spoke about the pace going out, but they can just turn it on a whim when they want. Look at the push coming in here. Berserk, nice use of the nades there, but Sways, meanwhile, I think is picking him straight back up. So a bit of a repayment there coming straight back. 10 seconds till these rockets are up, and look at the positioning Divine Mind are in to look at making a move on this. They're just waiting down here out the front of Tram, and Sways just isn't missing shots, Justin. He had 25 kills in one of the matches earlier, I think it was. He's not going to be able to make that, but going 21 and 4 right now with the rockets. Double was on the cards, couldn't get the shot off. 1 more kill though for Divine Mind to send the Chiefs to the losers bracket, and it's a double kill from Plasma and a stake. 50 to 29. Their second stake, I believe, was it? No, that was another thing. Sorry. My apologies for that, but just a dominant performance to close that out when we thought, I think, Luke, we'd see something a bit closer. It was a bit anticlimactic, to be honest, but the main point is Divine Mind go into our grand final and send Chiefs down to the losers bracket to take on Digital Nation. So some matchups we didn't really think we'd be seeing tonight, but that's where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah.
It's all about showing up on game day, and I think Divine Mind certainly have. And this is kind of circling back to what we said in that first series, right, Justin? We saw the way that Divine Mind were playing. They absolutely spanked everybody that they played today. And it really does feel like that this last game was not an indicator of this entire series. It was such a tight series. This last Slayer, it kind of makes it look like it's blown out a little bit here, but I really do feel like that this Chiefs versus Divine Mind series, if we get another go at it, is going to be intense. It's going to be super insane between both these two teams, and potentially might have yet another bracket reset between both of these two squads. Mind you, last time that these guys did go head-to-head, it was a winners final that Divine Mind came out on top. It was a victory for the Chiefs overall.
Yeah.
So that is a big caveat for us to look at. But that was also a grand final where I believe Barcode dropped 70 kills in like a Strongholds or an Oddball or something ridiculous like that.
Of course he did.
We're not going to have anything crazy like that. So,
I don't know.
Sways might say something different.
True, mate. Yeah. Hoots and I, we finish each other's sentences. We're basically
We're doing this for so long.
And like, Sways, 21 kills in a Slay game, squeeze me. That's ridiculous. Like, talking about steak-taculars, he almost like got one all on his own. He's just like, I'll have the 1 kilogram ribeye steak, please. Just slam it on the grill. Just ridiculous.
It really does seem like that he has stepped up quite a lot now, and I'm not quite sure what has really awakened that inside of him, but it really feels like he is popping off and playing a different level of Halo when it comes to these Slayers particularly. 25 in their previous series that we saw here on the main stage, now 21 kills in a Slayer on streets. Just goes to show that Slayers seems to really step up when it comes to this kind of stuff, right? He really is kind of one of those players that seems to go towards the next level on these Slayers. But, I mean, I'm just excited to see what this elimination final brings us, right, Hoots? Because Chiefs, last time they went down into elimination finals, it was angry gaming.
Oh, yeah.
They were mad they were down there. And they came back and ruffle stomped everyone.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we don't want to make a call early, but I think we are going to see angry Chiefs in that elimination final for sure. But when you've got a player like Sways just going off, I mean, he's the talk of tonight without question. Yeah. When you've got someone like him going off, it's a different Divine Mind and it's a different Chiefs to what we saw when we had that bracket reset. So, it's not a foregone conclusion that reverse sweep's coming like it did last time, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, certainly feels like this might be a little more of a scenario where we might see Divine Mind be able to take out a title. And the question for us is, this is only the second series that the Chiefs have lost, by the way.
Yep.
So, albeit that it is different rosters in regards to those kind of winning streaks, this is only the second time that we've seen them lose a series. So let's see whether or not they can make it a third for tonight. But we've got Pip on the line, lads. Let's bring him in. Let's have a chat to him, the most recent member of Divine Mind. Pips, mate, I'm sure that's got to feel pretty good getting yourselves into the grand final that kind of fashion on that final map. So I just want to start talking about, obviously you guys coming as a brand new roster here in the Pro Series number 6. How have you guys changed anything coming together? Is it more a kind of amalgamation of all the minds coming together and playing that kind of Halo, or is it more you guys have just stuck with Divine Mind of old and just tried to meld everybody into that?
We pretty much had it as like a fresh team, like all new strats pretty much. Just like pretty much we all have a bit of experience on different teams. Like Plasma was on Demons, I was on Chiefs, and Sways and Jake were on DM. But we all just put our heads together and just try and thought what the best possible way for us to play was to fit our play styles and stuff.
Pips, do you, being on Chiefs previously, do you come up against them sort of feeling like you've got a bit of inside knowledge on the way they play? Their team's obviously changed quite a bit since you were on there, but do you feel like you know a couple of things about, some of your former teammates that you can use to your current team's advantage?
Yeah, definitely. Even the three of Ali, Angus, and Madzi, I've versed those three heaps in Halo 5. They haven't really changed much, so I pretty much know what they're going to do every time.
Reading them like a book as always, Pips. And I'm going to ask you the spicy question. How are you feeling about the bit of roster mania? And, you've been moved on from the Chiefs, been kicked by the boys, but now you slapped them around. And it's like, you made a mistake. You should have kept me. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of feeling at first, after everything, but I don't know. It hasn't been too bad, getting a fresh start, playing with Sways and Plasma, who are new to Halo in general, so honestly it hasn't been too bad for me. And after that win,
Can't be disappointed.
It certainly does feel good. I want to ask you one more question, Pip, before we let you get, all rested before that grand final. We've seen Sways absolutely pop off in all these slays, getting 25 in the previous one you guys had on the main stage, now 21 here on that final map. Are you guys just allowing him to go off the chain, or is it just more that he's kind of, awakened now that there's a different roster with Divine Mind?
Well, I said before Bark has stopped playing that Sways probably plays the most like him. So I kind of know how he wants to play, and the kid's a freak. Like you see him just pop off with any gun he has. He's a monster. So, but he's very intelligent as well. Like he's not just like a kill hungry player. Like he knows why he's playing positions and stuff. So he's quite easy to work with.
Yeah, well, it seems like you guys have been able to enable him a whole boatload. And I mean, you guys are looking like in tip-top form right now for this Pro Series. So I'm excited to see what this grand final is going to give us. So congrats, Pip, mate, and good luck for the grand final.
Hey, thank you.
See you,
man. Cheers. It is always one of those scenarios where it kind of just gives you that little bit of extra, something when you win a series like that, right? Hoots, a full 5 games between Divine Mind and the Chiefs is always a nail biter, but spanking it out on that final map just really just gives you that extra bit of exhale, right? You just go, okay, we've got over these guys on the Slayers. We really feel like that we're a better team. And it certainly probably will feel pretty good for Pip, especially if they take out Pro Series here when he's on Divine Mind.
Yeah, absolutely. I liked hearing Pip say that it hurt a little bit getting dropped at the start because it's given him that motivation to really bring that back. And then, yeah, what he was saying about Sways is pretty accurate, I think. I mean, I wonder if we should be getting him to piss in a cup or something and have a performance-enhancing drug test because there's something not right putting up numbers like that. It's crazy.
I mean, the fact that he likens him to Barcode as well.
Yeah.
I think it certainly does feel like that, he is playing on that kind of caliber right now. And Justin, I guess that's kind of a big tick in the box for Pips, right? Because he had to play with Barcode for the longest time and was able to enable a player like that. And he has the same kind of regiments in the way that he plays a map that he's able to enable a player like Sways to pop off and drop 25 kills, probably averaging about 20-something throughout all of these Slayers.
Yeah, I mentioned it before. Like you can't have a player running around, running amok, putting up big numbers without other players getting in there and opening up the map for them. It's just not a one-man army type scenario, and Pips had that role on the Chiefs. And the fact that he's managed to find himself some raw talent in Sways who can put up big numbers as well. It's just like instant chemistry in that sense. And Pips has always been an intelligent player of just understanding that sometimes you have a role on the map and you just got to get in there and get stuff done. And it doesn't matter if he goes -5 if someone's going, pos 15, you know what I mean? Pips, it looks like he could play with just about anyone, which is when you drop a player like that because they're not the star player or whatever that's showing off every series, that can be a big mistake. You lose that foundation and it's just, you're trying to build on quicksand instead.
Yeah, it seems like there's going to be a whole lot of storylines that we've got between both these two teams heading into next week and not even the regional finals as well. So I'm excited to see how they develop. But lads, before we start going to our break and getting in towards our elimination finals, it is time for the AMD Power Performance. It is going to be none other than Sways this time around. These stats are from this series. 22.6 average kills a game. How are you supposed to deal with a guy who is dropping 22 average kills a game, Hoots?
Yeah, you don't. I'm actually surprised that KD isn't higher. I thought it'd be
huge.
Yeah, I thought it'd be significantly higher, but still, the 22.6 kills a game, that's crazy when you consider that, we had what was it, 2 Slayers in there as well. Like 2 games where he almost picked up half his team's score. Or one when he did and one when he almost did is just not supposed to do that kind of stuff. It's not fair.
It's not fair.
He also got an overkill today, did he not?
He did, yeah. And two triples in the same game.
Yeah, and a killing frenzy as well. So, he has been dropping mad medals throughout the entirety of today. 360s off the racks. Whatever you want this guy to do, he's going to do it, Justin. And I think that this Divine Mind with Sways being this off the chain is going to be such a hard team to deal with. And I think teams really need to start looking at this Divine Mind roster with maybe this might be the Chiefs legacy that we had not only a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, it's amazing how things can just flip so so quickly. Like we had the script of you know, Barcode's the monster. That was the dirtiest thing by far. That shocked me, and I'm sorry to when I yelled over you, Hoots. I was just like, oh my god, what did he just do? You're right in the middle of your beautiful commentary, and I just like
I did the same for you. There was a clip they had before that where he was like shooting a dead body and then just turned because his teammate was fighting someone else and just finished that kill off and then just went about doing his business. It's just it's crazy.
But the power vacuum that's been left by Barco looks like Sways is gone. I'm the new big dog, boys, and he's coming in, stomping, marking his territory.
Yeah, it seems like he has certainly moved into that role nice and easily here in Divide Mind. They punch their ticket in towards the grand final and they await the victor of the Chiefs and Digital Nations. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a break here and then we're going to jump into our elimination final. We've only got 2 series left here for Pro Series number 6, so make sure you guys don't miss it. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. HCS ANZ Pro Series number 6 is getting its closer and closer to its own conclusion here. And that means it's time for the elimination final. That means it is time for Digital Nation to have their rematch up against the Chiefs. The Chiefs coming off the back of a 5-map loss to Divine Mind. Really want to get themselves back into this grand final and show that they are the rightful kings of ANZ. But Hooters, this Chiefs team, unfortunately did fall down to Divine Mind, but maybe Digital Nation can find a chink in the armor. But I think at this point, you're probably still looking towards the Chiefs to be the victors.
I think so, yeah. We spoke about before how they can get angry when they're down in this spot that they don't normally occupy, and I think that's going to be the case again. I think we're going to see, I'm looking for Mads in particular to get ultra aggressive. I think Digital Nation are going to feel a lot of his wrath, but like we said before, when they played in a previous series, a few series ago, they put in a pretty strong performance of keeping them disrupted, I think, whilst the whole time the Chiefs did manage to maintain most of the control.
Exactly. Well, these are the maps that we're going to be having in this matchup, lads. We're going to be starting out on King of the Hill Recharge. I know Justin is absolutely pogging out right now. CTF on Catalyst as well, guaranteed for you, brother.
Oh, just amazing. All these new goodies for us casters to sink our teeth into. But circling back to the teams for a minute here, I mean, Digital Nation, my opinion, they have nothing left to prove. They have been playing outstanding so far this tournament, and they've surprised a lot of people and won liner matchups that a lot of people would say they had no business winning, and they've made it all the way to this elimination final, so they can hang their heads high no matter what happens. And as I say that, I think it's going to be all Chiefs. I think Chiefs are looking really strong. Yes, they lost to Divine Minds, but the Chiefs, they're hungry. They're not going to settle for anything other than first place, so I wouldn't want to be going up against them. They're going to be angry, as Hoots and Fluke have said as well. So watch out, Digital Nation. You've proved your point. You guys are some of the best in the region at the moment, but it's the Chiefs. They're angry, and they want to get back to the grand final.
We are getting started. Nice and quick start here with Tech starting off for Digital Nation. So getting this position above Camo here. We do have the hill actually starting down on Camo as well. So there's no reason not to be paying attention down at that Camo area, as he does get a bit of a self-nade and damages himself and ultimately ends up being taken down in Berserk with that Camo smart move to get out of the hill. No point being in there when you do have the Camo and you can lurk around, putting shots across on Bandit in long haul. And we do have as well, I think it's Tough starting to move into bottom gold, although he will be dropped pretty quickly as well. So we do have Berserk now just sort of running around, and he can do that with this Camo, Justin, getting set up. And look at the Slays coming in really strong from the Chiefs at the start. Only Rice able to pick up a kill so far. Meanwhile, you've already got 4 in the hands of Slays and 3 in the hands of Beaston.
Yeah, putting up numbers very early on. We have Berserk doing the dirty work, getting down to the hill. He does go down though, now with Bandit and Zed, putting some nice shots down. Easy cleanup onto Madsy there. Plenty of shields to play with as well. And we're going to have to see how Digital Nation responds to the Chiefs, because, you know, they've been waiting on the sideline to see the winning matchup between the Chiefs and Divine Minds. So the Chiefs is very warmed up at this point, and Digital Nation has kind of just been sitting there waiting to see what would happen. And they seem to be responding pretty well to the Chiefs that have come hot out of that loss against Divine Minds. Now aboard with Madsy as he's moving through. He does grab that shock rifle on his way past. It connects with the body shot, misses on the melee for the cleanup, and we can see the outlines there. A bit of a fumble on the jump. But Madsy, he's kind of been left alone here. He misses a couple of shots, pretty uncharacteristic for Madsy there. I mean, the player had his back turned, but we saw everything.
4 down for the Chiefs then. Madsy actually got so unlucky. He had the shot lined up, and Tough happened to just crouch for no reason just as he shot the bullet, so missed there. But look, Chiefs started off really strong at the start here and built up a large chunk of hill time, but haven't really put too much in since then. And Digital Nation's done well to keep tabs with them, and I love that use by Tech with the grapple. They're putting that Camo in. Unfortunately killed, I think, just as it went in, so that technically will be a burn. But Chiefs are in a position now to grab this first hill point, so they'll take that away as we have a new hill incoming on long haul right now. And Madzi just trying to clean up a few kills before this hill does spawn in and they start to get set up. But look at that already, Justin. Chiefs in the hill there. Bandits down. They're one player less than the Chiefs on the map right now, and Chiefs have a really strong position. I think Rice is the only one in any form of position to do any damage up on the sneaky ledge there. But look at the swarm coming in. Berserk getting on him, beasting on him, and they're just going to get right back into that hill. And most of Digital Nation are stuck over towards this A side over here as well. So not really in much of a position to do damage on the hill, as we see Chiefs still starting to rack up time. They're already over halfway for this second point. They're wanting to make a really quick work of Digital Nation right now and get back to that grand final against Divine Mind.
Yeah, they are putting in the work now. They do look a little bit angry. I mean, you can't really see it, but they seem to be gripping their guns particularly hard. Very frustrated after that loss. And look at that no-scope from Madzi. The perfect shots onto that player there, and they've already racked up 2 hill wins so far in this map 1. Madzi with that shock rifle, checking the angles. He has full map control. He is just the man with a plan right now, and is like, I dare you to peek. The Shark's ready for you, lurking in the depths. Doesn't connect on that first shot, and I like he instantly changes position, changes angles, doesn't connect, but Madzi just holding down the fort in this area of the map here, Hoots.
He actually did get a tag there with the shock rifle, so pushing Digital Nation back. They just weren't able to get over that A catwalk there. They tried and tried. They had 3 players, 1 below, 2 up top, but just couldn't get across. Madzi just working so well to hold them off here. They're going to rack up their 3rd point, and already, you know, this game, it could be over very, very quickly, as we see you know, time just becoming a factor as well. If Digital Nation's actually going to have enough time to try and get back into this and at least tie it back up. It's just been moving so quickly, but Slay's here just over on the batteries here, trying to put in shots across. It looks like this is probably the first time Digital Nation are going to be in a stronger map position than the Chiefs in terms of this hill. But when you do have, like right now, Slay's going 13 and 4, he's just going to be stopping any kind of attempt to get set up, and he's got the camo down here. Look at the shots onto the sneaky there with the camo, just holding down in this bottom tunnel here, and Rice just trying to, I really like the work there, step back a little bit, waited for the nade to go off and went in, gets Berserk down to 1 shot, but look at the Chiefs hustle, Justin. They're just coming straight back in. Berserk waiting for his shields to come back, not even making a move on the hill. 3 down again for Digital Nation. The Chiefs making very quick work of them here.
They certainly are. Chiefs coming out very, very strong, and Digital Nation doing everything they can. Tech performing pretty well, just going even Steven currently, which is pretty impressive when you have Berserk and Slays putting up big numbers, and then Slays killing spree for him, using that repulsor to great effect to get some height advantage there. He's got the high ground and taking out Tech, and he's got that shock rifle as well. 1 in the tube and gets the double kill. Triple's there if he wants it, but no, he does fall to a grenade. He gets taken down. Bandit grabbing that shock rifle. Shields are flashing. He's in a little bit of a trouble, but he does go down. Now on board with Beaston, putting some shots down. He falls as well. Caster's Curse is real, Hoots, and we move through, and the Chiefs are in a pretty strong position right now. They've almost captured this hill as well, and they're already 3 up. It does seem to be an all Chiefs show.
Yeah, Digital Nation is doing a good job of keeping them, you know, at least disturbed on this final hill, but I think it's just a foregone conclusion. Slay's just sending, I'm not sure who that was. It was, he survived. He somehow comes up and he just gets beaten back down for his troubles. Chiefs gonna put this one in the bag here. That's the 4th point. Very quick work there, Josh. That was a really quick game, but not just that, they outslayed really heavily. Good to see Berserk putting in some solid scoring there in that game as well. He did struggle a little bit in the last series, but right now we've seen him just picking up where he left off. And one thing that's worth noting, Justin, is while we've got Divine Mind sitting there, you know, waiting for the end of this match, Chiefs can keep warm. They can keep playing, whereas Divine Mind, they can go into matchmaking, I guess, but they're not going to be getting the same level of intensity as they would be if they were actually playing in the tournament. So worth keeping in mind as well. If Chiefs make quick work of this, we do get back into it pretty quickly, but at least they're keeping warm and you know, keeping playing, which can keep their momentum going when they eventually, if they do, get back to this attempt at a bracket reset.
They're absolutely going to need it, because Divine Mind is looking very strong, but I'm all about the here and now. And looking at the damage stat lines, there wasn't too much splitting the two. And you know what? I think it could just be that the Chiefs was better at cleaning up those one-shots and getting away with their lives, and Digital Nation maybe not picking up those one-shots and getting those cleanups they needed to keep themselves in the game. Tech doing pretty well, not going too negative, able to keep up. And as you say, Chiefs was very strong, but Digital Nation, they certainly didn't go down without a fight. They got in there and they were doing their darndest. So maybe we'll see Digital Nation respond in map 2, because sometimes what it can be is that if you've had some easier matchups, you're not ready for when the big dogs come to play, and you might need a game or two to kind of get acclimatized to the higher level of gameplay. So Digital Nation, just brush it off. Think about map number 2. Passes in the past, can't do anything about it. Move on to the next map and just play some good Halo.
Absolutely. So moving to Slayer Streets next, but that's the one we've seen Madsy get really angry on. You know, we love seeing with the Bulldog up close and personal.
That Street Shark just comes chomping through the pavement, doesn't he?
Exactly.
It's unbelievable.
And he just controls the rockets so well. I think that's been the tail of the tape for every series that we've watched with the Chiefs play so far, is Madsy just always has control of those rockets. So whether it's his team setting up to allow him to grab them, or he's just so laser focused on them, whether it's Bazaar, whether it's Streets, he's always got them in his back pocket there. So looking for him to make a strong push to pick them up off the break here with Slayer on Streets. We're going into game 2, obviously. Chiefs up 1-0 after making a pretty quick work of Digital Nation in that King of the Hill on recharge. But we do move to a Slayer, a bit of a different scenario here, purely focused on the Slays, no objectives to worry about, Justin. But you know, if the last game was anything to go by, I'm expecting a pretty strong opening setup here and opening start from the Chiefs. They really did, I guess, catch Digital Nation pretty unaware at the start of that last game. Got the jump on them quickly, and Digital Nation were just never really in a position to recover.
Yeah, but sometimes the Slayer is actually where the underdog team can pick themselves up a map win, because you take that objective out, and a more experienced, more gelled team will generally always win those objective games, because they just, without being too blunt, just know what they're doing. But then when you have a digital, like a more plucky group of guys that maybe they just got some talent, they're still trying to find their feet, they can surprise people and keep up in the Slays department, and it's more the objective stuff that they struggle on a little bit. So Digital Nation, I'm hoping that they can bounce back and prove to the community that they have what it takes. But we are on board with Beast, and he has got that Stalker Rifle, putting some shots down onto Tough and backs him off. Scoreline is completely tied up currently, but it is the early stages. Peak, I love a good little cross-map jiggle peek. Madsy using one rocket there, got one more to play with. Look at this pressure that he's applying here, Hoots, and he's not really taking any damage. And he's just kind of, going through the motions, like, put pressure on that player, get him weak, the cleanup comes in, put pressure on that player. Okay, I got that kill that time. And now they're just rotating through, clearing out the spawners and thinking about their next move.
Yeah, Madsy, I think he might have actually just only had one rocket to work with at the start then. He disappointed me and didn't pick them up at the very start, so that first one was wasted. Wasn't able to pick up a rocket with the second kill with the second one. But we do have Chiefs now moving out to a 5-kill lead here, 10-5 off the start. Nice double coming from Slays there, and Beeson still got this Stalker Rifle in his back pocket. Unfortunately, he is taken down, so Slays is the lead Slayer right now for Chiefs. Madsy just copping fire here in orange and just trying to stay alive, but when the nades are coming in there, it can be hard. It's so easy to just cop a lot of splash damage from those nades there. So Digital Nation managing to stay with them here. Only a 4-kill gap right now. They're bringing it back a little bit. Slays, though, just hovering around this arcade area. Look at him just trying to stay alive, frantically working back and forth. The Beeson, meanwhile, wants to pick up the Sentinel Beam. Seen Barcode and the damage he's been able to do with it in previous series, and we can really see people start to fry and work those shields down. But unfortunately, you can't really pick which gun he wants to use. Does a heap of damage with it there on Bandit. Bandit gets dropped, and he gets dropped as well. So this game's moving at a pretty fast pace, Justin, but no team really is able to stay too far ahead. But Madsy, with these rockets, no surprises there, manages to pick up one on Tough, and he's just going to try and stay alive and ultimately
He gets the suicide, so he gets one kill and he just negates it straight back off the board. So, getting a trade in that situation, essentially. But now with
we said he'd be angry.
He's very angry, very frustrated with himself, apparently.
Yeah.
Given himself a talking to, but now with Berserk double kill for him, that was pretty clean. Slaps a fresh mag into that shotty, already thinking about the next couple of kills. Scoreline is really only one round of slays the difference at the moment, but Chiefs with a fragile lead currently. Berserk just a textbook shotty play, a bit of a pump to the chest and then a slap to the head to take him down. 23-18, and Berserk seems pretty comfortable. Not a lot of pressure being applied to him or anything like that. He's moving around the map pretty freely, but in the kill feed, Rice able to grab himself a kill.
We've had a lag out.
We've had a lag out. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, I think just doing a 14. I'm not sure exactly what the score was at that lag out. It was someone from the Chiefs that lagged out.
23-19?
It might have been something like that. Yeah, we'll just get the admins to have a
save us.
We'll just have the admin to have a look at that, because obviously it is determined based on when someone actually did drop out. So we'll just have to keep that in mind. We might be having to do a bit of quick maths on that one, Justin, when we do get to this restart. I did notice that we had a few instances of this last week, and so that was the way things worked out, is that we just looked at the point where the players lagged out, took the scores from there, and then basically used that going into the next one. So we'll keep our eyes on that. But, you know, we were saying the whole way through, Digital Nation were keeping tabs pretty well with the Chiefs in that one. They were, you know, the lead never really blew out at all. And even when Chiefs were getting power weapon control, they weren't really using it super effectively. We saw Matic obviously pick up one kill and then just completely negate it and kill himself straight after. I was surprised that wasn't a trade. I thought he actually took damage.
I mean, credit to Madzi. He did connect, technically, didn't he?
Exactly. Well, he connected twice, just once on someone
That's
he wanted to.
100% efficiency with the rockets. He killed someone with both rocket suits. So
absolutely.
You know,
so
that's worth something at least, right?
Yeah. You're asking in the chat what the score was. I can see we've got Carnage saying 23-18. So if that was the case, that's what we'll go with. But we will obviously wait on the admins to decide that, because, like I said, players can still show up on the scorecard when they actually are out of the game. So we'll just wait on that. But meanwhile, we do have Chiefs obviously still leading 1-0, and I imagine when we go back into this restart, they will be leading this Slayer game as well. So
yeah, but it's only one round of slays, and you know what? We saw it earlier on in the nights, didn't we, Hoots? Where a team was trailing in a Slayer game, and then as soon as they took over, the momentum just shifted, and suddenly they had full control over the map. So maybe Digital Nation will be able to use this break to be like, boys, we're right with them. It's only one round of slays. Let's take a map off these guys. Let's take the series. So good opportunity to get in the right headspace, come out of the gates like dogs at the track and just go for it. It's only a few points behind currently.
Absolutely. I put a tweet out to Sway saying, you know, calm down. We got, you know, after his performance last series, and he's come back and saying the dog is going back into the cage. I'm releasing him again for grand finals. So he's keen to get back. And obviously, you know, the Divine Mind guys, after sending the Chiefs to the losers bracket, probably want whoever's going to be their next opponent to get there quickly so they can keep their momentum rolling. So, you know, these restarts might actually work in favor of whoever it is that ends up meeting them in that grand final, if we're going to have to make them stay up a little bit later. But we are just getting this new game underway again shortly. If you can just bear with us, obviously we just need to sort a few things out while these players get back in. But you know, Justin, I think we've been trying to fill as much as we can tonight, and I've got to tell you what, it gets trickier as we go on in the night. So I'm going to take things a little bit left field here.
Oh, I love
Halo.
it.
Have you seen Top Gun Maverick yet?
No, I haven't, mate.
Oh, well, that's not going to work. How am I supposed to feel with that?
No, the problem is that I've got a 9-week-old baby sitting at home, so it's like
she'd love it.
Me and my wife can't exactly have a date night and go out to the movies, because you know you got to feed the baby, and you don't, you know, Tom Cruise is, you know, kind of a little bit of a man baby, so you know, maybe we could feed my daughter Lily and Tom Cruise at the same time. You know, he can have his bottle too, but it kind of doesn't work out that way, unfortunately. But you know, Top Gun, showing our ages a little bit, you know, there might be some kids at home going, who's Tom Cruise and what is Top Gun?
Oh, mate, it is so good. Highly recommend seeing. I've seen it twice already, and I will probably see it a third time. I just had word from
multiple
the admins.
viewings.
I've just had word from the admins that we had I think it was a 23-18 dropout. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be restarting 23 to 18 lag out. So it's a 5 kill difference. So what we're going to do is we're going to restart the game with that 5 kill gap, but we're still trying to reach that 50 mark, if that makes sense. So basically what that boils down to is Chiefs need 45 and Digital Nation will need 50. So basically Chiefs start with a 5 kill advantage, but rather than saying let's get to, you know, the remainder of the score they needed, we'll still be going to 50, but just giving Chiefs that 5 kill lead at the start. So 45 kills required for Chiefs, 50 for Digital Nation. So we'll hopefully get this one started back up, and we're just going to have to keep that in our minds the whole time, Justin, if you want to write that down, if you've got a pen and paper.
Listen, and make sense. Chat, does that make sense? Of course it does. Let's launch straight into it. Without further ado, hopefully we can just launch cleanly into this map, and it's 5 kills the difference. Chiefs, they need 45. Digital Nation needs the full 50. Nice and clean, quick maths, easy to understand, and going to launch into it. I'm really hoping that Digital Nation use that little intermission to ready themselves for this matchup. Come out of the gates running. Show us what you got, boys. I want to see a game.
Absolutely. So we are just loading in. I think we're about to start off here now. So we do have, I love seeing everyone in the scoreboard there where we do start, Justin, because sometimes you just worry if we're going to get another one, but we're all good starting off here with Tough. As we said at the start, 5 kill lead to Chiefs as soon as we begin here. And so all they need to do is get to 45 kills, whereas Digital Nation in red need to get to 52 down at the start for Digital Nation. So Chiefs making a strong start here on their race to 45. Berserk is going to get dropped in a one-on-one, but Matty with the rockets again. This is where he's done some damage both to the enemy and to himself. So he's getting out of the close confines. I like this, Justin. Smart move, learning from his mistakes, trying to get into a bit more open territory, I guess you could say.
Look how calculated that rocket was. Is like, there's someone's going to run across there, I betcha. And he just waited and he managed to connect right away. He shot the rocket into the same spot. It's like, boys, stop going there. That's my favorite spot.
Like a magnet.
Launch it. Yeah, like magnets. Just launching them in heat-seeking missiles. Bit of a Top Gun reference there for your hoots. I hope you enjoyed that one. But Chiefs coming out of the gate pretty hot with a comfortable 7 kill lead at the moment. Digital Nation maybe caught off guard a little bit. Double kill for Berserk in the kill feed. Triple kill for him. And now his shields are flashing, but he doesn't care. He's getting in the face of the enemy team anyway. That's the Berserk we all know and love. But great shots from Tough there to back that player down. Shields are flashing, does get taken down and cleaned up. Secures an assist though. Now with Berserk checking his angles down the guts of the map, and the scoreline starting to bloat out a little bit in favor of the Chiefs, and add on another 5 kills on top of that. So pretty rough position if you're a Digital Nation fan watching at home. Now on board with Rice, put some nice shots into Slays. Excellent stuff from the KBM player there to take down Slays. Very crispy. Nice little jiggle peek to put some shots onto Berserk as well. Getting the cleanup. Killing spree for Reese. 0-0 if he wants it. He does get taken down, but that's because of multiple teammate shots are coming in to take him down. That killing spree, the killjoy is real for him. Rice doing everything that he can to keep his boys in the game. Now Berserk cops a rocket launcher to the face. Bandit desperately trying to stay alive. He does go down as well. Switching over to Tech. He's sliding into the back of the base looking for the cleanup. Not able to see anything just yet, Hoots. But Digital Nation, they've showed some signs of life. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, so keep in mind though, it's only 28 kills required for Chiefs. And 27 required for Digital Nation. So, sorry, I've got that completely wrong. I've got my scores completely confused. It's 37 for Digital Nation and now only 20 required for Chiefs. So they have that 5 kill buffer. So even though right now it's a 12 kill lead, it's actually more like a 17 kill lead for them. Again, doing maths while trying to cast is a little bit complicated, but Madzi with this Stalker rifle going for the triple, unfortunately can't land it, but they are really starting to outslay Digital Nation. Now we see Slays moving in as well, picking up a kill on Rice. I did love Rice's like high twitch kills that he was picking up a bit early when we were following him, Justin. That's that mouse and keyboard working a treat. You don't get that kind of stuff from controller, but look at the peak going on from Slays, just back and forth. I don't know if anyone was there at that point.
He's had his pre-workout before the series.
But manages to get the stick, almost a double stick actually, as Tech goes back into that splash damage there, and Madzi going to be looking to clean that up. Tech does a good job at escaping though, but Madzi knows he's there. The shields were just recharging for Tech, so it's an easy clean up there. And right now, Justin, we're only needing 13 kills for the Chiefs to close this one out. 30 required for Digital Nation. So this lead is bigger than it looks on the scoreboard, and it's getting out of hand pretty quickly.
Yeah, it is, but we are on board with Tough, doing everything he can to keep his boys in. Those shields do recharge, and here comes the collapse. They manage to find themselves one. Berserk's there if he wants it as well. Easy cleanup. The assist comes in. Great teamwork from the Digital Nation boys, doing everything that they can. The scoreline, 10 points the difference, but technically 15. Double kill for Beaston, and he grabs that Sentinel beam as well, and now just launching up the center of the map here. Reese just hiding in the Rice just hiding in the corner of the map, desperately trying to stay alive. Double kill for Beaston, taking him down, and 39-27, and the Chiefs are pretty damn close to taking this one out, Hoots.
6 kills to go for the Chiefs, 23 for Digital Nation, so it's going to be borderline a steak dinner, you could effectively say. Slays here, unfortunately unable to pick the kill there, but Beaston has the rockets running, and with the dropple, I love that there, just providing that little extra bit of cover. Wasn't required in the end, but pushing up here, and with a player there in orange, the splash damage worked that time, Justin. We haven't seen it work too much tonight, but it worked perfectly there. Only one more kill now required for the Chiefs, and with rockets in the backhand there, they're actually going to be dropped out. He's run out, so moving in. Oh no, we're going for a bit of star points here. Instead, just going with the BR, probably a smart move. There is that kill already picked up by Beaston, I think it was actually. So we are going to have that 45 kill threshold met there. So a pretty emphatic win there from Chiefs. I didn't actually see the Digital Nation score in the end then, Justin, but it was a pretty considerable win there. They got up 2-0 and one more kill away from a rematch with Divine Mind, and for what they want to do, hopefully a bracket reset.
Yeah, and you know, Chiefs very close to closing things out, aren't they? And you know what, like the Chiefs, they've had quite a bit of experience tonight recovering from a lag out and just jumping straight back into it. And Digital Nation, they just weren't ready for them, it looked like. It's just Chiefs came out red hot, wanting to win the series and get things done so they can move on to the grand finals. And Digital Nation maybe caught off guard a little bit because they were keeping up until we had that lag out, right? Which is unfortunate for them. Sometimes the momentum just doesn't shift in your favor, but still, we've got one more map to go, and Digital Nation doing everything they can to hold things up for their squad. But Chiefs looking pretty strong, Hoots. They're playing pretty well, but not perfectly. They're not super dominant in my opinion. They just seem to be relying on their highest skill potential, I think. I'm not really seeing amazing rotating team plays or anything like that. It's just kind of individual players going around doing their thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. The momentum thing definitely hurt them, but the pure just skill of the Chiefs definitely started to shine through towards the end there. You know, it's definitely got to suck when those kind of those lag outs happen, and regardless if you're winning or losing, you know, a 5-kill gap isn't that big and can easily come back with one round of slays, as you said, when that disconnect actually happened, Justin. So then you sort of start all over again, and you might get a rough break at the start, and all of a sudden you're down 10 kills in your mind. So you got to try and come back for that, and it can be difficult to do so. So that's something they had to grapple with on that. Hopefully no more disconnects that we have to worry about for the rest of the series, and they can regather their momentum as we do move into CTF on Catalyst, a game type we haven't seen tonight so far and is relatively new to HCS in general. And this is going to be an interesting one because obviously we've spoken about before when we've had Catalyst up that the sight lines are so much wider. It's a lot easier to be taking hits across the map. So, you know, it kind of brings you back to that. I don't want to say it because I know it can make a lot of people get a bit, turn their faces up at this, but it's sort of a bit like a behemoth CTF in the sense that you've got those really wide sight lines open and those flag runs can become difficult. So you have to outslay a few times for any chance of trying to run them across. So, it's something we haven't seen often, and I'm looking forward to seeing how teams play this one.
Yeah, I'm excited too. Brand new map. We haven't seen CTF, you and I, Hoot, so we're going to go in there together and we'll learn as we go. And new map, good opportunity for Digital Nation to spark things up a little bit and maybe catch the Chiefs off guard a little bit there. It ain't over till it's over. Chiefs is looking pretty strong, but Digital Nation not going down without a fight.
No, not at all. We've seen them. They've been really aggressive the whole way through both series. We've seen them play, and they're not by any means holding back or letting them the Chiefs completely stomp over them. They're taking the fight up to them, and it's just a little bit of probably a skill gap that we're seeing being the difference here and there. And that can be the difference between a Slayer game that goes to just a 1 or 2 kill gap or a bit of a blowout like we saw before. CTF games are typically where we do see the stronger teams really be able to band together and perform quite dominantly. So, if you're a betting person, you'd say the Chiefs are the ones who are likely to take this one out. But I've been impressed so far from what we have seen from Digital Nation, particularly in that Slayer game at the start before we had that reset. I think that might have maybe damaged their spirits a little bit, and it's unfortunate it happened, but unfortunately it's just sort of what we have to deal with right now. But hopefully they can regather themselves and take the fight up to them on this CTF on Catalyst. So we're just loading in now, Justin, but getting this one underway, and if Chiefs can win this one, they go straight back to the grand final where Divine Mind are waiting for them.
Yeah, and that is gonna be a slobber knocker, so don't go away from your computer screens. Grab yourself a beverage and just sit and relax, everybody. We are on board with Bandit NZ, and I like the way he's playing. He is not playing like a player on the back foot. He is playing some aggressive. He does get called out and just deleted off the map, Hoots. I'm saying nice things about him, and then Chiefs are like, hey, they're saying nice things about anyone but us, and then they just eliminate him. That was brutal.
Absolutely brutal. We see Chiefs. Look at the aggression already starting to come straight in here. We got Beeston with the OS. It's sort of, he takes a few hits there, unable to connect with his first melee, but starting to run the flag towards his teammates here over on plant side. It is on green side. So going for the green side run, unfortunately unable to really get too far. I guess those few hits he took to the OS at the start weren't really working out for him, but Techie has picked up the skewer, and we spoke about this before, Justin. It's a different beast to the snipe and takes a little bit of getting used to, and isn't something we see too commonly in HCS, but when you've got players who don't even know you're there, it's pretty easy to turn around and pick them up. Nice double from Tech there, using the skewer well to get the jump, and then finishing up Beaston, I think it was there, with the BR. So he's still hunting for more with this skewer. Tech unfortunately can't connect, and he will be taken down. So neither team really able to put in any kind of solid flag attempt yet. Chiefs was shut down pretty quickly. So nice work from Digital Nation to be able to put a stop to that. And across the board, slays wise, we're seeing pretty even results right now. No team really taking the upper hand in terms of slays. And in fact, Rice looking to run this flag. Meanwhile, Chiefs pulling the Digital Nation flag as well. So we're going to have 2 flags out here.
I love a flag standoff, Hoots. And Rice, he's got that flag in his back pocket. He's hungry for that player down below. And look at that mouse and key flicking and slice and dice, baby. And he's cut one up, and his teammate is getting the flag on the move. Digital Nation showing up in this game. Tough doing very well. And are they going to get one on the board? They do. Digital Nation 1 up so far in this CTF, and the skewer got 1 in the tube, ready to go. Looking for that player. Lining up on the no-scope on Berserk. Tough. Double kills there if he wants them. It doesn't matter. Amazing stuff from him. That was nasty. Just turned Berserk into a kebab.
Yeah, love the way Tough as well, using the map, sort of getting up top quickly, moving in on another flag as well. Look at the teamwork as well. Digital Nation all running through, and as soon as they take this flag and start to run it, the team running along with him as well. So they've got a lot of hustle coming through here. They've got the protection coming at the front on this gold side. Flag is out as well for Digital Nation. The Chiefs are starting to run it, but you see the attempt there. I think he was maybe going for a pickup and a melee, couldn't connect. Tech, though, still alive over here. 2 down for Digital Nation, but more importantly, 3 down, almost 4 down for Chief once Slays gets dropped. So they were 4 down for a second. They're coming off the spawn, and look at this Tech turning around straight away and starting to put shots on Berserk as he's trying to make his way across. So this flag's still starting to run. Justin, they're looking at putting their second flag in, and I think they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, Digital Nation really showing up. They've come out so aggressive, and their flag runs have been pretty clean too. They haven't been too scrappy. They seem to be working really well as a cohesive unit. Now Madsy with that skewer, he's got 3 to play with right now, and the no scope, just a clinic. Madsy connecting on that one. That was absolutely beautiful, Hoots, and I'm loving these skewer plays.
Yeah.
And it does seem to lend itself more to a no scope type weapon rather than a cross map snipe like the traditional sniper rifle is. So you can get those flashy plays and maybe catch a player off guard, get that early pick. Now the Chiefs moving that flag across the map.
Yeah, Beeson just needs to deal with Tough here, and they're going to be able to put this one in. But look at the support support starting to come through. So the rest of the Chiefs guys starting to move in. I think they're going to be in a position to put this in unless he cops a lot of flag nades coming in and he manages to chuck it in. So nice run there by Mads. He puts it in. They are 2 down, the Chiefs, about to potentially be 3, although they managed to actually get one back, and it's 3 down for Digital Nation. Those little moments where you don't clean up a kill, that person knocks you off, and it completely flips the script of his gun for the lunch. Oh, basically, I like the idea, Justin. It could have worked in theory. Unfortunately, there was a ledge in the way stopping that lunch coming through.
Yeah, no, it's all right. It happens. Maybe next time he can perfect it. He can go into a custom game and get that play well sorted out. On board with Bandit, Caster's Curse. He does go down. Now with Madzi looking at the scoreline. He's 7-7 at the moment. He's grabbing himself the skewer. Only 1 left to play with here, Hoots, but he seems to be pretty good at landing those no-scopes. So there's 1 player down there. Will he manage to connect it? He really lined it up and then he missed it. A bit of anticlimactic. But Madzi sliding across the map to get some aggression going. Eyes on the flag at the moment. Rice caught off guard a little bit there, but Madzi, he's been told to go away. It's like, Madzi, go away, mate. This is our base, sent back, and he's flashing. He's still alive, though. He's not getting called out and cleaned up. And here comes the cleanup, but he's still alive. Multiple players sniffing him out, taking him down. Now on board with Tough.
Yeah, Digital Nation definitely got the jump at the start. Chiefs managed to arrest a bit of momentum back, but they're running a 3rd flag now, Digital Nation, to put this in. And look at the kind of coverage Tough can provide here. This is what we're talking about, just in those long sight lines where you can look across the whole map. And instead what's happened is the flag's been passed off to him. And I think it's Bandits actually was going back to try and do some slaying. And whilst he was dropped, it doesn't really matter because he can just run straight in and put it in. I love the handoff there, working perfectly. They've got a 2 flag jump on them now. They're outslaying them on top of that. You've got Tech going 17-8. The highest skill score right now for the Chiefs is Berserk on 13. So it's a combination of outslaying and just really great objective work. Almost every flag they've run, they've been able to put in.
Yeah, they're doing incredibly well. Digital Nation, you know, they're already down in the series, but no, then they don't want to give things up just yet. They're up 3-1 so far, and Tech just getting the better of Beast in there. His shots were so calculated. He was making sure that he was connecting on each burst and really thinking about where the player was moving. Great stuff from him, and now he's alive, applying some pressure across the map. We do have that skewer that has spawned up top mid there, Hoots, so someone might want to scoop that one up and get some montage making plays going. And still on board with Tech, he's still alive, applying the pressure. Berserk does manage to take him down, but Digital Nation doing incredibly well to bring it to the Chiefs.
Yeah, Berserk, a bit of a self-nade there, but not too much damage running in. But this flag from Madzi is just not going to get in, although they do have the hustle to put it back in from the back. But 4 down, Justin, for that flag cap, so they could pay a very hefty price, as we do see Digital Nation starting to run this flag themselves, I think. Well, it's now they've just picked up it. So actually a little bit slow on the jump there to take that flag pull. When you get 4 dead, you should be picking that up straight away. They're a little bit slow, but they still are going to start to move this over onto the plant side, I believe, the green side. Although Tough is taken down, 3 down for Digital Nation. This one won't go in. It looks like it's probably going to be reset. And Chiefs, meanwhile, are going to be pulling a flag of their own. It slays in the base, outgunning Rice there, and it looks like he's going to go straight up the top. I think that's a smart move, given so much of the fighting right now is down on the bottom. But look at the shots coming in on him there as he tries to run that one across. 2 down for the Chiefs. This flag's going to get returned, it looks like, pretty quickly as it goes back now. So that flag attempt is going to be quelled. The Chiefs are, you know, they're still hanging in it. They're only 1 flag down, but Digital Nation are taking it right up to them, and they're definitely, their flag pulls seem a lot stronger, and when they're pulling them, they're in a much better position to do so.
Certainly are. I mean, the Chiefs have taken a little bit of time to warm up in this game, but Digital Nation also been super strong. But it does look like they are starting to heat up a little bit. The Chiefs, you gotta take them down early. You can't give him an opportunity to warm up. And Slays, he has got that OS and the grapple, so he's just a literal wrecking ball with that combination of things. And he grapples the flag. Absolutely beautiful. Chef's kiss this, and he's moving this one through, and it does look like he is going to be able to tie things up. It's 3-3, and we're all tied up. Digital Nation, their tournament lives on the line. Chiefs looking to rematch up against Divine Mind. Now on board with Madzi, scoreline 11-14 currently. Grabs himself a sword kill and defending that flag as well, just having a little peek, not fully extending. It's like, oh, what's going on up here? I'm just going to waiting for my shields to recharge, and now he's on the hunt. Here comes Jaws coming through. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Another kill in the kill feed for Madzi.
Yeah, great work by Madzi there in helping put that flag in. And right now just playing great defense, and I love the shot here. Look at that, perfect work. Very scenic, I guess you could say, that shot there. Madzi just holding onto this sword here. Right now, he's just waiting for his right time to try and make a move here. It looks like he's going to be in a position to maybe try and get a run here. So he's got that sword in his back pocket. Spike grenades are coming in, doing a lot of damage, actually, Justin. Pretty much taking his shields out completely. But Madzi just wanting to get it down on that bottom ledge, and he knows in these close quarters with that sword, he's going to be able to do a lot of damage. Great work there, and look at the support coming through. So they're in a great position here, although when you get skewered, that's going to stop you. But Tough needs to go massive here. They've got the Chiefs pretty set up around this flag coming in, but I love this aggression getting right around. And the nade kill's huge. They're putting a stop there on Berserk as well. He's running a flag himself now, Justin. This is great play, although the fumble is going to really do a lot of damage there. The flag still is out for Chiefs, I believe. If they can get a touch on it, they don't. Digital Nation return that, but at the same time, that flag run for Digital Nation could have been on there. They could have taken the lead, but it was just that slight fumble there. Going for that slide and pick up didn't work, and meanwhile Slays with this OS can really push in here on Bandit and try and get something going for his team here, although I don't know about turning the back on the flag. Staying alive for quite a bit longer, but Berserk's going to have 3-1 to take on, and it's never going to work for him, unfortunately. Bit of a waste of that OS.
Yeah, Hoots, look at the time. I got a minute 30 left on the clock. This could literally go either way, and I'm going to highlight what you said before. That was really unfortunate for Digital Nation. They had the intent. They knew what they were trying to do, and they just couldn't execute. And that's going to be something that might play on their mind if this game doesn't go their way. But now aboard with Rice, he does go down, but it's even up in the kill feed. A flag is on the move. Tech doing everything that he can to keep this flag at bay, but he's getting a lot of pressure applied to him. He does get cleaned up by Slays now with Beaston as he's watching that flag moving through, and Rice up the top mid of the map. Jiggle peeking in there. Beaston doing everything he can. He does get flanked on and he's taken out. Here comes Slays. Here comes a grapple. Such an aggressive play. He comes through and gets the clean up onto Tough. Unbelievable seeing Slays going in for the kill. And here's the flag. This could be the final flag of the map. Only 30 seconds left on the clock. Digital Nation, their backs are up against the wall.
30 seconds to go, and yeah, I mean, just do you play defense here, I think, if you are Slays? I don't know about that move to get really aggressive there. Rice starting to run this flag, and we see Tech actually...
What?
Did he just grapple towards his teammate instead of take the flag? I think he did. So anyway, we'll ignore that one. Rice is still running this flag, so Slays really did overextend there. I don't know if that was the right move. Tech thought he had another shot in his grapple hook. He didn't, but manages to stay alive. 2 downs for Chiefs. The flag's about to go in.
No, they didn't!
No, they did it on the last second.
Unbelievable.
Justin, a tie. I don't believe that went in. So many things that happened and should not have happened.
Digital Nation.
They did, and it went in with a second to go. So we now go to a tie break. We have 5 minutes added back onto the clock, and Digital Nation has got to be feeling good about that. And in the meantime, Chiefs, I mean, you've got the lead. Surely you play defense with 25 seconds to go. I think they were just going a bit too aggressive on that for me, and Digital Nation, they took their advantage and punished them really well.
That was the clutches of all clutches, Hoots. Unbelievable. Got to be feeling good if you're Digital Nation, and slightly annoyed if you're the Chiefs. Maybe a bit of internal anger. It's like, boys, we couldn't hold them back for 1 more second.
I know.
But Berserk now with that fresh overshield, getting so aggressive on that plays and managing to grab 1 second there if he wants it easy. And the triples there as well, but he does get taken down by Tough, but Berserk, Beeson, easy cleanup for him. Sudden death situation here, Hoots. It's going to be the first one that can manage to grab a flag, and Slays is in the base. He hasn't got any shields, but he is being such a nuisance. You've got to get him out. They're allowing it to live, but no. Rice comes in with the cleanup, switching over to him, and he's flicking everywhere. He's wide into the Matrix. He wants to take out this game, Hoots.
God, it is just a rain of death everywhere. It's the Chiefs on the offensive right now. Digital Nation doing all the defending in their base. Madzi with this skewer. Players getting dropped all around him from Digital Nation. I think they're going to now be in a position to start running this flag if it's taken out, which it is, but it's not really going anywhere. It looks like we are now starting to run. I'm getting too excited, Justin. I can't help it. Beaston starting to run this flag. He's going up high, running it through, and he is going to get it over to their side, and he's through the tunnel, so this is huge. Although we do have 4 players for Digital Nation up. Tech moving right into the base. He's going to get the pull himself, although just at least play defense. A massive RBR from Beaston there, although he does have Rice to deal with behind him. He's just going to try and get another touch on it. Somehow manages to stay alive and keep it going. But where are the rest of the Chiefs players? I don't think they're really in a position to get around it, are they? The flag is now pulled by Digital Nation. Just absolutely frantic play around this flag right now. 3 dead for Digital Nation, so they should be getting a return. Bandit's the last one alive. Just needs to try and keep the Chiefs players off this. Berserk can't pick up the flag. I'm not sure where the flag actually is, and somehow Bandit has managed to keep this going, but flag now being returned. It looks like Magi's in a position to put this in if his teammates can just get the return. Slides in and manages to chuck it in. Justin, God help me, let me breathe, please. Take over for a sec.
Yeah, listen, that was pretty hectic there. And you can see Berserk was doing everything he could to keep that flag alive. He's just like, he's trying to pick it up, but it's like, it's so sweaty from the intense game that he's just kind of, fumbling a little bit. So, boys, get it in, please, 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 please. And the Chiefs, they do take out the series and move on. But Digital Nation, what a showing from them in that game. I'm paying them to win on that map, Hoots. I don't care what the game says. Digital Nation has been robbed.
I don't know if you can just start gifting out, map
I do what I
victories
want,
here and there. No. Someone's got to rein you in, and I think at this point, it is a beautiful showing coming in from Digital Nation. This is a big tick in the box for me when I look towards next week, and I even look towards the regional final. Every single time that we talk about these guys, I feel like they've been taking a step up. Last week the question was, how can they perform when the big dogs aren't here? Yeah, they did relatively well. They got themselves a top 4, and now they come back into Pro Series number 6. They take the scalp of the Dire Wolves. They take a map early on in their series as well, and now they almost do it against the Chiefs. I think that is a big little check mark for me, looking forward for Digital Nation. They've got some big members on that squad, and Hoots, I'm excited to see what they can do with an extra week of practice.
Yeah, no, you're spot on, Luke. I think you're right. It's a big checkbox, and it's, a case of you guys should be staying together because you can clearly, hang with the top players on the big stage. And, geez, they were just, Halo is just a game of inches, right? And there were just moments when they could have had it there, and God, they punish Chiefs when Chiefs made mistakes, which is something that's really important. When the good teams make mistakes, you want to really punish them, and they were able to do that multiple times. And look, they just got super unlucky towards the end. It was so frantic. Shout outs to Bandit. He was the last man alive to try and stop that flag cap, and whilst Chiefs managed to put it in the end, he, delayed that by about 25 seconds or so, just while they were going absolutely crazy trying to put it in. So, I think that, the first 2 games, I think Chiefs definitely had their number, but Digital Nation definitely stood up in that last one.
Yeah, they certainly did. And, if a few more of those BR fights went one way or another, then we may have been seeing a little bit of a different scoreline here. But that is the way that the cookie crumbles. 4-5 for the Chiefs to finish out CTF on Catalyst. Means that now they do get their rematch with Divine Mind in the grand final. I guess the question is for you then, Justin. Do we feel like this is a bracket reset on the cards, or do we feel like maybe the Chiefs might be running out a little bit of steam here?
Oh, that's a hard one.
Say it.
That's kind of tough because it is starting to get a little bit late, and it's kind of a question is that, is Divine Mind rested or are they cold? That is the question. And then it's like, are the Chiefs tired or are they coming out hot? It's hard to know, but I feel like with both of these squads, they've been playing late into the night, and sometimes they don't start scrims until around about this time anyway, so perhaps this is just their peak performance time anyway, so it should be interesting. But you know, I think the fact that Digital Nation really brought it to the Chiefs in that last map kind of lends to the Chiefs being warmed up and ready for Divine Mind. So I reckon we might see a bracket reset. That's my prediction. I'm going no further. Bracket reset, and then it's anybody's guess at that point, in my opinion.
Okay, so feeling like we might have 2 more best of 5s to get through, ladies and gentlemen. We'll lead the way. We'll have our answer very, very soon. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side of this grand final for Pro Series number 6, you won't want to miss it.
HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the final time of this evening. HCS ANZ Pro Series number 6 is ever closer to figuring out our champion for this week. Divine Mind and Chiefs are going to go head-to-head in a full best-of-5 and potentially 2 best-of-5s if you want to follow along with what Justin did just say. But lads, it has been a long time for us to get here, but the fact that we got here, I don't think anybody would be surprised. Maybe you might see these two teams flipped, Hooters, but at the end of the day, it's still the same result.
Yeah, exactly. So I think, like you said, not too much of a surprise, but I think the closeness of the previous series we had with these two teams, that was probably a bit more of a surprise. I think we knew these two teams were a bit unknown going in, but I think we thought Chiefs would probably still hold the wool over Divine Mind. And so the fact that Divine Mind got the 3-2, but also just how close those other games that they lost were was pretty surprising.
Yeah, exactly. And, having a look at this elimination bracket as well here, Justin, is always a good sight for us because we've got brand new teams that are starting to crack in towards this top 3. And I think it is a good shout for Digital Nation. Not only did they take down Final Form, they took down Direwolves, and now they almost got themselves a map against Chiefs on CTF, which was historically their best game mode. So I think right now we're looking at this Digital Nation squad as a squad that, please for love of God, don't fall into the roster mania and stick together for a couple of weeks, maybe even some months, and we might see these similar results going into DreamHack Melbourne.
Yeah, I think so. Like, roster mania can benefit, sometimes it can hurt, and I think for Digital Nation, that last CTF game, a couple of situations going their way instead of the Chiefs, and they would have taken that map. They played really good Halo, and that's just what I keep banging on about. Everybody has the same amount of health, everyone bleeds, and you've just got to capitalize on your situations. You get a couple of picks. Pro tip, that's when you run your flags, and Digital Nation was showing some great signs of life, and I hope we continue to see amazing performances from them in the future. But enough about them. They've been eliminated. I can say nice things about them, but they're not in the grand final. We have Divine Mind versus the Chief, and the Chiefs are going to need to win 2 back-to-back best-of-5s to take this one out. My prediction is that they're going to be able to reset the bracket just once, and then after that, who knows?
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a long kind of road ahead for the Chiefs if they want to get themselves yet another tournament victory under their belts. But this is where we're able to talk about Divine Mind, right? Because we look at this squad, it was a change-up coming in, the fact that Berserk and Beeson did leave them Hooters, and now they're on the side of the Chiefs. But when we look at this matchup, Divine Mind, they only have to win 1 best-of-5. And that means that these guys will be able to win their first tournament here in Halo Infinite. And that is going to be a big shout in and of itself, because that means that maybe now, as we look towards more of these Pro Series, this could be a tight contention between 1 through down to 4th.
Absolutely, and that's what makes it so exciting. I mean, we saw Divine Mind have picked up quite a few seconds, I think, over the last couple of tournaments we've run. The Super in particular, I think they finished up second. But to have them sort of crowned as the new winner is something that's exciting for us, and the fact that we now have these final series that we don't really know which way they could go. I mean, even though Divine Mind won the last one, you've got Justin's prediction, which is fair enough, saying that why won't the Chiefs just come back and win this one and then force another series? So it could go either way, and that's what's so great, is the unexpectedness. That's what makes a region so exciting. When you've got the same team winning all the time, it's great to have a dominant team, but sometimes as a viewer and a spectator, you just want to have a bit of unknown and see a new face every now and then standing on the podium.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's going to be all important for us to have a look at the maps, right? When we get towards that point, when we have a look to see what this best-of-5 is going to look like, it's about whether or not these maps are going to be very similar to what we saw in the upper bracket final, right, Justin? Because that's where they have the information. And at that point, if it's relatively similar, then maybe they might be able to adjust a few things and get a few map victories where they didn't in the past.
Yeah, you get this far into the tournament, there's kind of no excuses for not playing good Halo at this point. You've had the entire tournament to get warmed up, talk about your plays with your teammates, and maybe rein in some of the mistakes that you're making earlier on in the tournament. In a grand final situation, you've just got to play to your absolute best of your ability, and the best of their ability for both of these teams is pretty damn good. So I'm excited to see what happens. But this first matchup, Strongholds Streets, then we go into Live Fire Slayer, Oddball Recharge. I reckon we're going all the way. I think we're seeing every single map this time around, and I'm loving the new King of the Hill. So hopefully we get all the way to Live Fire. Then we have Slayer on Catalyst, and it's gonna be a bloodbath. It's going to be back and forth. I hope you're comfortable. I'm comfortable in my chair. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to see 2 full best of 5 series. Let's do it.
Yeah, I really do feel like that this is going to be a very tightly contested kind of series. It is interesting that we don't have a CTF going in this first best of 5 here, Hooters, and I think that is a little bit of a caveat going, that the fact that, you know, the Slayers have been so tight between both these teams, and I feel like, you know, from what we've seen in the past, maybe CTF might be able to be a bit of a stronger suit, and even, you know, for Divine Mind be able to sit back and watch that series, maybe they might have been able to pick apart a few of the things coming in from the Chiefs CTF. But going to be staying out here on Strongholds, and then there will be a King of the Hill a little bit later on, so that might be the best time for these guys to get all the information they need. But ladies and gentlemen, Grand Finals is about to start here. Let's jump into map number 1 on Streets.
Thanks, Luke. Yeah, we're excited to do this one, Justin. It's taken us a while, but we're finally here, and it's the 2 teams, like we said before, that we thought we would have, and God, it's exciting to have a series where you don't really know where it actually is going to go in the end. The Chiefs have obviously, for those joining us who might not be super familiar with the Australian region, the Chiefs have dominated ANZ since Halo Infinite has come out, winning every tournament they have played in, but for the first time they find themselves potentially not going in as favourites. So for them to be able to bounce back here and try and reset this bracket, it's going to be a big task, and then go through and have to obviously win that second bracket if they can do that form of task is absolutely massive. But if there's one team that can do it, it certainly is the Chiefs. So we're just getting loaded in here. We've seen the player animation starting to load in. We should be jumping in just a second, Justin, but geez, Strongholds on Streets, it's one we haven't seen yet so far this evening, but really excited to see how this one goes. We do have Berserk here. We almost saw the remote detonation again coming up on the spike grenades, but not this time. Berserk here just hanging around these rockets, trying to get in a position to pick them up. Unfortunately, Rated drops him. He's going to be able to pick them up, and Rated there putting in a double, and the Chiefs instantly going 4 down. So rockets will be in the hands of Divine Mind. They're going to be there with Rated, moving around this arcade area, and we do have the Chiefs starting to spawn around PD, but Justin, I think there was a bit of an invisible ledge that caught them there.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. You got to watch out for those invisible ledges. You will trip and fall. On board with Madsy though, as he's capturing that B stronghold, and he doesn't quite get it. That was a bit weird. Just the absolute tiniest little sliver left. Wafer thin, but now the Chiefs are going to be putting some points onto the board. Fires off 1 rocket and connects. Very clean shot from the Shark himself with that rocket there, just launching it like a pontoon over into that enemy player. Now we have Sways. He's been performing all night here, and a little bit of frustration there, shooting some ankles, and the cleanup comes through. Didn't even get the kill, Hoots. He only got the assist. A lot of effort to go for, but now Sways doing everything that he can to grab this stronghold. Triple cap for Divine Mind. They may have been waiting on the sideline, but they were waiting and ready.
I got to say, just shout out to Jackson in the chat. I just saw I missed an overkill in the kill feed there, so my apologies, but we did have an overkill, and I think it might have been from Rated at the start of the game there. So great effort there to pick up that overkill at the very beginning, going a long way to helping them establish some kind of map control here, as we do see Divine Mind pushing out to a bit of an early lead, but the Chiefs answering right back, taking point B and looking to take the lead back themselves as well. So a bit of a back and forth. Most of the Stronghold games we have seen so far, Justin, one team has jumped out to a pretty early lead, but neither team able to do that so far. I think these 2 teams are really evenly matched, and Divine Mind all 4 dead at that point. So now we see all 4 dead for Divine Mind, and the Chiefs are picking up the rockets. So a bit of a reversal of what we saw at the start of the game, and Berserk with those rockets is going to be able to look to just cause a bit of a disruption here, as we do have Rated and Plasma trying to take that C side. Long range rocket isn't going to work, and they still can't tick over that C. They do just in those last seconds, but as soon as that happens, look at that, Chiefs swarming right in to try and take it back, but they will go 4 dead. So they're really trading blows here, Justin.
They certainly are. Now Sways, he's got that stalker rifle. He did some damage with it a few maps ago, and he's got one rocket to play with as well. And now jiggle peeking that. I love that. Now changing positions, shooting down. He does get caught reloading by Berserk there and shut down. Slays goes in for the cleaner. Divine Mind, they do have control of the map and getting some points onto the board. Here's a brawl over there in the cubby area, Hoots. It's a bit of mayhem. Rated doing very well, staying alive for his squad, grabbing himself a kill. Bait and switch with his boy. Pips taking him down there. Rated, he's fired up. Bit of body disrespect there. And Divine Minds, they got an absolutely tiny little 2-point lead at the moment. Anybody's game at this point. Chiefs and Divine Mind going fully at it, and Divine Mind, you thought that maybe they'd come out a bit cold, having to wait in the sidelines, but no, they're ready, and right out of the gate, they're neck and neck.
Geez, Justin, this game, you could call it earlier that it could come right down to the wire, given that no team's been able to get in front by almost more than 10 points or so. We did have a triple cap for a second there for Chiefs, but they're going to Divine Mind get in and capture that C point back. But look at that, as soon as Sways gets it, he has shots coming in on him, so they are held back in tram here. Beast is getting in with the Bulldog there, doing a lot of work, putting a stop to Divine Mind pushing out. He's going to try and capture C. Unfortunately, can't do that, but there will need to be a reset on C. So Divine Mind getting sort of their backs against the wall right now a little bit. Slays with the rocket launcher. I thought a long-range rocket would connect, then didn't connect with anything actually. So Rockets down in PD court, but still Divine Mind managed to get this second cap point. Sways just getting out of the way of that plasma grenade. Great reflexes there, getting away, managing to stay alive, and they're bringing this score back again, Justin. 63-82. They've got a little bit of time to make up, but right now it looks like Chiefs not really managing to get into any of these positions and contest, given that they are 3 down, almost 4 there. But luckily, I think that was Berserk comes up with a kill there.
Yeah, having a quick peek at the kill department, and we banged on about Sways, but it does look like Plasma remote detonation on Berserk. But Plasma with 11 kills, and Slays and Berserk in the double digits for the Chiefs boys. And there's Rated with that Sentinel beam, cleaning house, taking them out like they're the Flood on installation 04. But he does go down, unfortunately. Scoreline is basically tied up, and Pip's doing everything that he can. He goes down. Caster's Curse is real now with Berserk. Mr. Lightheim himself putting some pressure onto this A. Stronghold does get the reset there, and the Chiefs are scoring on the board, basically tied up. Anybody's game at this point. I didn't think it would be this close out of the gate, Hoots. This is insane.
Yeah, I mean, the time right now, 11:30 at night, getting close to midnight, but neither of these teams looking like they're low on the energy with the intensity they're playing with right now. Chiefs taking the lead now, 102-94, but you see Divine Mind starting to cap back A. Meanwhile, Chiefs say we'll take B, so it is just an absolute seesaw. It's kind of tricky to get any idea of which team's gaining some kind of momentum when they're going back and forth this much, Justin. But Chiefs getting a bit of time here, putting that separation on. They had that period mid-game where they put a bit of a gap between themselves and Divine Mind. Look at Slays just get absolutely destroyed there by Divine Mind. The two players coming out and just putting the work in on them there. And so this should be a moment for Sways to try and get in and get some kind of control here, but it doesn't look like they've been able to do it. Instead, they prioritized the Rockets, which is a smart move, but you've got to make sure you're not wasting them like he is there. The first one doesn't connect. Sway shoots the second one, manages to pick up one on Madzi, and look at the thruster packs there just darting back and forth. The movement in this one, Justin's going crazy, but meanwhile, through all this chaos, Chiefs putting in a nice lead. 50 points. This is the biggest lead of the game.
It certainly is, and I mean, the last time I had my mouth flaps moving around commentating the game, it was tied up at like 94-94. So the Chiefs are starting to take control of this map, and there's still plenty of time left on the clock. You go, you know, almost 6.5 minutes left for Divine Mind to bring things back if they want to. Beaston clearing house a little bit there, and now they're on the board getting some things going here. But you know, I'd still say anybody's game at this point. I've said it about 15 times this game, Hoots, but I don't care. I'm going to keep saying it. Anybody's game, Hoots.
Yeah, but as soon as Divine Mind managed to pick up that A side, it was just taken away straight away by Beaston, so they can't really get any kind of long-term scoring going on here right now. They're capturing A, but meanwhile, look at that. Chiefs capture C, so a triple cap almost momentarily there. Really starting to get away from them now. Divine Mind not being able to really get any kind of control back, and Chiefs starting to really romp this one in now with 100+ point lead as Berserk just running around like a madman. Plasma copping shots in PD. That'll be finished off by Madzi, you'd imagine, as he goes in to rack up that kill. You see the assist starting to register there. Yeah, Divine might need to do something quick, Justin. They're just not in any real position, though, it looks like, to get control. They've been too dead for most of the game now.
Yeah, his scoreline is starting to bloat out a little bit. The Chiefs all the way in 200s, and Divine Mind yet to crack into the triple digits, so in a little bit of trouble at the moment. Berserk, that was very dirty from him. Gets rewarded with the Bulldog into his back pocket and instantly thinking about those rockets as well. It does seem like Berserk is always very cognizant of when the... my pronunciation is just off the charts there, Hoots. Bloody hell, that was shocking. Anyway, what I was trying to say was Berserk is always ready for those rockets when they're popping, making sure that he's contesting them and making them available for his team, whether or not they're getting burnt or his teammates manage to grab them. But looking at this, to the Chiefs only need 11 more points to be able to put this one in the bag. So Divine Mind, they do currently have control, and it's going to take one hell of a run to get them back into this game, Hoots.
They managed to put on about 20 points now, so they're doing the right thing. Chiefs haven't been in a position to really cap any of the points through this period. So look, they've done the right thing. They're actually pushing for a triple cap, so they're trying to overextend, but it's because they know C's being taken. So look at that. They lose C, but they're going to take A. I don't mind that. The Chiefs now stuck in back tram. So they've gone on a nice run here, Justin. They've brought it back to about 100-point gap. Still a long way to go, and I think the thing that's we need to be most conscious of is Chiefs only need that 11 points, so they don't have many mistakes to play with Divine Mind, but they certainly aren't going out without a fight, and this is a bit of a message potentially into game 2. If they were to lose this one, saying, yeah, you're right, you might have got us, but it wasn't a blowout. Look at that. They're losing A, but they cap C, so they're rotating really well here, down to about a 70-point gap now, so keeping themselves in it. It's we still haven't seen, or this C point looks like it's now being taken, so potentially with 2 dead, Divine Mind now really with their backs up against the wall. This C point is going to be captured. They need to make a move ASAP. Pip moving into Tram here on C is not going to be in position to do it, and I think that's going to be the Chiefs potentially putting it in, as we do see Plasma dropped there in C, but look at the just manic running around. They'll take anything they can get right now, Divine Mind, but they're putting themselves in a difficult position to do so, and Chief will take this opening game. So what looked like a stomping became a bit more respectable towards the end, 250 to 163, Justin, but Chiefs doing everything they need to do to try and get this bracket reset and do it as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and you know what? The Chiefs, they didn't panic. They had a pretty strong lead, but probably my analysis is that they were probably like, hey boys, we really only need one more rotation to win this. No desperating, don't just launch in there. We'll coordinate our push, we'll get a couple of hills, and we'll take this map. And they managed to do it because they used that buffer that they'd built themselves up to really coordinate that final push. They got it over the line, but Divine Mind did mount a pretty decent comeback, a 60-ish point run when they had their backs up against the wall. Pretty decent from them, so don't count them out just yet. But we're on track for that bracket reset. I can feel it in my loins, Hoots. It's coming.
It's worth mentioning, I think, Berserk in particular. He was struggling in the early games against Divine Mind in that first series they played, and even a little bit initially against Digital Nation. But towards the end of that Digital Nation series, he started to step up. And in this game here, I think he maybe went -1 or maybe just went even, but he put in a heap of assists. So Berserk starting to heat up a little bit. So that's good news for the Chiefs, because he probably was in that initial series their weakest player against Divine Mind. So if he can start to turn it around, given how close that initial series was, then maybe we can start to see Chiefs' fortunes change a little bit. But, you know, that's a scoreboard item to keep your eye on, I think. I mean, look, we spoke about it. The Chiefs really did put on about a 100-point uncontested run, and that was the difference maker in the end. Divine Mind, I like the fact that they didn't give up at the end, Justin, that they kept fighting and they managed to bring it back, make it a little bit more respectable. But, you know, it could have been a lot more brutal. The fact that Divine Mind, you know, towards right near the end, hadn't even cracked 100 points. They still managed to go on about a 70-point or so run, make it a bit better. But yeah, there's still a nice statement from the Chiefs to open this one up. And now we start to move towards Slayer on live fire, which I don't know if it's a game type we've had yet tonight, Justin, but that's the beauty now of having more game types, more maps in the rotation for HCS, is that we can have a bit more variety and that there's, we're not playing on streets every second game like we used to be. It makes it a lot easier to watch and a lot easier to cast as well.
Yeah, it certainly keeps things interesting. Now, we are moving into this Slayer live fire, and I'm going to change things up. Everyone goes, hey, you got a Slayer situation, which player's going to pop off? But I think it's more going to be which player struggles a little bit in this next one, because we have seen on both rosters, we've had some people fumble a little bit, struggle to get things going. And I think that that's going to be the next key, is whichever team manages to take out this series will be the team that performs consistently. And if you have a player that's starting to get a little bit tired, maybe they're getting a bit weary and they start underperforming, they might just weigh the team down a little bit too much. So that's my prediction. We're looking for a player to fumble a little bit, I think, putting the shoes on the wrong feet, so to speak. But we are going to be launching in live flyer on Slayer. We've seen performances from both teams with people going absolutely off. So hopefully it puts on a show for the lovely people in the Twitch chat that have stayed with us this entire night, you beautiful humans. Let's get into it. It's grand finals time. Hoots, take it away.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Justin. Really appreciate everyone staying with us on the broadcast tonight. I think we've just cracked over 1,000 people, which is great to see as we are getting into the late hours here, almost midnight here in Australia. But for those of you who are waking up in other parts of the world, welcome to the Australia-New Zealand Halo HCS tournament, our Pro Series number 6. For those of you who have just joined us, the Chiefs and Divine Mind did take part in our winners finals earlier in the broadcast. Divine Mind won that 3-2. So for the Chiefs, if they want any chance of winning this, they need to win this best of 5 and then the next best of 5 in a bracket reset. We have had a dropout here on Divine Mind, so we're just going to be looping back and getting this game restarted. It looks like we lost, I think, was it Rated that we might have lost there? I'm not 100% sure, but we'll be getting him back into the lobby in just a second, Justin. It wouldn't be a series without a dropout or two, so better to get him out of the way early so that we can have a clean run if we do get to that bracket reset and get straight through, which is what we want to see. So look, just going ahead, looking at the other game types we do have, if we do keep progressing through this series, we're going to have an Oddball on Recharge, King of the Hill on Live Fire. I'm really keen to see that one, Justin, and get your thoughts on that one as well, and Slayer on Catalyst. But King of the Hill on Live Fire, that's one we haven't seen yet either. We've mainly been stuck looking at that one on Streets and Catalyst, I believe. So let's get one of that on Live Fire. Much more open map. That's one where I think we're going to have to see teams really make the tough decisions on when they're going to be going for those hills or not, because you can step out there and get melted pretty damn quickly.
You can, and Live Fire, it's a pretty simple, straightforward map. There aren't a lot of like sneaky lanes that you can take to get a surprise play. You've really got to be in sync with the rest of your team with your rotations and that kind of thing when you're trying to nab map control and the power weapons on the map. So you got to be on the ball on it. There's no real hiding. So I think it separates a lot of teams that are playing good fundamental Halo and then others that are not, because you can have a team that is playing incredibly well-oiled machine, but if you have a map that's quite complicated, maybe there's some different flanks that they can make, they can disrupt a team and catch them off guard. But Live Fire, not really. It's kind of difficult to do that unless you've got a camo in hand or a power weapon or something like that. So I think some strong fundamental Halo will be the key to victory on that one.
Absolutely. I want to chuck a graphic up quickly if we can. We're just having a look here at the overall KD from this tournament so far in the Pro Series 6. So it's worth noting that this doesn't include the last game we just played in this series. This is pretty much up until the grand final, but I mean, no real surprise here, Justin. It sways. And I think when we looked at his KD last time, he was on around, what was it? It was 1.4 or something, and he's jumped up to 1.66. So he's gone on an absolute tear. No real surprises there. But then we look a little bit lower and we've got Madzi, Dino, Plasma, Pip, and I think we actually had a couple of others tied on 1.14 as well. So there's a couple of other players that obviously we're not fitting into this graphic here, but given we've got Pip playing right now, we may as well include him in that one. But 3 of the 4 Divine Mind guys, I'll say that 5 times, 3 of the 4 Divine Mind guys in the top 5. Pretty impressive, and it's no real surprise that we've got them here in the grand final.
Yeah, hopefully the Divine Mind guys social team are taking a nice screen cap of that one and they're going to blast that onto Twitter. But I want to talk about Dino from Direwolves 1.32, almost matching Madsy's performance there. He almost outmatched that second place spot. Amazing stuff from him all the way across the pond in New Zealand, Hoots. I think that's amazing stuff, and maybe just an inkling of things to come from the Direwolves guys as they get warmed up, and we're into this second season of the HCS in ANZ. So good stuff from him. But I mean, yeah, you highlighted 3 Divine Minds players up in that top 5 in the KD department. That's a stat line that you want to have. Print that on a t-shirt.
Yeah, I mean, just the separation of sways between everyone below him is just massive. It's like 0.33 on a KD is a massive difference in overall kills and deaths. So it's no surprise when we've seen the fact that in a couple of Slayers, he's got 25 kills and I think 23 or something like that. So, almost half his team scored, just doing absolute work. He's been a joy to watch so far, really. We are getting back into Slayer on live fire here. As we spoke about before, if you just joined us, Chiefs took the first game, trying to reset the bracket here in the grand final so they can then force a decisive final best of 5 bracket. But we're just loading in here right now, and we love the OS. We got the snipe. We've got the repulsor where people are just throwing themselves around the map. There's a lot of stuff to like on this one, Justin. We're going to be able to see who can establish some kind of map control at the start and try and race out to an early lead. Players are loading in, and we're going to see off the top jumping on board with Pips. And I hate when they're running into a wall because I think they're lagging out, but he's grabbing that PP because he wants to get down and start melting some shields early. We're seeing a real push for this heat wave, and shoots an attempted there at Beeson but doesn't connect. It's a much harder one to control or get hits on in Halo Infinite than in previous Halo titles. Instead, we'll move over to Berserk. This OS is popping a 10. Beautiful nade there on Plasma. So Chiefs really pushing hard on this OS, trying to deal with Rated, but the support there coming from Tower, from Divine Mind, really strong. 2 down, 3 down for Chiefs now. They should be in a position to grab this OS. I think Madsy's the last one alive to put a stop to that. I'm not sure who managed to actually pick that one up. We're not on board with anyone that's wearing it right now. It's not in Swayze's back pocket, it doesn't look like, but there we go.
Who was that?
I think that was Pips. I could just waiting for the text to stop blowing. Pips manages to pick up that first kill with it, still has a fair bit of shield left, and that's what's so important, Justin. You can take those hard hits and be able to push out so recklessly like that. 8 kills to 4. Divine Mind jumping out, doubling the Chiefs' score, but it is very early days. That OS is worn out, but it's enabled them to get a nice jump here, and with this heat wave, Pip's starting to move into Garrow, see if he can do some work nice and close range.
Yeah, it's not a bad start from them. They managed to get 1 full round of slays with that OS. Now on board with Beeston. He does have that montage maker in hand, looking to find some faces. Pips is just lurking behind the boxes. We know that he's there, but Beeston doesn't, and not able to connect on that. Hits the body. The assist comes in. Beeston slamming a fresh mag into the sniper. Why? Ready to connect on a shot, and I love this. So much confidence to just hold his ground, trusting his teammates that they're holding those players back so he can peek, and he grabs the ankle, taking him down, and Beeston running out into the brutes, looking for some fresh angles, and now rotating through. I like that he's not shy. He's getting up in there, down and dirty. Beeston wanting to win this game for his squad, drops the grunt, down on the ground, survives, gets a melee off as well, doing everything that he can to put damage down on the map. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, fantastic work. All that time, though, he was causing distractions, but Divine Mind was able to keep and put on a little bit of a lead here of 2 kills, even without that sniper in their hands. Pip here getting stuck, managing good job to stay alive there and doing damage, somehow picking up a kill, almost got a double there. He should have been dropped easily, had no shields then. Great job staying alive and even picking up one himself to break even their Plasma with this heat wave. So damaging down below, Justin, with close quarters. You can get so many of those ricocheted shots connecting on. But now we have a snipe in the hands of Plasma, hanging out down at OS. Nice little snipe there with the quick scope on Beeston, that was at back tower. Now he's able to push up through the sneaky. New snipe's actually up in 15, so we still have this other snipe. It is empty now, though, so there's not going to be any more sniping until that new one pops up. But Plasma, great job staying alive. 5 kill gap now, Justin, for Divine Mind.
Yeah, 5 kill gap, but we haven't even hit the halfway point, so it is pretty scrappy back and forth at this point. No standout players just yet. We have got raided with that commando. He's backed off a little bit there. He's called out and cleaned up now with Berserk, and he's got that commando he's picked up off Raided's cold dead body. Plasma in a bit of a precarious situation. He does manage to grab himself a trade though in a 3v1 situation. That is the best that you can hope for. And now still with Berserk, he's still alive, trying to put some damage for his teammates, and they're 4-kill lead at the moment, kind of fragile, only one round of slays, but it looks like they are setting up for that fresh overshield. About 20 seconds till that pops. Sways with a fresh sniper rifle. We've seen him put some montage making clips up on stream so far tonight. We'll have to see if he can do it again. He's hungry for it. So much confidence, and they're moving out, getting set up for this OS. And Sways, he says, my name's on that one, boys. It's in the fridge. It's labeled. It's mine. Stay away.
Oh, and connecting with the body shot there as well on Slays, and the kill gets picked up by Pips. This overshield, they're in a great position to pick this up. Divine Mind, they're fighting over it almost, repulsing each other away from it. But I feel this OS is going to be really crucial in allowing Divine Mind to now put on a really big gap. And given we are at this 31 kill mark for them, they've almost got a 10 kill lead. This could be the thing that puts the distance between them and Chiefs to really start to get this one home. So Plasma just running around, but you know, Divine Mind, Chiefs doing a good job putting a bit of distance, but a nice double kill there, able to put in from Plasma. And then we have as well, it's going to be just Chief players dropping everywhere. And I think the last one there is Beast, and he's dropped as well by Raided. So that was a perfect sweep there, Justin. And look at this, 14 kills it's now blown out to. That OS, you know, he didn't actually really use it like you would an OS in terms of just putting his head down and charging in. But I think the fact that they had it, he was able to get a great flank on, move really freely, and just start to rack up kills here. And this is blown out super quickly. 15 kill lead now for Divine Mind. This is a real statement coming off that previous Strongholds game.
Divine Mind just looking so strong, and I love that amount of pressure that they had on that snipe tire as well, Hoots. They just hitting it from every angle. There was just nothing the Chiefs guys could do. And look at this Sways. There's so much confidence. He knew there was at least 2 players there, yet he jumps out one shot, gets a clean up and survives. And look at that, and grabs himself another one. 43-26. It is absolutely blowing out Sways. 12 kills to his name. Everyone on Divine Mind is performing. Pips being the absolute assist machine that he is. Raided, bagging himself another one. Divine Mind says angry. Who kicked the hornet's nest?
The dog is out of the cage with Sways. He's let it out like he said he would. Going 12-5 with 7 assists. Absolutely huge. This one's almost over. This is going to be another stake. This is the 3rd stake Divine Mind has had tonight. I think if they can get 1 kill before Chiefs manage to get 3, but I reckon they're going to be, if they're going at this rate, they definitely will be able to do it. This has just been a real turn of events, Justin. This was a close match, and then finally we see the 3rd stake of the night for Divine Mind. Protein loading after a big night in the gym. That's one way to come back and say, no, we're not going to a bracket reset here. We're going to close this out here and now. 1-1 in the series, moving into Oddball recharge.
That is very spicy, but you know what this reminds me of? If you ever go on YouTube and you watch those slapping competitions where they just like 2 big buff guys are sitting across from each other and they just trade monstrous
belting
slaps.
The life out of each other.
That's what this series is planning out to be. So my prediction is the next matchup, the Chiefs is going to come out and they're going to have a big open-handed slap ready for Divine Minds. But, you know, credit where credit's due. That's a steak dinner in a grand final situation. Divine Mind really showing up to play tonight, Hoots.
Man, it's just been throughout the night, it's been different players who've stood up at different times for Divine Mind, and I guess that's no surprise why we saw 3 of their players in the top 5 in terms of kill deaths for tonight. It's just, you know, the different ones are stepping up when they need to. I think, you know, probably Sways has been the most consistent, but I think on this game it was Raided who just went really crazy. We saw Pips going crazy in one of the first series we were casting. So that just shows the versatility on the team of different players being able to step up when required. It's so valuable for teams rather than relying on one person in particular. So I didn't think after that first game we'd see a crushing flip like that, given that most of the games in the first series that we had between the Chiefs and Divine Mind were so even. But to turn around and do that, that's a massive statement there. And you know, we did say once they got that pretty much the last overshield, I think it was, things just turned then and there, and they just went on a tear. And I think the Chiefs only really managed to put on about 10 kills when Divine Mind put on 30. So that's just a massive change of momentum there that they rode all the way home.
Yeah, and the Chiefs, are they going to be able to bounce back from it? My gut says that they will be able to, but Divine Minds, they've got to be feeling good after that, and they're a very confidence-orientated squad, it seems like, and when they're playing how they want to play and they're feeling good, they're unstoppable. So if they can carry that through into the next game, then you better watch out if you're a Chiefs fan. But we are moving into Oddball on Recharge, so it's a very different map, very different game type, and a good opportunity for the Chiefs to hit the old reset button with the round-based system as well. So this one could go the distance.
Yeah, perhaps it was the game that Divine Mind needed to warm back up after having to sit out through that Chiefs and Digital Nation series when we did have a couple of disconnects and everything like that as well. So they were cooling down. They took a bit of time. We did see towards the end of that Strongholds on Streets, they started to build a little momentum back. And then once they came here on Slayer Livefire, it was just all guns blazing straight through. So maybe they're warmed up again now, Justin, and that they're looking to close this out in just 2 more games. Oddball Recharge, if they win this, we go into a King of the Hill on Livefire, which we're really keen to see. So we're going to see that regardless, which is great now that we know this series isn't going to be a sweep. But yeah, I was really impressed by that one, as like I said before, that it wasn't just the usual suspects dominating with Sways on the scoreboard there. There was a lot of diversity coming through in terms of the guys who were contributing to the score. So Oddball on Recharge next. Looking forward to it. We're just getting the game started up now, but great to have everyone here with us, seeing the numbers starting to go up and up as well on the broadcast as more of you are waking up, and as well as our friends in Australia and New Zealand are staying awake as well. Seeing some interesting stuff coming through on the chat. It's hard to know what exactly you guys are talking about when I do look through, but I think I've got an idea what throat goat is, and so our hopes and prayers are with Onset, hoping he's feeling a bit better with his sore throat from his broadcast in NA last week. But good to see chat's liking that one and keeping nice and active. We love seeing that. We are just loading in now to map 3. Divine Mind, a big statement just before, Justin, and looking to try and continue that into Oddball on Recharge.
Yeah, exciting stuff, and we are going to be launching straight into this one, folks. Thanks for bearing with us and being ever so patient as we get the games going. Launching things off with Berserk as he's launching grenades across the map. Plasma sneaking away with that camo. He's got to win this 1v1. Berserk shutting him down in that situation. Critical kill for the guys on Chiefs, but Berserk's not done. He's going in for a second. Pips in a very sticky situation, but he does manage to survive. The team help does come through. Raider doing everything he can, but he falls as well. Now Slay's in the pipes. That I don't think that shock rifle has been scooped up just yet, and Slay's going, you know what, I'm not ready to go in there yet, boys, and yeets himself out of there with that grapple shot. Great use of the equipment on the map to stay alive there, Hoots.
Yeah, absolutely. Love the way he's able to traverse the map and just get straight through the door so quickly. Using the shock rifle, didn't realize there was a player behind him as well. So great work there. I think that was actually a double picked up there by Sways whilst providing that support. 4 dead for Chiefs. This is a time to grab the ball now, Divine Mind. Come on, there they go. They've managed to pick it up and start to make a move now. I think they're moving it over to A or into gold. I'm not 100% sure yet, but they do have the... Yeah, so we're in the gold door here. So nice work trying to get that a bit of time on the board after getting that 4 down. You may as well capitalize when you are able to do that, especially in Oddball. And we do see that a lot of the time here in ANZ, teams take a long time to grab that ball at the beginning. Nice work, though, of Chiefs to be able to come in and pretty much just take over this setup here. 3 down for Divine Mind. Plasma, the last one alive. Sways jumping out to an earlier lead. He maybe heard some of the props we were giving to people like Rated in the last game, Justin, and he's saying, no, I'm going to go back and be the lead Slayer here. Doing a very good job there. 5 kills, 2 deaths. But we do see Divine Mind able to get back into top gold pretty easily. Met without very little resistance. So coming straight in, Chiefs 2 down, 3 down now for Chiefs. I think we got the last player's Madzi at top 8, but he's nowhere near the ball, so they're going to be able to get a lot more time here. 22 seconds to 12, a 10-second lead in this opening round to Divine Mind. Sways with the ball.
Yeah, good opportunity to go on a pretty healthy run as well. They do have a gold control currently. Not a lot of ways to play that ball as well. You know, it can be a bit of a trap sometimes, but Divine Mind, they seem to be doing pretty well, keeping things on lock. But that ball does get thrown out, baited a little bit here. And Plasma getting the better of Sways in that. The Slays in that situation. The body disrespect is real. You gotta let him know, Plasma. You gotta let him know. Amazing stuff from him. And Divine Minds, they've got a small, fragile lead currently as we get started in this first round of Oddball. And Beeston doing everything that he can, but you can't fool Plasma. He just waited. He lined things up. It's like, yeah, you can jump around like Spider-Man all day, mate, and I'll just take off your head. A bit of how you going in, more body disrespect, and he is just shooting gallery, taking out everyone like he's trying to win his girlfriend a big teddy at the local fair. And Plasma feeling good, looking good, almost on 10 kills already.
Oh, yeah, it couldn't happen on that last one, but geez, he's wasted. It's going to be hard to look at the accuracy after the game because he's wasted so many bullets just shooting dead players there. He went on an absolute tear, 9-3, and look at the scoreboard. Look at how Divine Mind were able to just convert that into a huge chunk of time with the Oddball there, while we just had Plasma going absolutely nuts. Sway's working in tandem with him as well. We are going to have now 2 down for Divine Mind, so Chiefs need to start making a move on this ball because Divine Mind were able to put on such a big jump on them. Then the toss goes up there. Slays is killed for that attempt, but he at least gets it to Madzi in top goal. Madzi's now going to try and move it over to A, but smart move here. He knows he's got that shock rifle. Move back because that's where the players are coming from. On long haul, nice no scope there. And going for the second one as well. On rated, doesn't get it, but pushes him back more importantly. So we have Chiefs now with a nice setup hanging around the A side here. And look at all the Divine Mind guys. They're down low around camo. They're over on long haul. They're not really in a position to stop this ball, but at the same time, Chiefs aren't really grabbing the ball either. So they're not converting this dominance into time. They do manage to pick it up again with Sways dropped, and we have the rest of Divine Mind hanging over around near the top gold and long haul area, apart from Plasma, who's making a cheeky little push over. I don't know how Sways managed to get there, Justin, but this is good from Chiefs. They've managed to bring this back, only down now by about 23 seconds. The lead had blown out quite a bit about 50 seconds beforehand with Divine Mind, but Chiefs very methodical here right now, it seems. They're slowly slaying, grabbing the ball when required, and they have a pretty good setup here, although Plasma's looking to say something a little bit different.
Yeah, playing very patiently and not overextending themselves too much. Just going, hey, we need picks before we can do anything, and not chasing down kills that they don't need to. Scoreline is 61-48. Anybody's game at this point. I'm back on board with Plasma. He finds himself one blocking off that angle with a few grenades. Pips has got the ball. He's getting some pressure applied to him by Slays, and I love that play ball by Plasma, and then he gets the stick as well. That's what we want to see in a grand final situation. Berserk responding with a kill of his own, scooping up that Oddball to get some points for the Chiefs squad, and he's just juggling that through like he's playing soccer at the World Cup. Moves it through, but Pips comes in with the collapse. That ball in a very vulnerable position right now. Berserk doing everything that he can to stay alive. He does go down. Everyone's dying left, right, and center. Hoots, I can't keep up.
Yeah, I think this is the last one though, and it's going to be Madzi. He almost got the repulsion off. I think he actually might have. So Sways is the last guy left. He should be play balling this right now because he's not really in a position. Why not send both the ball and the opponent over the edge as well? Great work there by Sways. He's up to 14 kills now, leading all comers, but Berserk is going to be in a position to pick up this play ball. Chiefs have been in great positions the last 2 times it's play balled actually to pick this up, and Madzi now with this camo is going to be crucial as well. He is getting hit from behind, but he's managed to stay alive. I'm not sure where those shots were actually coming from and that they couldn't be finished. Picks up a kill on Plasma. Chiefs now trying to just get back in this a little bit. Divine Mind picked up a nice little chunk of ball time there, getting it up to 30 seconds. A 20-second gap, and Justin, we start to look at the game timer now. 50 seconds left in this round. While the ball isn't held, that timer keeps going down. So Chiefs need to get a couple of kills, get a setup, try and get this lead back, and then consider whether they try and milk the timer off. That melee there not connecting for Madzi. Unfortunately, the ledge getting in the way, and this is working out perfectly for Divine Mind. While this timer keeps ticking down, they're happy to sit away from the ball.
Yeah, Madsy, he had that camo and he used the timer completely up, but he was kind of shut down. He was contained in one area. The shark was in the aquarium, not in the open ocean. He's taken down. Lovely double kill from Pips there to open up the map for his teammates. And look at this, 20 points the difference, 10 seconds to go. Divine Minds, they just have to keep Chiefs away from it. Hands off, boys, keepings off. And here we go. Does look like Divine Mind is going to take round one. That felt like forever, Hoots. That was just back and forth. And that first round going 100% of the distance in the timer with Divine Mind. 1 round in favor. But anybody's game at this point, I think Hoots is just so back and forth.
I really like that play from Divine Mind. I think they timed it perfectly to get a big enough lead that they were then comfortable to just sit off the ball and try and guard it. Sometimes it's hard and you lose track of all those different things that are going on in the game, of the fact you're losing, you've got camo you have to worry about, and there's a game timer, but they were really conscious of the game timer the whole time, and they did that absolutely perfectly. I don't think they could have done that any better. So great work from Divine Mind, being conscious of knowing when to not pick up that ball and let the timer drop down. On board with Rated here. He's just hanging around on the sneaky ledge here and just trying to break some ankles here on Mads. He can't connect on any of his shots. A little bit sloppy there. Unfortunately, unable to pick up at least one of the kills there and get a trade. Madsy, great job staying alive there. Shots on Plasma. Nice team shots coming across Guardian Angel, which we love to see, Justin. Still, no one picking up the ball yet, and we've had about a minute of time go by in this round. So, again, we've seen this quite a bit. Teams just waiting to get at least a couple of slays before making a move on the ball. And I think Slays is going to do it now, picking it up, but instantly regretting that decision, dropped straight away. And yeah, team's probably not too keen to get their hands on it if it's going to equal instant death.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't be going in there, Hoots. I'd be baiting my teammates like, bro, yeah, you're totally safe to pick up the oddball. I got 2 picks. Go for it. It's just sitting in the corner. I have a feeling that one might time out and reset over, but we are on board with Slays, and from the Chiefs boys. He does find Pips kind of caught unaware. He's smacking the pipes a little bit there. Not sure what's going on here. Hopefully not another lagger, although Pips has been known to do weird things on the map. So, he might have like an itchy arm or something. It was just hitting the wall with his other hand while he was having a bit of a back scratch or something. But we are now on board with Beaston, and he's surveying the map, choosing his options, going, boys, what do we do here? We've got the oddball, we're racking up some points, 1 round down. What do we do? And look at this push coming in. The assist does come out of Slays, though, able to clean that one up. And Slays
don't know what's going on. I think he thinks there's a
shooting the map.
No, I think he thinks there's a camo guy there. You saw he put the ping through because he was seeing if the ping would actually say that there was a player there. But yeah, I was a bit worried for a second there, Justin, with Pips meleeing the wall for no reason, but I think you're right, just having a bit of a Pips moment maybe. And so this game is still very much alive and kicking. We do have the Chiefs have broken out to a nice lead, so potentially Pips should maybe focus on shooting enemies rather than meleeing pipes. But the ball has reset, is back down at bottom batteries. No one really looking like they're making a move for it just yet, as there's a bit of fighting going on around top goal. Madsy gets dropped, so now we might have Plasma in a position to make a move on this. If he can just get rid of Berserk, which he does, so 3 down, in a position now to take the ball. Just need to get it up top. We have Chiefs spawning over at top goal. I like those prediction nades from Plasma. He definitely would have connected with at least one of them. So Berserk's coming through to help on this bottom gold stairs, but look at the shots coming straight away, keeping him at bay. And I love the teamwork here coming out from Divine Mind, although Chiefs managed to take a 2-for-1 trade here, so they have the number advantage in these gold pipes and the lead as well of about 20 points. So Berserk now picking up for the Chiefs, putting a bit more time in. They want to take this second round and force us to a game 3, but yeah, it's getting a bit scrappy right now, Justin. No team really able to set up a solid amount of control.
Yeah, you're 100% right. And while things are scrappy, let's have a look at the kills and deaths department. Sways already on 25, but Pips, he just seems to be consistently picking up huge amounts of assists. I think he's top scored.
And consistently smashing pipes.
He certainly is. That's his specialty, making sure the map knows who's boss. And on the other side of things, we have Madsy and Beeston dropping 20 bombs each, respectively. Oh, Sways with some dirt for you. He putting some dirt in your eye on that one, and he gets rewarded with a camo going Predator mode with that shock rifle as well. Almost cops a plasma grenade to the foot, but does manage to dodge it. Doesn't connect on the headshot. That looks pretty clean to me, Hoots. I feel like he was robbed in that situation, but Sway's just so confident moving around the map.
He got the kill.
That is very odd.
Madsy.
I think Matt's seen you and it's like, oh, that was a headshot.
I just jumped off the map.
Jumped off the map for him. That's, you know, what a gentleman. Everyone says that Madsy is a good guy, and that's just an example of that. Sways with a double kill. Triple kill is there if he wants it. Kind of disappointing. He didn't connect on that one. But moving
Look at the ball time.
The ball time is just cranking up right now. We're all tied up, but Sways just cracked into 30 kills, Hoots.
Wow, yeah. I mean, you just saw what he was able to do with the camo then, and just putting so much pressure on Chiefs, whether he was dropping people or hitting body shots like there, and just able to keep them at bay. 3 down, 4 down for Divine Mind. But look what Divine Mind were able to do while that was going on. They've managed to take the lead up by 10 seconds now. So Chiefs, they really needed to do a bit of a squad wipe there, which they were able to do. They're now set up. Looks like bottom elevator is where the ball's sitting, if the HUD's sort of correct there. But, you know, Divine Mind being kept over around this top cubby area, and really great team shot there coming through. 2 down for Chiefs right now. And it looks like the ball's going to be almost play ball down to the bottom there, in the hope that the Divine Mind squad can't make an easy run at picking that up. Plasma managing to stay alive. Great work. They're getting around the corner. While this is happening, he pops back out and gets the kill, Justin. That's huge. Pips has the ball as well. Starting to press away here. 65, just holding on, keeping crouched. But look at the squad coming through here. Divine Mind just rolling through. Berserk picks up a double. Triple as well, if the timer will let him. Doesn't get it, but it's the Mind that gap. Still gets the kill. Pay it. We love to do that, even if it might not be an actual triple. Absolutely, but this one's coming really close, Justin. Almost 65 all now. Tied up. Chiefs taking the lead as they're starting to hold this at bottom blue. Ball goes off. I don't know if anyone is in a position for Divine Mind to capture this, but they do have the camo, so they're going to be able to put a stop to any kind of ball pull if Sways is so inclined to look towards there. But more conscious of trying to stop this push across to gold. There's multiple players actually for Chiefs stuck over at A, and you can see 3 down now. Berserk, last player alive. Pips, if he just tosses the ball up there, manages to actually stay alive in gold. 4 dead. This is huge, Justin, now. So Divine Mind bringing this lead out a little bit more, and I love this setup they've got here. Chiefs really need to start rushing over. Coming off the spawn here, still slays down. So they're 3 men up, 1 down, but look at this, only 15 seconds left, Justin.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. Divine Mind's poised to take out map number 2, and Raider doing everything that he can. Pips has got his mitts on the ball. Only a few seconds left. If you're a Divine Minds fan, you'll be rising out of your seat with a crisp "let's go," and they're going to be able to take away that one, Hoots. Danger Zone Chiefs.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, only 1 game away now for Divine Mind to take this out, and despite Pips smashing some pipes there, they still managed to come out with the win. And yeah, geez, it was just another case as well of Sways just going absolutely crazy, as we've come to expect. But yeah, you know, even when Chiefs got that good jump of about 30 points to nothing in that opening, the start of that second round, they were still able to just bring that back, which is, you know, got to fill them with an absolute heap of confidence. And you know, we had Plasma as well that was just putting in a lot of dirty work in that first round as well. So Plasma and Sways, the 2 stars, I think, on Divine Mind there, Justin, putting in a lot of work, and yeah, fantastic effort for them to bring that one home. 2-1, looking to close this out now, moving on to King of the Hill Livefire.
Yeah, and you know what? Divine Mind playing some pretty spicy Halo Hoots. They're playing really, really well, and Chiefs, you know, they're not struggling, but it just doesn't seem like they have a lot of control. They seem to be on the back foot quite a lot, and have to respond to when Divine Mind is firing on all cylinders. They just seem to be so confident and comfortable on the map. They're shooting bodies. Pips is taking, you know, breaks to, you know, tell the map who's boss. You know, he respawns on the map, it doesn't respawn him, you know, that kind of thing. And the highlight reel that is Swades, I think he dropped something like 36 kills that round.
Yeah,
that was just absolutely dirty work from him. Love that grenade from Beast in there. That was pretty tasty. But where's this triple kill from Berserk? That's what I want to see. That was
right here.
That was very clever. See you, mate.
Oh my god.
You're gone.
Yeah,
well, they were quickly
unfortunate
flashing it because they didn't want to show the triple kill medal that definitely came up.
Yeah, no, look, great effort by the Chiefs there. They really, the Divine Mind squad, sorry, they really have found their straps, it looks like, in these last two games, doing a fair bit of domination, both in the slays and the objective work. And King of the Hill on live fire, I think we've seen them a few King of the Hills earlier, and they were quite dominant in those ones. So coming up against the Chiefs in this game type, as we spoke about before, it's a map that, you know, when they played Slayer on live fire before, they clearly knew what they were doing when it comes to live fire, just, you know, controlling power-ups, controlling power weapons, and just roaming around the map like madmen. So with King of the Hill, you got to be a bit more static, I guess. You can't be moving around as freely, given you have to hold that particular location to score. But the way they were able to control it on the previous Slayer game when we were at live fire, you know, I think I'd be putting my money on them to take this out and actually close this out, Justin, which is crazy to say that you're expecting someone to be knocking the Chiefs off in a grand final, but here we are.
Yeah, it's a weird world that we live in, but that's what happens with roster mania. Things just get shuffled around, and it's a good opportunity for the new cream to rise up to the top. And we are going to be launching into this next one as soon as possible, everyone. If you don't know, Australian internet runs like this. You get an emu and you get a kangaroo and you get a USB stick and put it in a rusty can of baked beans, and then they run across the borderlines to transfer data. That's how it works here. And there's nothing we could do about it. So
greatest country in the world.
Greatest country in the world. Crappy internet though. That's really unfortunate. But we'll launch into it as soon as possible and bring you all the actions in this grand final. But Divine Mind, they're looking so strong, Hoots. I'm loving everything that I'm seeing, and I'm loving that it's fresh blood that we're talking about. You know, for so many years you're always highlighting the same players, and we had that, you know, the time of Barcode, but he's leaving us. He's going. He's gone.
You're saying it's confirmed?
I don't know. I'm speculating. He's gone somewhere. That's accurate. He's
not here. He's not here, so he's somewhere.
He's somewhere else. He's playing Minesweeper on a Windows 98 PC somewhere, trying to get the top score on that one. We are going to be launching into it, and King of the Hill live fire, and you highlighted before, Divine Mind was pretty dominant the last time we saw them on live fire, so perhaps they are going to be the most comfortable into this map moving forward, Hoots.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's where I'd be sort of thinking we'd be in terms of this. Like, yeah, they were just so dominant the last time we saw them. They kept it close at the start with the Chiefs, but then they just hit the burner. It was just one OS that made all the difference, and they went absolutely crazy. And so, you know, that's what we've been saying a few times tonight, Justin, is that with the OS being significantly more powerful than it was in Season 1, there's so much more emphasis placed on it. And the kind of damage you can do when you pick that up and break setups and set up setups for yourself is just so crucial. So we're starting off here. We do have 2 down for each team, 3 down for Chiefs at the start, and we're looking with this hill now spawning in, but Sway's picking up this snipe and getting a nice body shot there, dropping slays. That's a good way to start things off, putting in a bit of work with that snipe. The OS is about to pop in a second. Madzi actually picks it up, but isn't able to put it in. He's sniped just before popping it in and trying to lay up the final snipe there. Is Sway's unable to do it, but the OS does go in instead to Plasma. So Divine Mind take it out of Madzi's hand, put it in themselves, and the snipe's now going to be in the hands of them as well if they want to go and pick that up. Plasma, OS, and snipe, very dangerous combo. Look how he can just stand there, Justin, and take shots without having to back up. He's taken down eventually, but that is I thought it was a 2-for-1 trade, but actually the Chiefs managed to only lose 1 kill in that. So OS kind of negated somewhat there, but meanwhile we should be focusing on the hill. Divine Mind got a little bit of a lead at the start, but the Chiefs are in there now, starting to get some time themselves, pretty even on this opening hill.
Yeah, certainly is. Very scrappy off the rip so far. Now with Beeson switching over to Rated. He's got that heat wave. Here comes the collapse, the one-man collapse, taking these players out. Took them to the cleaners, you know, hot water cycle, get those crisp, tasty cricket whites. Amazing stuff from him. And he's just holding down the 4 all on his lonesome. Didn't need any help. Rated turning up for his squad. Only 3 kills on the board so far, but all in this map. So in this hill rotation so far, almost sends Beeson off the map there. Amazing stuff from Rated. He just seems to be comfortable to do whatever he wants on the map there, Hoots.
Yeah, so we'll have Beeson jumping back into this hill now, trying to get a little bit more score. They are pretty even right now. Obviously, we don't really have a second timer down there. We just can only go off those bars. So looking with our nice crisp eyes, we can hope that they are pretty much even, which is what we want going into this series here right now. We have 2 players stacking in for Divine Mind into the hill, although neither of them are actually in there right now. They're right on the edge. I love these nades coming across, almost just evaporating that OS. In fact, it does go away. And jumping out with the heat wave, they managed to get the takedown, and that's actually 4 down. So this is a really crucial time for Divine Mind. Get in that hill, and they can actually close this one out and get this opening point, because I can't see where the Chiefs players are spawning. It is in Garage there, so they were able to get a fair chunk, getting pretty close, but they're pushed out mostly as well. So spreading out, trying to get some shots in Garage to stop Chiefs getting in there. Hill is still being controlled by Divine Mind. Only a few seconds left now, 2 or so seconds left, and they are going to take this opening point. So they have opening point here, first to 4, as we said before, as we move this hill over to bottom tower now. And look, it is Divine Mind already in position to start to cap early. I like this move by Pip, jumping up top, knowing he's going to be able to lay a lot of fire down on long haul there, and just moving out. Unfortunately getting dropped because we do have players coming through mud for Chiefs. 2 down for Divine Mind, but neither team really able to establish any control on the hill right now, Justin.
No, and I think that previous hill, I did see a lot of the Chiefs pushing in one player at a time, trying to break that setup, trying to be a hero, and just getting shut down, and that just translated to Divine Mind comfortably grabbing that first hit. Now Beeson with that AR pushing that player back. Yeah, you got to get a little bit of AR action every now and then. That full auto coming in. Hello, Halo gods.
I don't think he didn't land enough shots then in the AR. He needed more. I think he thought he'd done more than he actually had.
I'm not sure. That's totally taken me out of it, Hoots. I've lost my train of thought. I was very surprised by that. But train of thought, no, doesn't matter, because the OS has just jumped up. Good opportunity for the Chiefs to scoop that one up and get themselves back into this game. I can't wait to see who manages to grab that OS, because it is going to be key for victory going forward. That OS so powerful now. HCS did put it in the hyperbolic time chamber, and it has ascended and is much more powerful now, Hoots.
Yeah, I think that actually might have been Sways that had it. He was dropped eventually, but I think I did see someone from Divine Mind rushing past with the fluoro shield. So I think he managed to put it in, and that's why we are seeing Divine Mind now scooting out to a bit of a lead in this second hill. So Chiefs really need to start making something happen quite soon. We do see a pick up here on Madsy. He manages to grab 2, so great work from Madsy there. He is able now to get in. We have 3 stacking into the hill, although a nade did pretty heavily impact 2 of them. Nice use of the drop ball there from Madsy as well. Thinking they're coming down from long haul. They're actually starting to spawn Garage and Brute. So Chiefs are in a good position here to put on a fair bit of a point spree. We do have Pips and Sways starting to come in to say something different about that. Nice nade from Sways there coming in. Pips as well popping in. They get the trade out, but that is only 1 down for Chiefs, 2 down for Divine Mind. So Chiefs doing a really good job of holding this one, and they are out to a little bit of a lead on this hill. So Beaston now just putting shots on Plasma down there near the OS, and they still do have someone in the hill racking up time. So I think they're going to be able to put this one in, Justin. They needed to do that. They didn't look like they were making too many inroads on this hill, but they've had a massive chunk of it now, and they will take this second point as that hill goes away and we move over to Garage now.
They certainly are performing very well, Hoots, and this is what you want to see in a grand final situation, isn't it? Both these high-tier teams going at it, and the Chiefs, they're in a bit of a rough spot at the moment. They do need to win a few more series if they want to reset this bracket and move into a second best of 5. He's Rated, putting in a lot of damage, but Beeson has something to say about that with a double kill for himself and putting the Chiefs boys back into this game. It is 1 hill apiece, Hoots, and he can smell the blood in the water. He's trying to find that player does find him a little bit close, and that OS is now on the board. I wonder who managed to scoop that one up. Hopefully we'll be able to switch over to see what they can achieve with that new power-up. But now on board with Pips, just checking out, seeing how things are going, looking at the garage, noticing that his car isn't in the garage at the moment, must be out at the mechanics getting a service, and here comes the push from the Chiefs. Madzi just popping his head for a moment, checking things out, but he gets taken down. 2 kills in the kill feed in favor of Divine Mind. They seem pretty confident to be able to take this hill as well, and Sways has got that sniper, and he's just moving across grass pretty confidently. Madzi out-BRing him in that situation there to take him out. It gets rewarded with a sniper. It's only got a couple of bullets. He does get taken down instantly by Pips. Pips cops a grenade to the feet and does go down. We're dropping players left and right here, folks, and we do have Divine Mind. They are up 1 kill so far in this King of the Hill.
Yeah, Divine Mind took that garage hill just almost completely uncontested. It was way too easy, and this one's going to be a different situation. I think we're going to see a bit more of a scrap here on this one, given that it is in such an open part of the map, and we do see Pips just running straight in here, pushing, I think it was Madzi out of the hill, and 4 dead for a second there for Chief. So Divine Mind really starting to turn it on here as well. They captured the previous point super easily, and they're starting to move in now on this OS one as well while they're out slaying. Still racking up time here, even though Sways is copying shots right near the hill. They've still got it. Look at the whole time. The hill icon there is in blue. Who's sitting in there? I can't actually see there on this heads-up display, but the whole time it looks like it's Pips who's been racking up hill time the whole time and still alive, somehow managing to keep Madzi contested in this hill. They don't trade somehow despite the massive explosion, so Chiefs keep them off it a little bit. Sway's going for that OS, isn't able to pick it up. In fact, I think it's going to go to Chiefs if you just look at who's around it right now. So Berserk manages to put it in. They have got a bit of time here. They need to bring back a little bit because Divine Mind still do have a slight lead on this hill, but this OS is really huge for Berserk to be able to stay in and absorb some shots, but keep racking up time while Divine Mind don't really push him. They're just putting shots in from a distance, but look at him. He's just able to stay in, move around, be a nuisance, and because of this OS single-handedly, Justin, I think they're probably going to capture this point.
Yeah, doing so well. Berserk utilized that OS to perfection, and you know, that area is a bit of a grenade magnet, right? It's very hard to stay alive, but when you're just copying splash damage and a few little peak shots every now and then, you can, that OS just lasts for forever and a day. And now we are all tied up 2-2 in this King of the Hill series. Pips, he does copper a grenade and goes down. Now on board with Slays, finding one, takes him down, moving through. Nat Hill already being contested up there, top mid. Slays goes down, raided with that fresh sniper rifle, doesn't manage to connect on one of those shots. They're desperately trying to stay alive. He does not want to give that power weapon over, waiting for his shields. Doesn't manage to connect with the jump. It's all good. It's all good. We know it's a hard jump. It's okay. Sometimes you know, you can't perform under pressure. It's pretty common. Now, raided. He still has that sniper rifle up top. Yeah, lands the headshot. Double kills. Killing spree for him. And moving in. So much confidence to move through. You've got to get in the hill if you want to capture it. That's how the game works, raided. But he seems to be showing up for his squad, highlighting his kills. 24 and 12. Raided going massive.
Yeah, absolutely massive. Good job of just staying alive there and being a nuisance while his teammates rack up time in this hill. They're almost halfway there to securing this 3rd point. Keep in mind, like we said, Justin, we are going to first to 4, but look at the game timer as well. 1:14 left, and given how scrappy a lot of these hills have been, there is a strong chance we might not get to the end of this game. So this next hill could be the thing that decides who actually walks away with this one. Obviously, the timer doesn't go down when people are occupying the hill, similar to Oddball, but we do have Sways here just being a nuisance, running around with this snipe, and all the while Divine Mind really starting to put hill time on. So if they can jump up 3-2 here, which you think they would because the Chiefs haven't been able to put too much time into this particular hill, this could be it. So they are now back in. They're about to capture this 3rd point, and geez, they only need 1 more to go with 1:11 left on the clock as this new hill spawn comes in.
Yeah, now on board with Pips and Divine Mind. They are up 1. doing so well at the moment. Chiefs are definitely on the back foot. It's only 1 kill difference at the moment, but they've got to be feeling that pressure. Divine Mind, they're very comfortable at the moment, and they have been this entire series. They just seem to be playing Halo how they want to play it, and Pips now capturing this hill area. They only need, I'm going to call it, if they manage to grab this one, it might be all she wrote for the Chiefs guys. Pips does go down. Here comes the Chiefs push, taking those players out. Raided down bottom mid, desperately trying to keep them off that hill, Hoots, and now rotating around the map. He has got that needler in the back pocket. It is interesting. Maybe some body disrespect is coming. Slay's taking him down. It's like a little bit too early, Sunshine. You haven't won just yet. And Slay's with those cross map shots, he does go down, and players are falling left and right again. Berserk shields are flashing, trying to stay alive, staying in that hill. He does fall as well.
All dead.
Moving on to Pip, and here he is, just last man standing, last one alive. That was so hectic, and then we just switch to Pips, and it's kind of like, where is everybody?
I mean, the question is, like in an oddball where you want to actually let time go away, what did Divine Mind do in this situation? I mean, they're close to rounding this one out. There's only 37 seconds left. I think they do want to stay in and try and just capture this 4th point and put it to bed, especially when they're out slaying them like they are right now. 3 down for the Chiefs. We're not having much movement here coming from Pips, but I think that's just Pips doing what he does.
He's scratching his arm again, I'm telling you.
He's
if
killing
he was
me.
streaming, you just go to him and he's just scratching his
the whole
giant
time
arms.
the whole time I was watching that, they end up getting the final cap. I just completely started panicking, thinking we were going to have a restart. But Justin, for the first time we say Divine Mind take out the final game, they take out the championship, and they win our Pro Series 6, Luke. It's a long time coming. They've been up there, but big claps all around. Throat gang, if I can get some claps in the chat. Fantastic work from Divine Mind to be able to close that one out.
Yeah, pretty dominant fashion, I think, as well here from the lads of Divine Mind. And this is really a bit of a monkey off the back for some of those players as well, right? It's been a long time coming for some of these players to be able to get themselves a dub. Another day in the office for Pips, I think, though. It's just another tournament victory underneath his belt. He says, yeah, that's okay. Another HCS Pro Series. I'll take
Pips
one of those.
lose.
He
don't
doesn't
lose, bro.
Unfortunately, he was on, those previous rosters of Divine Mind when they did lose at the start. But now being able to...
He don't lose, bro.
He comes back to his winning ways when it comes to Pro Series nonetheless. Raided had a very, very big game in that final map. They're dropping over 30 kills to finish it off. And the way that they played throughout this series, it felt like it was always the Chiefs just trying to clamber for a bit of control, especially on this King of the Hill. There were so many frantic moments, but as you guys were saying perfectly, after a couple of those caps, it really started to balloon out a little bit, right, Justin? Because we saw that there was just so much control for Divine Mind that even in the final moments there, Pips was untouched. He just knew that the rest of his members were able to do a whole boatload of work, and we saw it on the previous Chiefs roster, and now we're seeing it here on Divine Mind. He's not afraid to get his hands dirty. He's not afraid to be the man who plays these objective game modes when he has players like Sway popping off so hard on every single one of these maps that it just feels like that these guys are in a next level form.
Yeah, next level form. Speaking of next level form, rated. Oh my God, what a rise to power from that young man. He's been an underrated player in the scene for such a long time, and to see him top fragging in a grand final situation against some of the best in the region, it's just lovely to see new players rising to power. And, when you have, Sways, Plasma, and Raided were all putting up big numbers. They were just kind of taking turns. It's like, hey, bro, your turn to get a 30 bomb. And there was Pips just like getting stupid amounts of assists every single game as well. Just as you say, getting in there, dirty work, no gloves, just like straight into the compost, just getting the gardening done.
Yeah, and he certainly was getting it done, and we have the man on the line here. So let's jump into our interview here with Pips, and let's have a chat to him after another HCS Pro Series Pip, mate. That was pretty convincing from you guys, not going to lie. It really did feel like that today it was Divine Mind's day, and maybe even your day when it comes to it. So my first question for you as well is obviously these guys, this is probably one of their first tournament victories in a long time. So how does it feel for everybody else in the squad to be able to prove that you guys, as this 4-man roster, are currently the best in Australia?
Yeah, it feels great, obviously, and there was a couple question marks around each player, like on our team, like me getting dropped, Sways and Raided getting left, and our decision to pick up Plasma. So there was a lot of talk about how we would go as a team, so definitely feels good to get that W.
Pierce, I feel this is a waste of a question given you guys have just won, but we were talking about it on stream quite a bit. There was a moment on the, what was it? I think it was the Oddball recharge game where you were just meleeing the pipes non-stop and we thought you'd lagged out. What was going on there?
The server crashed. Like, the server literally was like frozen for a second. So on my screen, Matthew's just in front of me and I'm just punching and I didn't know what was happening. And the server came back up and I was dead. So I was like, well, okay.
Good to hear. We thought you'd lagged out and that the game was going to have to be reset. So glad to hear you came back. Nice work.
Yeah.
Now, Pips, my question is moving up into DreamHack, Melbourne, and then Orlando, and then on to Worlds. You guys got any special plans? Yeah, you had the Roster Mania, and that kind of, threw a spanner in the works of what you might have had planned with the Chiefs roster with Barcode and Madsy and Slayers, and you guys had your long-term plans, and things are a little bit different now. What is kind of your game plan? What are you thinking?
Well, obviously, this is only one win in the Pro League, and Chiefs are still a really good team. So, DreamHack is still like the main goal that we're looking for right now. Like, got to keep practicing, got to keep grinding because those guys are good. So, today's win did mean a lot, but also in the grander scheme, not as much. So, we just got to keep putting in the effort, keep putting in the work, and see how we go.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you guys are putting in a whole lot of work so far, and I mean, it is always good to get a tournament victory, and the first showing for this roster as well. Pips, mate, before I do let you go, enjoy the spoils of this tournament. There is a LAN coming out very, very soon, the Armageddon LAN in New Zealand. We have heard, whispers that the Chiefs roster is going to go over there. Are you guys going to join them over there and try and, win yourself some cash holder as well?
We were planning to, but not 100% sure if Rated can get time off work, so we'll have to see what happens with that. So can't give you an answer today, sorry.
All good. We'll definitely try and keep our eyes out for that one because I know it's going to be a very good test for all these teams here in ANZ to see how they can perform on a setting like that. So Pips, congrats, mate, on another tournament feature. I know you guys are super happy to get that monkey off your back, and good luck for everything else, and we'll see you guys next week.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Well done, man. Awesome work.
Thanks, bro. You too. I mean, it's just another day in the office for Pips, and as we said in the interview, the other guys being able to get themselves a first tournament victory is always a good shout. And the fact that he talked about these question marks as well, Hooters, we had them here on the desk. We had them for all the teams coming in today. There was a whole lot of roster shuffles that we're going through. We weren't quite sure where everyone was going to sit, and I think at the end of today, we're looking at Divine Mind to be a team that is certainly going to be the challenge for the title. And I think them and the Chiefs are going to have a very, very tight contention between who's going to come out on top on all these Pro Series, and especially heading into DreamHack.
I mean, how good a close series in the grand finals and not seeing a 3-0. I love it. It's awesome. It's just it was so much fun to watch. And like we were saying, there were different players at different times in these final two series that were just going off from both teams. So, it was just awesome. And it's great that we get to, hype up some of these other players who we typically wouldn't be able to. It was fantastic.
Yeah, it's always good to see when we have new blood rise up towards the top. But unfortunately, this is the end of the Chiefs' legacy, boys. This is the first tournament they have lost since being the Chiefs in Halo Infinite. There were wins before that, and there are going to be wins after that as well, I'm sure. But the fact that we have finally broken this legacy is kind of ridiculous. Across all the esports that I've covered, I don't think I've seen a dynasty as long as what that Chiefs roster did have. What people want to put it down to, that's up to them in the Twitch chat and all across social media throughout the next couple of weeks. But the fact that Divine Mind were able to get this done, Justin, and the Chiefs still looking strong and still being able to be in such close contention just goes to show that I think we have a really, really tight top 3, top 4, top 5, whatever you want to call it. I'm excited to see what the next couple of weeks of ANZ can do.
Yeah, I think Pips nailed it. He just straight up said they're great players and that they need to keep grinding if they want to keep competing. And the thing is that I don't think that we saw the Chiefs at 100% strength. You could just see that they weren't as comfortable as the Divine Mind guys were. So looking at the Chiefs, they just got to put some hours in together as a squad, get those scrim times up, and they'll be back with a vengeance. And I can't wait to see this just back and forth tug of war between these two teams. As Hoot said, It's no fun seeing a grand final that just ends up being a washout, and I hope that each time we get to that grand final match, that is 2 top-tier squads fighting it out all the way to Game 5, Game 7s, bracket resets, the whole lot, 49-49 Slayer finishes. I want the lot. Just give it to me.
Yeah, and I'm going to be super excited to see what the next week will bring us. We do have one more Pro Series to get to as well, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be next week here in the same place. One more Pro Series before we get ourselves settled in our seats and have a look at the qualifiers for DreamHack. And then a few months away, we'll be having the live arena. Tickets for DreamHack Melbourne are going to go on sale very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. So please to keep your eyes peeled across all the social medias. I know us lads here are probably going to be pimping them out as well. So make sure you do keep your eyes open for that 2nd to the 4th in September. But next week is the all-important week, right? Because this is where we are really starting to solidify these team suits. And before we start to close the show, I just want to get your thoughts on next week going forward. Is this where we're really going to start to see these teams solidify these 4s? Are we going to see a change from the top 4? We saw teams like Digital Nation come up today. Final Form didn't really perform. Maybe we might see Direwolves in that top 2 as well.
Yeah, that's the team I wanted to flag, Digital Nation. Let's keep a close eye on them next week, giving them a bit more time to gel together and see how they go. They were impressive, even though they did get 3-0'd by the Chiefs. It was getting closer and closer as that series went on, and I just think you were starting to see them gel more and more as each game went by. So they're a team to keep an eye on, and Direwolves are always up and about there as well. So on any given day, you never know how they're going to go, but they're always going to be in that top 4 or so echelon. So yeah, it's just been busted wide open now, and it's a great result for us as viewers and as casters as well.
I'm sure everybody here is waiting with bated breath to see what next week is going to bring us. But, ladies and gentlemen, our time here is done. Same with the Dynasty of the Chiefs. It has been broken today by Divine Mind. So if you want to join us for the final time of the Pro Series number 7, same time, same place next week, I've been Fluke, and as always, stay safe. We'll see you guys for the next one.